Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 226 News of a Great Victory, Shifting the Battle to Black Dragon. In less than 3 days, the Crimson Dragon branch of the Dragon Transformation Sect was breached. The Moonwheel Sect, as the leading sect in the Jin Kingdom, demonstrated its formidable strength. In this battle, 3 of the 5 golden core cultivators of the Crimson Dragon branch were killed on the spot, with only 1 deputy hall master and 1 second elder managing to escape. Of the 21 Purple Mansion stage protectors trapped inside the Crimson Dragon branch, 18 perished instantly, with only 3 escaping with serious injuries. The remaining missionaries and ordinary followers were either killed or captured, with only a very few lucky survivors. On the other hand, the Moonwheel Sect suffered no casualties among its golden core cultivators, with only 1 seriously injured and 2 lightly injured. Despite their minor injuries, the only one truly withdrawn from the war was the seriously injured golden core cultivator. However, due to the 2 beams of crimson divine light, the Moonwheel Sect still lost as many as 7 Purple Mansion stage cultivators and dozens of Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. Compared to the other 2, it could still be considered a great victory. News of this victory quickly reached Zhou Chun and his rear area sweeping forces, and spread to the Jin Kingdom. Upon hearing this news, the Jin Kingdom cultivators, including Taoist Mingjing, were naturally overjoyed, their morale soaring. However, Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun were filled with mixed emotions of joy and worry. Words could not describe their complex feelings. After hearing the news of the destruction of the Crimson Dragon branch and the killing of most of the Dragon Transformation Sect protectors and elders, both of them wondered whether Lin Honggai was alive or dead. They both hoped that Lin Honggai was dead, burying the Zhou family's cooperation with her completely. But they also had a lingering desire to prevent her death. After all, if Lin Honggai were truly dead, their Zhou family would be unable to obtain the promised treasures and her loyalty. Amidst this complex and unsettling feeling, a new order suddenly arrived in their ranks. I just received orders from my sect's senior uncle, instructing us to temporarily halt the dismantling of strongholds and immediately proceed at full speed to the Black Dragon branch altar to establish defenses. Reinforcements from other branches of the Dragon Transformation Sect have already arrived. On a hillside, Taoist Mingjing solemnly addressed the dozens of cultivators below, delivering the newly received orders. Hearing this, the cultivators present all paled. The battles of the past few days had made everyone aware that dismantling the Dragon Transformation Sect's strongholds was an easy way to earn merit. With overwhelming numerical superiority, they could dismantle the strongholds without much danger, and might not even be injured, provided they were careful. However, engaging in direct combat on the front lines was a different story. Even with the Jin Kingdom's numerical advantage, a direct confrontation with the Dragon Transformation Sect would result in heavy casualties. Unfortunately, things wouldn't change according to their will. An order was an order, and regardless of their own feelings, they dared not disobey it. So, at Mingjing Doran's command, all the Purple Mansion cultivators and Foundation Establishment cultivators in the stronghold set off immediately, abandoning the stronghold altogether. However, before departing, Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun secretly wrote down the team's destination in a letter. This way, if Lin Weiner were to contact Lin Honggai later, she could find their new location through the letter and re-establish contact with him. After traveling at a rapid pace for about 2 days, Zhou Chun and his team finally arrived at the outer perimeter of the Black Dragon branch of the Transformation Dragon Sect. According to the division of labor among the 3 major sects, it was King Lian Temple that was attacking the Black Dragon branch, which was currently the strongest branch of the Transformation Dragon Sect and definitely a tough nut to crack. King Lian Temple had gathered 14 golden core cultivators and had been attacking for 3 days and nights without being able to break through the Black Dragon branch's protective array. Just as Zhou Chun and his team arrived, 4 more golden core cultivators from the Golden Dragon and Blood Dragon branches arrived and stormed into the Black Dragon branch. Currently, the Black Dragon branch altar alone houses as many as 10 golden core cultivators from the Dragon Transformation Sect, along with 2 4th-tier flood dragons and a 4th-tier low-grade demonic beast, The Black Water's one turtle. If it weren't for the Moonwheel Sect's swift dispatch of 6 golden core cultivators to reinforce them after the destruction of the Crimson Dragon Branch altar, the Dragon Transformation Sect's forces might have been able to overwhelm the Azure Lotus Temple. Even with 20 golden core cultivators on the Jing Kingdom's side, quickly capturing the aided Black Dragon Branch altar remains a significant challenge. Therefore, by the time Zhou Chun and his group arrived, the Azure Lotus Temple had already changed its battle plan, surrounding the Black Dragon Branch altar without attacking, seemingly waiting for more reinforcements to arrive before launching an assault. The 20 golden core cultivators sat encircling the Black Dragon Branch altar's gate, preventing even a single bird from flying out. Meanwhile, the Purple Mansion Stage and Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators of King Lian Temple had already constructed a temporary camp less than 50 miles away from the Black Dragon Branch altar, setting up purification and protective formations. Zhou Chun and his group arrived and immediately entered the temporary camp. Fellow Daoists, please rest here for now. I'll go pay my respects to my sect senior uncles and see what instructions they have for us. Inside the camp, Taoist Mingjing spoke briefly with the King Lian Temple disciples in charge of camp management before leading Zhou Chun and the others to a rest area. After giving a few instructions, he hurriedly left. Seeing this, Zhou Chun and the others could only follow his advice and meditate in the rest area to recover their mana, awaiting further orders. They weren't kept waiting long. Taoist Mingjing returned less than 2 hours later to deliver orders from the Golden Core Stage cultivators of King Lian Temple. The man spoke with a serious expression. As instructed by our sect senior uncles, you fellow cultivators will continue to be under my command. If there is anything we can do to help you, our senior uncles will inform you. Of course, if you have any thoughts or suggestions, please feel free to discuss them with me. And I will report them to our sect senior uncles as appropriate. Hearing this, no one was surprised. In war, most Golden Core cultivators are engaged in battles with opponents of similar strength. They have no time to command the Purple Mansion and Foundation Establishment cultivators below them. Delegating command and issuing only attack and retreat orders is the way wars are played in the cultivation world. Therefore, after expressing their willingness to obey Mingjing Taoist's command, everyone dispersed to rest. No one knows when a major battle will break out, and maintaining peak condition at all times is the most important thing for every cultivator currently on the battlefield. Phew, I finally survived. In a desolate wilderness, Lin Hongyu, who is meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly coughed up a large pool of dark red blood. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her sleeve, her face full of relief as she exclaimed. She was one of the 3 protectors who escaped from the Crimson Dragon Branch. However, during the breakout, a Golden Core cultivator in the early stage suddenly attacked her with a magical technique. Although it was just a casual magical technique used by a Golden Core cultivator, not a magic weapon, the attack still severely injured Lin Hongyu, who was virtually invincible in the Purple Mansion stage, and she almost failed to escape the pursuit. Because the spiritual power of that Golden Core cultivator remained in her body, Lin Hongyu was afraid that he would sense it and pursue her. She gritted her teeth and ran for thousands of miles before daring to stop to rest and heal her wounds. Fortunately, she was now at the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, and her cultivation technique was extraordinary. After much effort, she finally refined and expelled the remaining foreign spiritual energy from her body. However, after a brief moment of joy, feeling her own weakness, her expression fell, and all joy vanished. When she broke through the encirclement, she had used every means at her disposal, not only consuming many accumulated third-tier magic talismans but also breaking and losing several magic artifacts, and even using a secret technique to stimulate her potential. Now, her condition was only slightly better than before she was rescued by Zhou Daoi. Under these circumstances, she should have immediately found a place to rest and recuperate. But she knew very well that once she returned to the branch altar or stronghold of the Dragon Transformation Sect, she would likely have little chance to rest before returning to the battlefield. It's a pity that damned dragon didn't die in the branch altar, otherwise I could have fled far away and avoided this mess, she cursed through gritted teeth, filled with resentment towards the 4th-tier Crimson Fire Dragon that held her life in its hands. The existence of the Dragon Soul Seed allowed the 4th-tier Crimson Fire Dragon to easily pinpoint her location, determine her life or death status, and end her life at any time. Therefore, before the 4th-tier Crimson Fire Dragon died, no matter how bad her condition was or how unwilling she was, She had to return to a branch altar or stronghold of the Dragon Transformation Sect as quickly as possible, at least to let the higher-ups of the Dragon Transformation Sect know her latest situation. Otherwise, in the current state of war, her prolonged absence would likely lead the higher-ups of the Dragon Transformation Sect to conclude that she was passively avoiding battle or had defected to the enemy. She didn't want to lose her life so inexplicably. So, despite her cursing, after taking some medicine to recuperate, she could only discern directions and headed towards the Blood Dragon Branch altar, which hadn't been besieged. Before the Crimson Dragon Branch altar was breached, she had already contacted her goddaughter, Lin Weiner, through special means and learned that the Zhou family had agreed to help her. Her next step was to follow the plan, find a way to stay with the Crimson Dragon Hall Master, pinpoint the location of the 4th-tier Crimson Fire Dragon, and then re-establish contact with Zhou Ming and the others. Leaving aside how Lin Honggai narrowly escaped death, after resting for 2 days at the camp outside the Black Dragon Branch altar, Zhou Chun and the others quickly joined the assault on it. At this time, most of the Purple Mansion cultivators and Foundation Establishment cultivators who had set out from the Azure Mang stronghold had arrived at the Black Dragon Branch altar. Now, with the assault on the Black Dragon Branch altar underway, they were all grouped together. In the sky and on the ground, cultivators unleashed spells and magical powers, or summoned magical artifacts to unleash sword and blade light, all attacking the Black Water Curtain shield ahead. The Black Dragon Branch's protective array was far stronger than the Crimson Dragon Branch's. The Black Water Curtain shield formed by the array's power was not only incredibly resilient but also possessed strong corrosive properties. Previously, when the Azure Lotus Sect attacked this protective array, many cultivators, unaware of its power, directly used flying swords and other magical artifacts to strike it. As a result, even third-tier flying swords were instantly corroded upon contact with a Black Water Curtain, their spiritual essence greatly diminished. As for magical artifacts below the third tier, they lost all their spiritual essence on the spot and were rendered useless. After suffering this loss, everyone learned their lesson, only attacking the Water Curtain shield from a distance with spells and magical powers, never using their magical artifacts to make direct contact. Because of this restraint, the Azure Lotus Sect encountered far greater resistance when attacking the mountain protecting array than the Crimson Dragon Branch. This formation is truly formidable. Not only can it corrode the physical artifacts, but it also seems capable of dissolving and corroding magical spells. Even with 10% of its power, I'm afraid less than 50% will actually be effective. In mid-air, Zhou Chun, riding his golden-winged tiger, hovered, simultaneously activating his golden cauldron mystic light to attack the Water Curtain shield with sword energy, all the while marveling at the protective formation of the Black Dragon Branch altar. He wasn't very knowledgeable about formations and couldn't discern the mysteries of this formation. However, the power of the formation was undeniably visible. Thanks to the arrival of reinforcements from all sides, the number of Jin Kingdom cultivators gathered outside the Black Dragon Branch altar had exceeded 1,000, the vast majority of whom were Foundation Establishment stage cultivators or above, with as many as 60 or 70 at the Purple Mansion stage. Yet, even with such a large force and so many people attacking together, they couldn't shake the Black Water Curtain shield. This formation is indeed powerful, but the fact that it possesses the strength we are witnessing now must be closely related to the cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect inside, 40 or 50 feet away from Zhou Chun. Zhou Chongshan, his eyes gleaming, surveyed the great formation ahead. He spoke in a low voice, "Have you noticed? So far, it's been us attacking, while the cultivators inside haven't made a single move to intercept us. What does that mean? What does that mean?" Zhou Chun couldn't help but ask. Zhou Chongshan replied in a deep voice, "This situation arises either because the formation is truly so powerful that it's unshakable, and the cultivators inside are confident we can't break it. Therefore, they're conserving their strength, using the formation to wear us down, and then waiting for an opportunity to strike, or it's because their strength is all used to maintain the formation's operation, leaving them no energy to intercept our attacks." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun instantly understood. If the power of this grand formation comes from the combined strength of all the cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect, then it's normal. Normal? Zhou Chongshan shook his head slightly, but didn't say much. Zhou Chun didn't understand formations and didn't comprehend how difficult it was for a formation to contain the power of so many cultivators. But he knew perfectly well. Thinking of this, He couldn't help but look up at the 20 golden core cultivators in the sky who hadn't yet made a move. What he could see, those golden core cultivators could certainly see as well. The fact that they hadn't made a move yet meant they already had a plan. Everyone, take pills to restore your mana, and always keep your mana above 80%. Soon, everyone in the Zhou family received a message from the Supreme Elder Zhou Mingde. 1 chapter today, 2 chapters tomorrow. I plan to start with 3 chapters every 2 days to recover, and then resume 2 chapters a day when it's not so serious. Chapter 227. The power of the golden core is dazzling. After hearing Elder Zhou Mingde's telepathic message, everyone in the Zhou family quickly took out rejuvenation pills and began to refine them. The Zhou family had been preparing for this war for a long time, and had already collected a large quantity of rejuvenation pills, an important resource in war. They had even resold hundreds of these pills before the war began, profiting a considerable amount of spirit coins. However, even with a sufficient supply of these pills, unless they received a time-limited order like before, or were fighting in a place where supplies were unavailable, they generally wouldn't easily take rejuvenation pills to restore their mana. After all, these pills were indeed expensive, and it was best to use them sparingly. In the current situation, if it weren't for Elder Zhou Mingde's telepathic instruction, and with a temporary camp where they could meditate and restore their mana, none of the Zhou family members would have planned to take rejuvenation pills to replenish their depleted mana. The actions of the Zhou family cultivators were also witnessed by other cultivators nearby. Some cultivators didn't understand why the Zhou family was acting this way, silently cursing them for being rich and powerful, and then ignored it. However, some cultivators, after some hesitation, secretly began taking rejuvenation pills. Zhou Chun and the others pretended not to know about these followers' actions. After all, they didn't know how the situation would change, and this was simply buying themselves some insurance. The Zhou family was indeed wealthy enough to afford this insurance. Time slowly passed. After the offensive had lasted for about 3 hours, some early and mid-foundation establishment cultivators slowed their attack frequency due to significant mana depletion. Normally, at this point, they should have been ordered to return to camp to meditate and recover their mana. However, this order was delayed. This unusual situation alerted some vigilant cultivators, who hurriedly continued to slow their attacks while taking rejuvenation pills without regard for the cost. Another half hour passed before the order finally came. But to everyone's surprise, it wasn't an order to retreat, but an order to increase the attack. By order of our martial uncle, everyone attack the formation with all your might. No one may hold back. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot, Mingjing Daoist shouted, conveying the decree of the Sect's golden core cultivators. He then took the lead, activating a cyan mirror that shone a beam of cyan light onto the water curtain. Hearing his command and seeing his action, and glancing up at the golden core cultivators seated on the clouds, all the cultivators below gritted their teeth and unleashed their full power in a fierce attack on the formation, regardless of their inner turmoil. Under the watchful eyes of 20 golden core cultivators, no one dared to slack off. Except for secret techniques that could damage their own vital energy, they used every conventional method available. For example, on Zhou Chun's side, the silver lightning python Bai Bai and the golden armored rock turtle Shi Tao had already been released and joined the attack. Not good. Those old Taoist priests from King Lian Temple are serious. Inside the Black Dragon Branch altar, upon seeing the sudden surge in the intensity of the attack outside the formation, the Black Dragon Hall Master's expression changed. His eyes instantly revealing extreme solemnity. The Hall Master of the Black Dragon Hall of the Transformation Dragon Sect was named Di Long, a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, and currently the strongest member of the Transformation Dragon Sect within this branch altar. Even more remarkably, he was also a Grand Master of Formations, capable of setting up top-tier formations. The protective formation of this Black Dragon Branch altar was personally constructed by him. It was precisely because of his personal control, guiding and harmonizing the magical power of the numerous Transformation Dragon Sect cultivators within the branch altar to maintain the formation's operation, that the protective formation could unleash such formidable power. However, he was well aware that human strength has its limits. With their numbers far outnumbering the Jinguo allied forces outside, even with his mastery of formations, the Black Dragon Branch altar's protective formation was not unbreakable. The 3 major sects, with their numerous Golden Core cultivators, were not lacking in those proficient in formations. Even if their mastery of formations is slightly weaker than his, with collective wisdom, they can find a suitable way to break the formation. And judging from the actions of the Jinguo allied forces outside, they have clearly found a way to break the formation. Thinking of this, De Long immediately said to the Golden Core cultivators who still retain their strength, "The best course of action now is to take a risk if we want to stop those old Taoist priests. When they are working together to break the formation, we must suddenly charge out and disrupt their rhythm. As long as they cannot work together to break the formation, the protective formation will be restored to normal after an hour." Hearing his words, Li Xiangxing, the leader of the Golden Dragon Hall who came to provide support, immediately said in a deep voice, "Then let's do it this way. The reinforcements from the main altar will arrive in a day or two at most. We must hold out until they arrive." That's right, the Crimson Dragon Hall is dead. The Black Dragon Hall absolutely cannot suffer any more mishaps, otherwise we will all be sinners of our sect. Mo Han Qiu, the Grand Elder of the Black Dragon Hall, also spoke in a deep voice, strongly supporting and agreeing to go into battle. With the support of these two heavyweight experts, and knowing the consequences of breaking the formation, the other Golden Core cultivators quickly agreed. Meanwhile, outside, Zhou Chun and the others, fueled by their medicine, relentlessly attacked the formation. After nearly 2 more hours of frantic attacks, some early Foundation establishment cultivators were even exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Only then did the 20 Golden Core cultivators make a move. The 3 Golden Core cultivators from the Azure Lotus Temple simultaneously rose, each waving their sleeves to summon an ancient bronze sword. Then, with their hands forming sword incantations and their magic power surging, the 3 almost identical bronze swords instantly shone brightly. "Go!" As if on cue, the 3 Azure Lotus Temple Golden Core cultivators shouted simultaneously, and the 3 bronze swords, radiating intense sword light, instantly transformed into 3 azure sword rainbows, shooting towards the black water curtain shield ahead. At the same time, the remaining 17 Golden Core cultivators also activated the prized magic weapons, following the 3 azure sword rainbows as they slammed into the water curtain shield. Instantly, the brilliance of these 20-odd magic weapons overshadowed the various spells and divine abilities unleashed by Zhou Chun and his group of over 1,000. Under the powerful divine sense control of the Golden Core cultivators, the power of their own magic weapons was perfectly separated from that of the others, preventing any accidental mutual consumption. This scene of magic weapons flying together shocked Zhou Chun and the others, who even forgot to continue their attack. But as the power of those magic weapons finally landed on the water curtain shield, bursting forth with dazzling spiritual light, Zhou Chun and the other cultivators, whose cultivation was below the Purple Mansion stage, immediately felt a burning pain in their eyes, as if they were being burned, forcing them to involuntarily close their eyes and shed tears. "My eyes." Some Foundation establishment early-stage cultivators with a weaker tolerance couldn't help but cover their eyes and scream in agony. Although Zhou Chun was far stronger than them, he still lowered his head, his eyes temporarily blinded. This was because the spiritual light emanating from those magical treasures was simply too dazzling, enough to damage their fragile eyes with mere sight. Not only their eyes, but even their divine senses were unable to approach the areas where the magical treasure's power was raging. Was this the power of a Golden Core cultivator at full strength? Was this the power of magical treasures? Zhou Chun desperately channeled his magical power into his eyes, trying to restore his vision as quickly as possible. But his heart was filled with shock. He had only personally experienced the extreme speed of Golden Core cultivators flying on magical treasures before, and had only witnessed the earth-shattering scenes after a Golden Core cultivator's attack. This was the first time he had witnessed Golden Core cultivators fighting with his own eyes. And this first time, he had seen 20 Golden Core cultivators fighting simultaneously. Before this, he could only imagine what it was like for Golden Core cultivators to fight from the writings left by his predecessors in ancient texts. But how could mere words truly capture the power of a Golden Core cultivator, or compare to the direct experience of witnessing them in action? By the time Zhou Chun finally regained his sight, the situation had drastically changed. The black water barrier protecting the Black Dragon Branch altar had been torn open, revealing various people and objects within its gates. High above, 20 Golden Core cultivators from the Jing Kingdom were locked in fierce combat with 10 Golden Core cultivators from the Dragon Transformation Sect, alongside 2 black dragons and a giant black tortoise. These 3 4th-tier demonic beasts were the high-grade 4th-tier black dragon, the mid-grade 4th-tier ink dragon, and the low-grade 4th-tier black water tortoise recorded in the intelligence report. Because the 4th-tier high-grade black dragon was too powerful, even the late-stage golden core cultivator from the Moonwheel Sect who came to reinforce it, and the renowned late-stage golden core rogue cultivator Heavenly Mirror Hermit from Jing Kingdom, were no match for it. They had to add a mid-stage golden core cultivator from the Azure Lotus Temple to help, just to barely restrain it. At the same time, the 4th-tier mid-grade ink dragon also restrained 2 mid-stage golden core cultivators and 1 early-stage golden core cultivator. The 4th-tier low-grade black water tortoise, whose master was D Long, the leader of the Black Dragon Hall, was now cooperating with its master to fight against 1 late-stage golden core cultivator and 2 mid-stage golden core cultivators from the Azure Lotus Temple. It was because these 4 people restrained 9 golden core cultivators that the remaining 9 golden core cultivators from the Dragon Transformation Sect were able to contend with the 11 golden core cultivators from Jing Kingdom, albeit at a slight disadvantage. By order of our sect's senior uncle, everyone who can still move, immediately attack the Black Dragon Branch Altar's gate through the breach. Destroy the foundation of the protective array within and prevent its restoration. Just as Zhou Chun looked up at the sky, trying to observe the battle between the golden core cultivators, Mingjing Daoist's thunderous shout suddenly rang out. Even though Mingjing Daoist was shouting with all his might, the powerful noise from the battle between the golden core cultivators in the sky made it difficult for Zhou Chun to understand his words. Most people couldn't hear him at all. Fortunately, while sound was affected, telepathic communication was not. Mingjing Daoist and some Kinglian temple cultivators quickly used telepathic communication to notify all sides, finally transmitting the order in the shortest possible time. However, this order caused many cultivators to complain bitterly. Their attack on the Black Dragon Branch Altar's protective array had already depleted a large amount of their mana. Those in better condition still had about 50–60% of their mana remaining, while those in worse condition only had 30%. In this state, sending them to attack the mountain was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. For a moment, many cultivators hesitated, unable to move forward. Just then, Zhou Ming shouted loudly, "Zhou family cultivators, follow me." With that, he rode his fire god Jackal and led the charge. Thanks to Zhou Chongshan's reminder, Zhou Chun and the others, who had maintained ample mana, responded to their family's elder and quickly followed. This scene caught the attention of Daoist Mingjing and many cultivators from the 3 major sects, making them remember the Zhou family of 9 Peaks Ridge. Then, Daoist Mingjing shouted, "Fellow Daoists, rest assured. The traitors of the Dragon Transformation Sect inside are also exhausted. Their condition is even worse than ours." Before his shout had even finished, he led the cultivators from the 3 major sects in a fierce charge. This junior doesn't understand. Since they knew we were going to attack the mountain at this time, why didn't those Golden Core stage seniors give us a heads up beforehand so everyone could take rejuvenation pills to replenish their mana? Zhou Jiaru, looking at the cultivators behind him who were clearly running low on mana but were forced to continue charging due to orders, asked Zhou Ming with a puzzled expression. Before Zhou Ming could respond, Zhou Chun answered for him. 11th uncle, what you can think of, how could those Golden Core stage seniors not think of? If they had given us a heads up beforehand, and everyone had taken rejuvenation pills to recover mana while attacking the protective formation, wouldn't that have revealed their intentions to the Dragon Transformation Sect? Then they would also take elixirs to recover mana, and simultaneously refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recover mana. Do you think the protective formation could still be broken? And aren't we in better condition than them now? These words left Zhou Jiaru speechless, and he fell silent. Soon, the Zhou family members at the forefront, along with cultivators from the 3 major sects, rushed through the gap in the formation and into the Black Dragon Branch Altar's mountain gate. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon Hall cultivators, already under orders from Hall Master D Long, also mustered their remaining strength and surged towards the gap to intercept the attacking cultivators. Compared to Zhou Chun and his group, they were truly trapped with no way to retreat, forced to fight to the death for a chance to survive. A fierce battle quickly ensued. To prevent a battle between the Purple Mansion stage cultivators from affecting Zhou Chun and his Foundation Establishment stage followers, Zhou Ming, leading the fire god Jackal, quickly left the Zhou family's ranks and headed straight for a specific formation node indicated by Zhou Chongshan, a key area heavily guarded by the Black Dragon Hall's protectors. First update of the day, one more tonight. Chapter 228 The Spirit Herb Garden, Making a Fortune. Follow me, We're going over there." Inside the Black Dragon Branch altar, after Elder Zhou Ming left, Zhou Chun automatically became the leader of the Zhou family's team. He scanned the surroundings with his eyesight, quickly called out to the 4 Zhou family elders, and together they charged towards a certain direction. The direction they chose was not the location of any array base. That place was heavily guarded by the Black Dragon Hall, and there might even be Golden Core cultivators' methods left there. It was simply not a place for Foundation establishment cultivators like them to set foot in. Moreover, the order conveyed by Taoist Mingjing was only to rush into the Black Dragon Branch altar, do their best to kill the enemy, and destroy the array base. Therefore, Zhou Chun chose a path that would not conflict with Taoist Mingjing's orders, but would still yield some results. The place he charged towards was a spiritual peak inside the Black Dragon Branch altar, a spiritual peak with medicinal fields. Zhou Chun, who had once infiltrated the Dragon Transformation Sect for a period of time, knew that although the sect had only been rooted in this desolate land for less than 1,000 years, their various branch altars and strongholds had abundant high-quality medicinal herbs in their herb fields. Thanks to the rich spiritual herb resources of the desolate land itself, Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators, upon discovering some centuries-old medicinal herbs outside, would generally transplant them back to the herb fields of their branch altars, unless they were immediately usable or difficult to transplant like the purple-veined golden peach. Therefore, although the Black Dragon Branch altar might have been established for less than 700 years, its herb fields were certainly full of high-quality herbs. Normally, herb fields would be heavily guarded areas. However, many Black Dragon Hall cultivators had been deployed there to plug breaches, their primary task being to drive out the Jing Kingdom cultivators who had rushed in, leaving the herb fields at the rear somewhat vulnerable. The Zhou family members were all in relatively good condition, and with Zhou Chun and Dao Quan, 2 powerful Foundation establishment cultivators, leading the way, they quickly broke through the enemy's defenses and rushed into the Black Dragon Branch altar. Frankly, this kind of deep penetration was extremely risky. If something unexpected happened at the rear and an order to retreat was given, they could easily be abandoned inside. But Zhou Chun knew that the high-ranking members of the 3 major sects, having gone to such great lengths to break through the Black Dragon Branch altar's protective array, would not easily let this opportunity slip by. Even if such a sudden retreat order were given, it certainly wouldn't happen at the beginning. Therefore, he dared to choose the risky path and seize this opportunity to make a fortune. As it turned out, he made the right choice. When they reached the foot of the spiritual peak, there wasn't a single Foundation establishment cultivator coming out to intercept them. Only a few key refining cultivators were still trying to put up a last-ditch resistance using the array inherent in the herb garden. Seeing this, Zhou Chun decisively ordered, "The 3rd elder and I will stay behind to guard against the enemy. 2nd elder, 11th uncle, and 27th uncle. The 3 of you hurry up and harvest the spiritual herbs." He and Zhou Daoquan then flanked the outside of the spiritual peak, each with 2 second-tier spiritual pets circling them. Zhou Chongshan, seeing this, also flew up the spiritual peak without hesitation, leading Zhou Jiaru and Zhou Jiapen. The array formation within the herb garden was useless to this array master. It was easily broken in a few moves, and the few remaining Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators who were putting up a fight were all killed. Upon entering the herb garden, the sight of the spiritually potent herbs immediately dazzled the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family. "So many high-aged spiritual herbs?" Zhou Jiaru exclaimed, his eyes wide as he looked at the various herbs in the garden. Even though he wasn't a professional alchemist, he could immediately recognize many of the herbs as being at least 500 years old, based on his knowledge of the relevant texts. Zhou Chongshan, having seen much of the world, quickly grasped the key point after his initial shock, and couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity there are no 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Aside from special spiritual herbs like the 1,000-year grass, most 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs and those less than 1,000 years old are completely different levels. For Golden Core cultivators, only pills made from 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs can be effective, whether they are pills to enhance mana or to heal and detoxify. Therefore, once a spiritual herb reaches 1,000 years old, even if it belongs to a sect or family, it will usually be transplanted to Golden Core cultivators' private herb garden for their personal care. The spiritual peak that Zhou Chun and his group are currently scavenging is indeed a herb garden of the Black Dragon branch, but it's not the most important one, nor does it contain any Golden Core cultivators' cave. Therefore, while there are many spiritual herbs over 500 years old, There isn't a single 1,000-year-old one. However, Zhou Chun was just lamenting. In fact, the lack of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs might not be a bad thing. If they possessed something of that caliber, it would be a liability for the Zhou family. Instead, these centuries-old medicinal herbs were extremely useful, perfect for refining pails for foundation establishment and purple mansion cultivators. The three quickly retrieved numerous jade boxes from their storage bags and began harvesting the high-aged herbs from the herb garden. This was thanks to Zhou Chun's foresight in knowing the wilderness was rich in medicinal resources, which might prove useful. Therefore, besides the pills, talismans, and magical artifacts they needed, each Zhou family cultivator's storage bag was filled with these jade boxes. To save time, they even disregarded the loss of medicinal potency when harvesting herbs, roughly digging them out of the ground and stuffing them, soil and all, into the jade boxes. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon Hall cultivators, who had been pursuing the Zhou family, reached the foot of the mountain. They were fewer in number than the Zhou family, with only 4 foundation establishment cultivators. However, among them were 1 late-stage foundation establishment cultivator and 2 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. The 4 simultaneously unleashed the dragon transformation secret technique and charged forward. Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan, along with their 4 pets, quickly intercepted them, engaging in a fierce battle outside the spirit peak. Zhou Chun waved his hand, and the sun-radiant golden wheel spun rapidly like a gear, unleashing its unparalleled sharpness towards the mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator from the dragon transformation sect. He had felt a pang of regret when he initially spent so many spirit coins to buy this magic weapon. However, as he became more familiar with it and used it in battle multiple times, he grew increasingly satisfied with his decision. When he fully activated the weapon with his golden soup mana, the blade light emanating from the golden wheel was no less powerful than that of flying swords, and even more potent. It could be said that, aside from not being able to be used in conjunction with sword techniques like flying swords, this golden wheel magic weapon surpassed ordinary second-tier high-grade flying swords in sharpness and lethality. Upon witnessing the power of the golden wheel, the mid-foundation establishment cultivator from the dragon transformation sect dared not rely on his enhanced physical defense, amplified by the dragon transformation secret technique, to directly confront its might. He hastily summoned a black iron staff, radiating a dark spiritual light, to meet the golden wheel's attack. After several clashes in the air, the golden wheel shattered a small portion of the black spiritual light emanating from the staff, leaving several marks on the artifact's surface. This sight caused the dragon transformation sect cultivator's expression to change slightly, and he hurriedly summoned a blue-black treasure bottle. With a simple hand seal, a surge of white, icy energy erupted from the bottle, instantly transforming into 3 arrows of cold energy that shot towards Zhou Chun and the silver lightning python. Bye-bye. Seeing this, Zhou Chun dared not be careless and immediately summoned the mysterious spirit golden bell to protect himself. However, 2 of the cold energy arrows struck the golden bell, instantly freezing both the bell and Zhou Chun inside. Another arrow, aimed at the silver lightning python's white, frigid form, was detonated mid-air by a ball of lightning. The spilled power, landing on the ground, instantly froze the surrounding vegetation and rocks, demonstrating its formidable power. Simultaneously, taking advantage of Zhou Chun's encased state, the dragon transformation sect cultivator immediately flew closer. He knew Zhou Chun couldn't be frozen for long, so he planned to close the distance before Zhou Chun broke free and use his powerful close combat abilities, enhanced by the dragon transformation secret technique, to finish him off. However, Zhou Chun broke free much faster than he anticipated. Just as he approached within 100 feet of Zhou Chun, the ice binding him shattered with a crack, instantly exploding into countless ice shards that fell to the ground. A streak of crimson gold light shot out, heading straight for the onrushing dragon transformation sect cultivator. This scene was completely unexpected. There was no time to dodge, so he could only activate a protective spell, spitting out a cloud of black spiritual light to shield himself. Then, instinctively, he swung his dragon claw forward. Clang! With a crisp metallic clang, the crimson gold light was swatted away by the dragon transformation sect cultivator's claw, revealing a crimson gold flying claw magic weapon. The dragon transformation sect cultivator's claw cracked, drops of blood sliding down, indicating a serious external injury. "I'll kill you." The pain from his right claw caused the dragon transformation sect cultivator's pupils to shrink, his eyes filled with violent killing intent. Instead of retreating, he advanced, spitting out a ball of black true water that transformed into a water dragon and lunged at Zhou Chun. This was the black fiend true water he had cultivated using the Black Dragon Hall's secret techniques. It could corrode and dissolve everything, even severely damaging a second-tier magic weapon if struck by it. This technique was difficult to master and required special spiritual materials, making it a trump card he rarely used. However, Zhou Chun had infiltrated the Dragon Transformation Sect and had a close relationship with Lu Ran, a former protector of the sect. He was familiar with some of the more well-known secret techniques of the various halls within the sect. The Black Fiend True Water technique, being unique to the Black Dragon Hall, was quite famous, so Zhou Chun was well aware of it. Upon seeing the black water dragon rushing towards him, he quickly patted his storage bag, took out a talisman, and activated it. A flash of fire appeared, and a crimson fire dragon met the black water dragon in mid-air, exploding with a deafening roar. In this way, Zhou Chun used a second-tier mid-grade talisman, the Fire Dragon Talisman, to break the opposing Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator's Black Fiend True Water technique, and then once again unleash the Flying Dragon Strike to attack. The Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator had already experienced the power of the Flying Dragon's Snatch, so he dared not use his claws to catch it again. He could only summon a Black Dragon Scale Shield to block the Crimson Gold Flying Claw attack, while simultaneously launching several low-grade second-tier magic talismans to harass Zhou Chun. With him tied down by Zhou Chun, the remaining early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator was no match for the Silver Lightning Python Bye-Bye and the Golden Armored Rock Turtle. He was struck by a silver-white lightning bolt and killed instantly before he could last 10 moves. After killing their opponent, the two spirit pets rushed to help their master. Seeing that things were going badly, the mid-stage Foundation Establishment Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator quickly turned around and rushed towards a small river below the mountain. When the Black Dragon branch was established, in order to enhance the power of the protective array and to facilitate the Black Dragon's play in the water, underground water veins were directly channeled to create dozens of waterways within the mountain gate. These waterways flowed through the foot of various spirit peaks and eventually merged into the Black Dragon Lake deep within the mountain gate. For the Black Dragon Hall cultivators, these waterways were usually the perfect place to practice their water escape techniques. Therefore, seeing that he was no match for Zhou Chun and his servant, the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator tried to escape using the water. However, he seemed to have forgotten that lightning magic was effective against water escape techniques. The instant he entered the water, a silver-white lightning ball struck and exploded. Lightning flashed across the blackened water, and the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator, who had just entered the water, instantly leaped out, his hair steaming. Before he could even regain his footing, a golden wheel slashed across, easily cutting through his black dragon scales and cleaving him in two at the waist. Why did you do this? If you hadn't run, you might have been able to withstand a few more attacks. In the sky, Zhou Chun looked at the two severed corpses that had fallen into the water, shook his head, retrieved his magic weapon, and used his magic to retrieve the storage bag from the corpse. However, the battle was not yet over, and he didn't have time to examine the contents of the storage bag. He immediately took his two spirit pets to help Zhou. But before he could join the battle, the two Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators, having witnessed their companion's tragic end, turned and fled without looking back. Zhou and his two spirit pets desperately tried to stop them, managing to capture only the mid-Foundation Establishment cultivator, while the late Foundation Establishment cultivator escaped. The mid-Foundation Establishment cultivator who was left behind was quite resolute. Seeing that he couldn't escape and didn't want to die, he immediately raised his hands and shouted, "Don't kill me. I surrender." Hearing this, Zhou Chun and Zhou were both slightly taken aback. This was the first time they had encountered a Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator surrendering voluntarily. When they previously destroyed strongholds, the captured Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators were all directly captured by Purple Mansion stage cultivators, without giving them any chance to surrender. What should we do? Spare his life? Zhou frowned, leaving the decision to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, after scrutinizing the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator who was shouting surrender for a moment, said in a deep voice, "Give me a reason not to kill you." The meaning was simple. He wanted the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator to demonstrate his worth. Hearing this, the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator's mind raced with a strong will to survive. Then, his eyes lit up, And he suddenly shouted, "A 1,000-year-old spiritual herb! I know where there are 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs around here." Second update today. Chapter 229 Water Jade Lingzi, Chongshin encounters danger. Millennial spiritual herbs? Upon hearing the surrendering dragon transformation sect cultivator utter these 4 words, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan's eyes lit up, instantly tempted. They knew the value of millennial spiritual herbs. They were connoisseurs. A single herb could be exchanged for a foundation establishment pill from a high-level cultivator in need. Even major sects like the Azure Lotus Temple regularly offered bounties for various millennial spiritual herbs. And to obtain those herbs, the bounties were often foundation establishment pills or pills that could help one break through minor realms. Only in this way could they attract various cultivation families and independent cultivators to exchange their millennial spiritual herbs. If the Zhou family could obtain a few good millennial spiritual herbs, it would be excellent, whether to use them to curry favor with a golden core cultivator, find a powerful backer, or exchange them for scarce family resources like foundation establishment pills. So, upon hearing the words of the dragon transformation sect cultivator who was about to surrender, Zhou Chun immediately changed his attitude, smiling broadly as he said, "Very good. If you can truly help us obtain the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine, not only will I accept your surrender, but I'll even spare your life." Compared to the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine, which is difficult to buy even with spiritual coins, the merit of losing a mere mid-foundation establishment cultivator's head is truly nothing. Receiving this promise, the dragon transformation sect cultivator who had narrowly escaped death breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Thank you for your great kindness, Senior. This junior will certainly do my best to help you achieve your wish." He was superior to Zhou Chun in both cultivation and age, yet he addressed Zhou Chun as senior so naturally, which amused Zhou Chun. While strength was paramount in the cultivation world, such a shameless individual was quite rare. No wonder he had so easily uttered the word surrender earlier. However, this wasn't the time to dwell on that. Zhou Chun quickly looked at the man and said, "Tell me about the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb first. Tell me everything you know." Hearing this, the dragon transformation sect cultivator dared not conceal anything and hurriedly recounted the details. According to him, he had once worked in this spiritual herb garden and had helped a certain protector of the Black Dragon Hall cultivate and care for a special 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. Therefore, he knew where that protector had transplanted the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. After explaining the situation, the man pointed to a mountain peak dozens of miles away and said, "The thing is on that Twilight Rain Peak. There's a water mulberry tree there that is over 2,000 years old, and the water jade spirit mushroom is parasitizing on that spiritual tree." "Alright, in that case, you lead the way." Zhou Chun glanced in the direction he was pointing and immediately made a decision. He sent a telepathic message to Zhou Chongshin on the spirit peak, instructing him to accompany him and the dragon transformation sect cultivator to harvest a 1,000-year water jade spirit mushroom, while Zhou Jiaoru and Zhou Jiapeng remained to continue harvesting the spiritual herbs in the herb garden. After this division of labor, the three immediately headed to the location of the 1,000-year water jade spirit mushroom. Since most of the Black Dragon Hall cultivators had gone to plug the breach, the three of them encountered no obstacles, flying 30 or 40 miles and quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain where the 1,000-year water jade spirit mushroom was located. This mountain was not a famous one within the Black Dragon Hall's territory. It had long been occupied by a Black Dragon Hall protector to cultivate the 1,000-year water jade spirit mushroom and other high-age spiritual herbs. Therefore, the mountain was protected by an array set up by that protector. Normally, that protector would have trusted cultivators preside over the array to protect and care for the spiritual herbs. But now that the Black Dragon Hall had suffered a catastrophic disaster, all the Black Dragon Hall cultivators had to go to provide strength for the protective array, leaving no cultivators on this mountain. This wouldn't normally be a problem, given the protector's high status within the Black Dragon Hall. Even without anyone guarding Twilight Rain Peak, few Black Dragon Hall cultivators would dare covet the 1,000-year-old water jade spirit mushroom on the mountain. But who could blame them now that a traitor had emerged from among them? At this moment, after probing the array attacks on Twilight Rain Peak several times, Zhou Chongshin had roughly figured out how to break the unguarded array. Under his guidance, Zhou Chun, along with their two spirit pets and the dragon transformation sect cultivator, attacked together, breaking the array in just a few rounds. When they reached the summit, the first thing they saw was the water mulberry tree, which was over 10 zang tall. This water mulberry tree was also a spirit tree. Its leaves could be used to make talismans, its bark could be used in medicine and for making talismans, and its mulberry fruit was a delicious spiritual fruit. Unfortunately, it wasn't mulberry season, and the tree only had palm-sized, bluish-green leaves. The incomparably precious 1,000-year-old water jade spirit mushroom was parasitizing on the exposed roots of this spirit tree. Judging from the size and texture of this water jade lingzi, it's probably at least 1,300 years old, or even older. Zhou Chun stepped forward and carefully examined the azure blue lingzi growing on the tree root. He immediately expressed his judgment with delight. Although he was a formation master, he had lived a long life and was quite skilled in identifying spiritual herbs. After stating his assessment, he sighed softly, as if expressing a slight regret. It's a pity that transplanting such a spiritual herb requires a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage to have a chance of success. Moreover, this water jade lingzi has already been transplanted once. Transplanting it again would be too difficult. Otherwise, it would be perfect if it could be transplanted back to my Zhou family's herb garden. Hearing this, Zhou Chun was speechless. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Second elder, you jest. Let alone the fact that we simply don't have time for such delicate work right now. Even if we could, our Zhou family doesn't possess a spiritual tree like this water mulberry tree, suitable for nurturing the 1,000-year water jade spirit mushroom." That's true. That's how it is when people get old. They easily develop unrealistic fantasies. Zhou Chun nodded, then shook his head, walking away dejectedly to the side, giving Zhou Chun the opportunity to harvest a 1,000-year water jade spirit mushroom. Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately used his finger as a sword, golden light bursting from his fingertip, severing the water mulberry tree rooted in the water jade spirit mushroom from both ends, then collecting the middle section of the root into a large jade box. After doing this, Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun began harvesting other spiritual herbs planted nearby, even tossing out some jade boxes for the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator to join in the harvesting. The opponent's magical artifacts had been confiscated, and Zhou Chun had the silver lightning python keep a close eye on him, so he wasn't worried about any tricks. The three of them worked together, and in less than a quarter of an hour, they had looted all the spiritual herbs on the mountain, then quickly returned to the mountain peak where the herb garden was located. When the three returned to the mountain peak, the various high-grade spiritual herbs in the garden had been almost completely harvested, and their jade boxes were almost used up. Seeing this, Zhou Chun decisively ordered, "Forget it, we don't need the rest. Our harvest today is enough," including the 1,000-year-old water jade spirit mushroom. Their harvest today was probably worth 60 or 70,000 spirit coins, or even more. Such a harvest was more than enough to justify their adventure today. Now their task was to protect this harvest and bring it back to the family safely. Fortunately, the Zhou family cultivators were all sensible. Hearing Zhou Chun's words, although they felt a little regretful, they still obeyed his orders. Once everyone had arrived, Zhou Chun said to the surrendered Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator, "I keep my word. Since you helped me obtain the water jade spirit mushroom, I will spare your life. Now get lost." Hearing this, the man's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly bowed and thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. I'll leave right away." After saying this, he quickly flew towards the small river at the foot of the mountain, seemingly preparing to escape by water. Zhou Chun frowned slightly upon seeing this, as if he wanted to say something. But Zhou Chun waved his hand and said, "Let's go too. Let's meet up with the Supreme Elder first." Then he led the way, rushing towards the gap they had come from. Seeing this, the Zhou family cultivators had no choice but to follow closely. Coincidentally, Zhou Chun and his group had only gone halfway when they encountered a group of Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators, including the late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator who had escaped earlier. It seemed they had come specifically to deal with them. The moment the two sides met, the late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator pointed at them and shouted, "It's them. They stole all the spiritual herbs from Little Cloud Peak." Hearing this, the other 7 Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators who had come with him immediately attacked without hesitation. This time it was 7 against 5, and the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators included 2 late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators. Against this lineup, the 5 members of the Zhou family had no advantage whatsoever. "Go, don't get entangled with them. We'll fight and retreat, and rejoin the main force first," After exchanging a few blows, Zhou Chun, seeing that his side was unlikely to gain any advantage, immediately transmitted his voice, instructing everyone to fight and retreat, avoiding entanglement with the enemy. However, the dragon transformation sect cultivators weren't stupid. They quickly understood their intentions from their actions. Stop them. We can't let them escape, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from the dragon transformation sect shouted loudly, waving his hand and casting a second-tier high-grade magic talisman at Zhou Chun, who was fighting him. Although the dragon transformation sect was located in a remote area, it was not poor. The Foundation establishment cultivators there were no less wealthy than the disciples of the three major sects of Jin Kingdom, and their magical artifacts and talismans were all top-notch. To stop the 5 members of the Zhou family, they spared no expense in using their talismans, unleashing a barrage of second-tier talismans. Under this financial onslaught, the 5 members of the Zhou family, despite their own counterattacks, were still hampered and unable to break free. Seeing this, Zhou Chun gritted his teeth and seized an opportunity, unleashing his painstakingly practiced flowing golden rainbow at a Foundation establishment cultivator fighting Zhou Jiaru nearby. The golden rainbow pierced the air like a golden lightning bolt, instantly penetrating the Foundation establishment cultivator's protective aura and exploding his head in midair. This sudden turn of events startled the other dragon transformation sect cultivators, who quickly slowed their attacks and focused on their own defense, fearing that Zhou Chun might strike them as well. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhou Jiaru quickly went to help Zhou Jiapeng deal with another early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from the Dragon Transformation sect. However, just when Zhou Chun thought he had secured an advantage by defeating his enemy with a single blow, a change occurred on Zhou Chongshan's side. It turned out that since breaking through to the late-stage Foundation establishment, Zhou Chongshan had rarely fought against cultivators of the same level, spending most of his time studying formations within his family, resulting in a relatively low level of combat skill. The late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from the Dragon Transformation sect he faced, on the other hand, frequently went out to fight demonic beasts and had even fought against many cultivators of the same level from Jin Kingdom during the previous invasion, demonstrating a very high level of combat skill. Furthermore, besides the Dragon Transformation secret technique, he also cultivated several other powerful secret arts. Unfortunately, Zhou Chongshan didn't have a spirit pet to assist him like Zhou Chun. Seeing that Zhou Chun's side had gained a slight advantage, he became somewhat relaxed. However, his opponent keenly sensed this and immediately unleashed a powerful offensive secret technique combined with a magical weapon attack, directly breaking through his double defenses and leaving a horrific wound on his body. Second Elder, I'm here to help you." At this moment, seeing Zhou Chongshan severely injured, the Zhou family members, while shocked and dismayed, hurriedly rushed to his aid. "Don't panic. I'm not going to die." Zhou Chongshan, his face pale, hurriedly circulated his magic power to cut off the main blood vessels around the wound, slowing the rate of blood loss, while simultaneously shouting for everyone not to panic and not to give the enemy an opportunity to seize the chance while trying to save him. But how could Zhou Chun ignore him? Zhou Chun raised his hand and patted the storage bag at his waist, and a shimmering third-tier magic talisman appeared in his hand. This was the third-tier low-grade offensive magic talisman that Taoist Mingxia of King Lian Temple had bestowed upon the Zhou family on behalf of the sect. Originally, Zhou Chun had kept this magic talisman as a trump card, preferring to use the flowing golden rainbow secret technique rather than use this item. Seeing Zhou Chongshan in danger, he could no longer care about anything else. He channeled his magic power into the talisman in his hand, which immediately floated above his head and quickly transformed into a ball of azure light. With a thought, Zhou Chun transformed the azure light into a long spear of azure light, shooting towards the Dragon Transformation sect cultivator who had injured Zhou Chongshan. Upon seeing this, the man was terrified and hurriedly roared, activating the Dragon Transformation secret technique to its fullest extent. His black dragon scales emitted a dazzling black light, and he activated a second-tier high-grade defensive shield to block in front of him. But how powerful was a third-tier spell? The spear pierced through the air, easily shattering his shield, and then pierced through the black protective cloud surrounding him, crashing heavily onto him. Instantly, this late-stage Foundation establishment Dragon Transformation sect cultivator was blasted dozens of feet away, a huge bloody hole appearing in his chest. However, the Dragon Transformation secret technique was indeed powerful. Despite suffering such severe injuries, He still possessed the life force to turn and flee. But could he truly escape? A flash of yellow light appeared, and an earthen yellow stone mace struck the fleeing dragon transformation sect cultivator heavily on the head, instantly smashing his skull into a mangled mess. It turned out that Zhou Chun had seized the opportunity to finish him off, personally avenging himself. There should be another chapter tonight. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Driven by Greed, the opportunity for victory emerges. In a 7-on-5 situation, after the Zhou family killed one late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator and one early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, the late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Dragon Transformation Sect, who had previously escaped with his life, immediately fled again without a word. His escape caused the other four, intimidated by Zhou Chun's ferocity, to scatter like birds. The Zhou family members, worried about Zhou Chun's safety, had no intention of pursuing the others and quickly gathered around him to check on his injuries. "Don't worry, I'm fine, I won't die for now," Zhou Chun said, taking a healing pill and applying ointment to his wounds. He then waved his hand, indicating that everyone shouldn't worry about him. However, his pale face made it impossible for anyone to truly feel at ease. After observing him for a while, Zhou Chun softly advised, "Second Elder, please don't participate in the battle anymore. Rest on my golden armored rock turtle's back." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoquan nodded in agreement. "Zheng Chun is right. Second Elder, your health is important, you should rest well." Zhou Jiaru and Zhou Jiapeng also offered words of comfort. "Alright, then I'll rest for a bit. You'll have to work harder." Zhou Chun looked at the four worried faces and finally nodded, no longer trying to push himself. So Zhou Chun had the golden armored rock turtle carry Zhou Chun as they continued their journey towards the breach they had entered through. At this time, many Jinguo cultivators, like them, had stormed into various parts of the Black Dragon branch, burning, killing, and looting. Fires and thick smoke rose from many places in the mountains. Fortunately, the Black Dragon branch's terrain was unique, with each mountain peak separated by rivers. Otherwise, the fire spreading from all sides would have likely burned most of the mountain gate to the ground. The cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect also became firefighters, frantically chasing and intercepting those trying to break into the mountain gate. However, they were outnumbered by the Jing Kingdom cultivators, making it impossible to ensure no one escaped. Moreover, the protective array's foundations still needed guards. Therefore, when Zhou Chun and his group returned, there were few cultivators fighting near the breach. Both sides had dispersed, creating smaller battlefields. The fiercest fighting took place precisely at the locations of the array foundations. 11th Uncle, you escort the Second Elder back to the main camp first. We'll stay here to support the Supreme Elder, Zhou Chun said, quickly making new arrangements after surveying the various battlefields. Hearing his arrangement, Zhou Chun frowned and said, "Retreating now is not a good idea. If we are investigated, it would be considered desertion." Zhou Chun immediately shook his head and said, "Our Zhou family led the charge earlier, which is enough to prove that we are not cowards. Furthermore, the enemy cultivators' corpses and belongings we captured serve as evidence. No one can say anything against us. Besides, Second Elder, you are indeed seriously injured. It is reasonable for you to retreat now." After he finished speaking, Zhou Daoquan nodded and said, "Zheng Chun is right. Only if Second Elder retreats safely can we have no worries." The implication was that Zhou Chun staying would actually reduce the team's fighting strength. This left Zhou Chun speechless. He could only sigh softly and say, "Alright, then I will retreat first. Please be careful." Then, escorted by Zhou Jiaru, he withdrew from the Black Dragon branch altar gate. After witnessing the two successfully withdraw, Zhou Chun and his companions observed the battlefield and immediately charged towards a nearby battlefield. Near a mountain peak within the Black Dragon branch altar, 8 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Jing Kingdom were locked in fierce combat with 7 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Dragon Transformation Sect. Although they had a numerical advantage, the 7 Dragon Transformation Sect Foundation Establishment cultivators were in better condition and had the assistance of over 20 key refining cultivators. The Jing Kingdom cultivators didn't gain much of an advantage, only managing to kill a few key refining cultivators. Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the battlefield. "Fellow Taoist Wang, fellow Taoist Sun, I, Zhou, have come to help you." Before the words were finished, a valiant young man in a golden robe rode a giant silver-white python, flying through the air, flanked by a middle-aged man riding a flying crane and an eagle. Seeing this, Wang Zhixian, who was engaged in a fierce battle with a powerful enemy, was overjoyed and immediately responded loudly, "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoists of the Zhou family. I, Wang, am deeply grateful." It turned out that these 8 Foundation establishment cultivators from Jingguo were from the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley and the Sun family of Golden Maple Ridge. Knowing their strength was inferior to the Zhou family, the cultivators from both families had banded together after storming the Black Dragon Branch altar. Zhou Chun, who had been observing the surroundings, happened to see Wang Zhixian using a secret technique he had used at the 100 Clans assembly from several mountain peaks, thus discovering their presence and promptly leading his men to help. At this moment, as the 3 members of the Zhou family entered the battlefield, 3 of the 7 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Dragon Transformation Sect were quickly killed, and the remaining 4 fled in panic. The 3 members of the Zhou family and Wang Zhixian did not pursue them, but instead landed on the ground and exchanged information. During their conversation, Wang Zhixian pointed to a majestic peak not far away and said, "There is a cave on that mountain that is protected by an array. It is very likely the cave of a protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect, fellow Taoist Zhou. Would you be interested in coming with us to investigate?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chun keenly noticed that the other Foundation establishment cultivators from the Wang family and the cultivators from the Sun family were somewhat displeased, but due to his status and the favor he had received from the Zhou family earlier, he remained silent. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's mind raced, and he quickly shook his head, saying, "Since this is an opportunity for you, fellow Taoist Wang, I won't take it. We'll seek another opportunity." Unexpectedly, Wang Zhixian continued to invite him sincerely, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you're too kind. Based on your help just now, you should rightfully share in the benefits within the cave. Besides, the caves of Purple Mansion cultivators are protected by extraordinary formations. With just a few of us, I'm afraid it would be difficult to break through the protective formations in a short time. I appreciate fellow Taoist Wang's kindness, but it's truly unnecessary." Zhou Chun shook his head, declining the offer again. Seeing his firm refusal, Wang Zhixian didn't try to persuade him further. He immediately gave Zhou Chun 2 of the 3 fallen Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators' corpses as a token of gratitude for their assistance. This time, Zhou Chun didn't refuse. After collecting the items, he left with his men. After Zhou Chun and the others left, a Wang family cultivator behind Wang Zhixian complained to him with a disgruntled expression, "Clan leader, why did you insist on inviting Zhou Zhixian? We were the ones who discovered that cave dwelling. Why let them get a share?" Hearing this, Wang Zhixian's eyes twitched, but he didn't answer the elder's question. Instead, he looked at Sun Zhongping, the Sun family patriarch beside him, and asked, "Fellow Taoist Sun, what do you say?" Sun Zhongping shook his head and said, "I have nothing to say. After the war, I'll personally visit Zhou to express my gratitude. Then how about we go together?" Wang Zhixian nodded, making the suggestion. Sun Zhongping naturally agreed without hesitation. Then, Wang Zhixian waved his hand and led everyone to the location of the cave dwelling. He completely ignored the Wang family elders' complaints. This disregard made the elders' face very unpleasant. With outsiders present, he couldn't say anything more inflammatory and risk becoming a laughingstock, so he could only suppress his anger and follow. Little did he know that Wang Zhixian hadn't taken offense because of the presence of outsiders. Otherwise, he would have been furious and cursing him out. On the other side, after Zhou Chun and the others left, Zhou Jiapeng said with a displeased expression, "Those guys from the Wang family are truly heartless. We went to help them out of kindness, yet they're so wary of us, as if we only help them for their own gain." He had naturally noticed the Wang family cultivators' defensiveness, but he hadn't dared to express it openly before. Hearing this, Zhou Chun calmly said, "Fellow Taoist Wang Zhixian still has some vision. With him in the Wang family, things won't be too bad. People who forget righteousness for profit are everywhere in the cultivation world. There's no need to get angry over those guys." Zhou Daoquan chimed in, not taking the Wang family cultivators' reactions to heart. Having heard their words, Zhou Jiapeng couldn't dwell on the matter any longer, lest he appear petty. So he changed the subject, asking, "Where do we go next?" Judging by the time, We've been here for over half an hour. For safety's sake, let's not wander around anymore. Let's go check on the Supreme Elders first. Zhou Chun pondered for a moment before offering his opinion. He then looked at Zhou Daoquan and asked, Third Elder, what's your opinion? I have no opinion. Zhangjin, you make the decision. Zhou Daoquan shook his head, indicating he had no objection. Zhou Jiapeng naturally wouldn't object either. Therefore, the three of them immediately changed direction and headed towards Zhou Ming's location. Compared to the Foundation establishment cultivators like Zhou Chun and his group who had more freedom of movement, the Purple Mansion cultivators like Zhou Ming were much less free. They had all received orders to attack the Black Dragon Branch's protective array base with all their might, ensuring the destruction of 2 or 3 bases, rendering the protective array unable to function properly. However, the Dragon Transformation Sect also placed great importance on protecting the array bases, with almost all its protectors stationed at various array bases. Although the protective array had been breached, arrays of this level, as long as they were not completely destroyed, could still exert considerable power. With the help of the array's power, the Dragon Transformation Sect protectors, even though outnumbered by the Purple Mansion stage cultivators from the Jing Kingdom, still firmly guarded the array bases. When Zhou Chun and his group arrived near the battlefield where Zhou Ming was, they saw Zhou Ming and 8 other Purple Mansion stage cultivators relentlessly attacking a black light shield. Inside the black light shield, 4 Dragon Transformation Sect protectors guarded the 4 sides, constantly using magical artifacts and spells to resist the attacks of Zhou Ming and the others, firmly protecting a black banner several dozen feet tall in the center. The black light shield was formed from the power of the black banner. After observing from a distance for a while, Zhou Chun realized that while Zhou Ming and the others' attacks weren't entirely ineffective against the light shield, the effect was indeed not very good. He estimated that without the intervention of stronger forces, Zhou Ming and the others had less than a 10% chance of breaking through the light barrier. After watching for a while, he couldn't help but shake his head and say, it's a pity that the second elder is injured. Otherwise, he might be able to provide some useful advice to the Supreme Elder and the others. Zhou Chongshan's mastery of formations was extremely high. The reason they were able to break through the formation and harvest spiritual herbs so easily before was largely due to him finding the flaw in the formation's operation. Unfortunately, he was now seriously injured and had to withdraw from the battle. Let's wait. As long as the Supreme Elder is alright, we just need to take care of ourselves, Zhou Chun said, then put a rejuvenation pill into his mouth and silently refined the pill to recover his mana. Seeing this, Zhou Daoquan and Zhou Jiapeng followed suit. After waiting for about half an hour, a powerful aura suddenly startled the three of them. They looked up and saw a giant golden axe, driven by a burly man from the Moonwheel Sect, fiercely slashing at the black light barrier. With just this one strike, cracks appeared on the previously impenetrable black light shield. However, with a slight sway of the black banner inside, a beam of black light landed on the shield, quickly repairing the cracks. They've even used a talisman. Zhou Chun stared at the golden giant axe, instantly recognizing its origin. As if prearranged, shortly after the golden giant axe appeared, a Taoist from the Azure Lotus Temple also summoned a flying sword talisman, transforming it into a silver flying sword and fiercely attacking the black light shield. Under the combined attack of the axe and the sword, the repair speed of the cracks on the black light shield couldn't keep up with the rate of disintegration. Cracks continued to appear, as if the black light shield might shatter at any moment. The 4 Dragon Transformation Sect protectors inside paled upon seeing this. Then, one of the Dragon Transformation Sect protectors immediately took out a talisman and activated it, transforming it into a black coiled dragon iron staff to fight the golden giant axe. With one less talisman attacking, the black light shield stabilized again. But just then, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from afar. The black banner inside the shield dimmed, seemingly affected by something, and stopped releasing black light to repair the shield. A perfect opportunity. Seeing this, Zhou Ming and the others' eyes lit up. 2 Purple Mansion cultivators immediately pulled out 3rd-tier magic talismans and launched them at the black light shield. The Kinglian Temple Taoist wielding the silver flying sword talisman unleashed its full power, sending it crashing down on the black light shield like a silver meteor. Bang! With a loud explosion, the black light shield was finally shattered by the silver flying sword talisman. Destroy that array flag first, a shout came from the Purple Mansion cultivator wielding the golden giant axe, and then several 3rd-tier magic weapons simultaneously bombarded the black banner planted on the array base. This is the second update today. Tomorrow's first update might not be until 1 or 2 p.m. I'll try to maintain 2 updates a day. Chapter 231. One slip can lead to eternal regret. The Great Formation is broken. With the 2 foundations of the protective formation destroyed one after another, the Black Dragon Branch's protective formation suffered irreparable damage. What should have been a recovery within an hour was now beyond repair. The destruction of these 2 foundations greatly boosted the morale of the Jing Kingdom side, while also filing the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators with shock and rage, igniting a desperate, reckless will to fight. Soon, several Dragon Transformation Sect protectors unleashed the Dragon Transformation Ascension technique, a desperate secret art, transforming into dragons and frantically charging into the battlefield to slaughter the Jing Kingdom's foundation establishment cultivators. Previously, although the battles were fierce, they had still adhered to some tacit rules. Purple Mansion stage cultivators wouldn't actively hunt down Foundation establishment cultivators before completely defeating the opposing Purple Mansion stage cultivators. But now, with the 2 foundations destroyed, and the fall of the sect inevitable, the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators, in their despair, no longer cared about such things. The result was a fortunate accident. The Purple Mansion stage cultivators of the Jing Kingdom, who had originally planned to capitalize on their momentum and expand their gains, hurriedly returned to rescue their own descendants. At this point, even if the 3 major sects, including Taoist Mingjing, invoked the orders of Golden Core stage cultivators, they couldn't truly restrain the Purple Mansion stage cultivators. After all, the law doesn't punish the masses. Could those Golden Core stage cultivators possibly kill all of these dozens of Purple Mansion stage cultivators? With the personnel scattered, regrouping would be extremely difficult. Some even voluntarily withdrew from the battle due to excessive exhaustion or serious injuries. Cultivators may be excellent warriors, but they are not soldiers. They find it difficult to continue fighting for the orders of their superiors, even when severely wounded. Perhaps they could fight to the death to protect their own families, but in this situation, they absolutely could not. And once many cultivators retreated, other cultivators naturally followed suit. Thus, what should have been a vigorous offensive to expand their gains turned into a rout. When they realized their own forces were dwindling, some cultivators still inside the Black Dragon Branch altar even thought they had been defeated and panicked, hastily turning to flee. Many unfortunate individuals thus lost their lives in this confused state. Fortunately, the 4 members of the Zhou family did not encounter such misfortune. After breaching a formation base, the 9 Purple Mansion stage cultivators, including Zhou Mingde, who had made great contributions, were busy besieging the 4 Dragon Transformation Sect protectors inside and had no time to expand their gains elsewhere. After they had killed 3 of the 4 Dragon Transformation Sect protectors, they were all greatly exhausted and prepared to rest and recover their mana. However, before they could recover and attack again, the situation suddenly changed, forcing them to retreat from the battlefield as well. It was at this time that Zhou Chun and the other 2 followed Zhou Mingde and retreated from the Black Dragon Branch altar. Because the retreat was somewhat chaotic. Upon reaching the temporary camp outside, the first thing the cultivators from the 3 major sects, including Taoist Mingjing, did was to gather all the cultivators together to investigate the reasons for the retreat. During this investigation, naturally, few dared to claim they had retreated voluntarily. They all insisted they only followed after seeing others retreat. Those like the Zhou family, who had retreated with other cultivators, even dragged in other cultivators to corroborate their claims. In the end, it was only through those remaining at the camp that it was possible to identify who had returned first. This implicated Zhou Chongshan and Zhou Jiaru. Fortunately, Taoist Mingjing had a good impression of the Zhou family, and Zhou Chongshan's wounds and age were a factor. After understanding the situation and learning that Zhou Ming's team had breached a formation base, he didn't pursue the matter further and even bestowed a healing elixir upon Zhou Chongshan. Just then, seeing the changing battle situation below, the Golden Core cultivators from the Jing Kingdom side, who were fighting in the sky, immediately sent one down to investigate. Taoist Mingjing dared not conceal anything and quickly reported the preliminary findings. Upon learning the situation, the Golden Core cultivator was both pleased and furious, his emotions incredibly complex. The breach of 2 array bases meant that the Black Dragon Branch's protective array had a flaw that was difficult to repair in the short term, which would be crucial for conquering this place. However, the battle, which should have seized this opportunity to expand their gains, had been ruined by the reckless actions of some family cultivators, causing them to fail at the last hurdle. How could this not be infuriating? However, the mistake had been made. The Hulong sect cultivators within the Black Dragon branch had already redeployed their defenses, while their own side was demoralized by this inexplicable defeat. Even though the Golden Core cultivator was furious, he knew this was not the time to assign blame and could only order his troops to hold the camp and rest. Fellow Taoist Wang, please accept my condolences. Things have come to this, you must take care of yourself. Inside the temporary camp, Zhou Chun looked at the listless and numb Wang Xiangshan before him, feeling incredibly fortunate. Luckily, he hadn't been greedy and insisted on joining Wang Xiangshan and the others to attack the Purple Mansion stage cultivator's cave, otherwise, his condition would likely be no better. It turned out that although Wang Xiangshan and his group had successfully breached the Purple Mansion stage cultivator's cave after considerable effort and gained many benefits, the time taken was too long, causing them to miss the optimal time to retreat. By the time they finished looting the cave and emerged, Zhou Chun and the others had almost already withdrawn from the Black Dragon branch. Thus, cultivators like Wang Xiangshan who couldn't retreat in time were in dire straits. Under the onslaught of the returning Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators, most of them lost their lives. Only a very few, like Wang Xiangshan, who possessed multiple life-saving trump cards, managed to barely catch up with the retreating army and escape. At the time, the Wang and Sun families had a total of 8 Foundation Establishment cultivators, but only Wang Xiangshan managed to escape. Even the Sun family patriarch, Sun's Hongping, failed to escape. This blow was immense for both families. When Wang Guangping, a Purple Mansion cultivator from the Wang family, learned of the news, he was so enraged that he coughed up a mouthful of blood, worsening his internal injuries sustained on the battlefield and forcing him to retreat to a quiet room to meditate and recuperate. Wang Xiangshan, standing before Zhou Chun, was completely numb, his spirit utterly dejected. At this moment, facing his own fate, a flash of grief crossed Wang Xiangshan's eyes, and he couldn't help but beat his chest and cry out, "Greed blinds the eyes. I, Wang, have failed the trust of my family, failed the fallen elders, and failed my fellow Daoists from the Sun family." His heart was filled with remorse, regretting his momentary greed that had led to such a grave mistake. This remorse might haunt him for the rest of his life, preventing him from ever escaping it. But life is like that, examples of one wrong step leading to eternal regret are countless. All Zhou Chun could do at this point was offer words of comfort and remind himself to learn from this experience. After resting in the camp for most of the day, the battle between the Golden Core cultivators in the sky finally ended with a Dragon Transformation Sect's defeat. However, the Golden Core cultivators' survival skills were too strong. Without an absolute advantage, the Jing Kingdom side couldn't capture a single enemy, only managing to injure 2, achieving a minor victory. The retreating Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators quickly set up 3 more defensive formations at the breach. This caused the Jing Kingdom's cultivators to halt their pursuit and return to their camp to rest. It was then that Zhou Chun sensed another aspect of the Golden Core cultivators' power. When a dozen or 20 Golden Core cultivators absorbed spiritual energy to restore their mana, the entire temporary camp's spiritual energy was absorbed by them like a whale swallowing the sea. Even so, the spiritual energy within this temporary camp was far from sufficient for these people. They could only use extremely precious spirit crystals to aid in restoring their mana, or take replenishing pills, which were far more potent than the rejuvenation pill. In comparison, the Golden Core cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect were much more fortunate. The spiritual vein within the Black Dragon branch altar was a high-grade spiritual vein, with a spiritual energy concentration approaching that of a top-tier spiritual vein. It was more than enough to restore the mana of 10 Golden Core cultivators, or even 30 to 50. With such a strategic advantage, they were not afraid of delaying. The longer it dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for them. The cultivators of the 3 major sects of Jing Kingdom, as the attacking side, naturally understood this. Therefore, after the 20 Golden Core cultivators had meditated and rested for 7 or 8 hours, a new order to attack was issued again. By the orders of our seniors, all those not seriously injured must participate in this attack. Victory is the only option, defeat is not permitted. Anyone who dares to retreat will be executed without mercy. Inside the camp, Taoist Mingjing sternly relayed the orders to the Golden Core cultivators, his words filled with a chilling aura. Clearly, although the retreating cultivators weren't actually punished due to the principle of collective punishment, their previous poor performance effectively blocked any escape routes. Faced with such a harsh order, Regardless of their inner thoughts, everyone had no choice but to obey. Soon, 20 golden core cultivators from the Jing Kingdom once again soared into the sky. Seeing this, the golden core cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect in the Black Dragon Branch altar had no choice but to continue their battle. They had no choice but to engage now. With 2 array foundations destroyed, even with the array master D long present, it was impossible to repair them within a day or two and restore the array to its former power. Unable to unleash its previous power, the protective array was utterly unable to withstand the fierce attack of 20 golden core cultivators and thousands of purple mansion and foundation establishment cultivators. In comparison, in open battle, generals against generals, soldiers against soldiers, their side could still hold some advantage in terrain. After both sides' 4th-tier beings went to fight in the sky, the purple mansion cultivators of the Jing Kingdom led the foundation establishment cultivators in an attack on the breach. The Moonwheel Sect cultivators who came to provide support set up another crescent moon shooting star array, first condensing a silver arrow tens of feet long and shooting it towards a newly set up array near the breach. Boom! With a loud roar, the array immediately shook violently, almost shattering. On the other side, the Kinglian Temple cultivators were not to be outdone, setting up 2 of the Kinglian Temple's secret battle arrays, the Kinglian Sword Array, 2 giant azure swords condensed in the air, each slashing towards an array set up by the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators. Meanwhile, cultivators from various cultivation families, such as the Zhou family, rushed forward, unleashing a barrage of spells and magical artifacts upon the 3 formations. Everyone knew that to breach the Black Dragon Branch and avoid being outmaneuvered, these 3 formations had to be destroyed first. The Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators inside were trying to buy time. Aside from those controlling the formations, the rest were doing their utmost to intercept the spells and artifacts aimed at them, relieving pressure on the formations. However, the disparity in numbers was ultimately too great for the 3 formations to overcome. After nearly 2 hours of continuous attack, the formation attacked by the Crescent Moon Shooting Stars formation shattered first, and many Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators inside perished on the spot. The Crescent Moon Shooting Stars formation then continued its attack on another formation, quickly breaking it as well. In this way, within a mere quarter of an hour, all 3 formations were destroyed, leaving the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators with no formations left to use. Charge! Slaughter all the traitors of the Dragon Transformation Sect inside, a purple mansion cultivator from the Moonwheel Sect shouted, dispersing the Crescent Moon Shooting Star formation that had rendered great service, and leading his men towards the breach. The 5 members of the Zhou family followed closely behind Taoist Mingjing, once again charging into the Black Dragon Branch altar's mountain gate. This time, a death order had been given to capture the Black Dragon Branch altar. Therefore, Zhou Chun and his companions had been closely following the Supreme Elder, no longer daring to act alone. Not only the Zhou family, but cultivators from other cultivation families were also either following their elders or sticking together. After the previous incident where the Purple Mansion cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect disregarded the rules and slaughtered Foundation Establishment cultivators, everyone had become much more cautious. Soon after entering the Black Dragon Branch altar's mountain gate, Zhou Chun and his group clashed with the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators who were also sticking together. Various magical lights flashed and erupted in the sky and on the ground, and magical artifacts flew through the air, instantly turning the entire Black Dragon Branch altar's mountain gate into a large battlefield. In this chaotic battle, even cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage could be instantly killed by concentrated fire, and many, focused on fighting their immediate enemy, were ambushed by others. Zhou Chun had the golden armored rock turtle transform into a mobile fortress, specifically to defend the 4 of them from enemy attacks. They followed closely behind Taoist Mingjing and his main force, seeking neither merit nor fault. After fighting for over an hour, they reached the cave of a golden core stage cultivator at the Black Dragon Branch. Meanwhile, a group of Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators, defeated and fleeing, escape into the cave's protective formation. Fellow Taoist Mingjing, what do we do now? A Purple Mansion cultivator from a cultivation family looked at Taoist Mingjing, his eyes filled with expectation as he asked about his plans. Sigh, because of some family matters, I'm feeling anxious and restless, and my condition is very bad. After hanging up the phone today, I was in a state of anxiety and couldn't concentrate on writing. I only finished this chapter now. I don't know if I can write another chapter tonight. If I can, I'll update, if not, oh well. Chapter 232 The Destruction of the Black Dragon Gang, Huge Gains. Even without a leader, the cave dwelling of a golden core cultivator is not something we can conquer in a short time. Amidst the expectant gazes of the surrounding cultivators, Taoist Mingjing uttered words that disappointed them. Admittedly, the cave dwelling of a golden core cultivator certainly contained many treasures. However, Taoist Mingjing still remembered the instructions of his sect's senior uncle. The priority was to capture the Black Dragon branch altar. Therefore, even knowing that everyone wanted to break into the cave and divide its treasures, he remained unmoved and led his men to detour to other battlefields to help. This mountain siege was different from previous ones. With a leader like Taoist Mingjing, certified as a golden core cultivator, present, no one dared to act on their own and disobey his orders. Therefore, despite their deep disappointment, everyone could only follow Taoist Mingjing. And so, the group followed Taoist Mingjing on his campaigns, going wherever there was battle. After a series of battles, almost every surviving cultivator gained considerable merit. With the deaths of numerous dragon transformation cultivators, the surviving ones either fled into the caves of Golden Core and Purple Mansion cultivators or hid in secluded areas within the mountain gate. Only then did the various teams that had stormed the Black Dragon branch begin their assault, attacking the caves of the high-ranking dragon transformation cultivators. On Zhou Chun's side, Taoist Mingjing led them to the cave of the Golden Core cultivator they had initially encountered, joining another team of Jinguo cultivators in the attack. With over a dozen Purple Mansion cultivators attacking together, the mountain where the cave was located shook violently, and the unmanned protective formation was quickly breached. The dragon transformation cultivators inside had nowhere to retreat and could only fight to the death. However, facing Jinguo cultivators who outnumbered them several times over, this action, aside from earning a commendable courage evaluation, had little effect. Less than a quarter of an hour later, the protective array of the cave was completely shattered, and all the cultivators of the dragon transformation sect inside were captured. So many spiritual herbs? Look over there. Could that be the legendary 1,000-year green smoke grass, 9-leaf red snake grass? That's also a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. That Solomon's seal is so tall. Could it also be a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb? Suddenly, exclamations of surprise rang out from all over the mountain. With a protective array completely broken, the herb garden on the mountain was exposed to everyone's view. Looking at the rare and precious spiritual herbs in the garden, many cultivators couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Some cultivators were even seeing 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs for the first time, their eyes wide and unblinking as they stared at the herbs in the garden. Seeing this, Taoist Mingjing hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Taoists, rest assured. The merits of each of you in this war have been recorded by me and the other two sects. After the victory, our three sects will certainly refine the spiritual items obtained in this war into pills and magical artifacts to reward those who have made contributions." As soon as he finished speaking, the leader of the other team, a cultivator from the Moonwheel sect, echoed, "Taoist Mingjing is absolutely right. How to dispose of these spiritual herbs is up to you seniors to decide. We must not be greedy." Hearing the two of them speaking in unison, the other cultivators present felt a chill in their hearts, and their faces darkened considerably. The most heartbreaking thing in the world is to have multiple 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs before you, only to have someone say they don't belong to you. At this moment, the family cultivators who had followed Taoist Mingjing and the Moonwheel sect cultivator in their long-term battle felt just that heartbroken. What had they been striving so hard to attack this Golden Core cultivator's cave for? Wasn't it for the treasures within? The treasure was right before their eyes, yet the two leaders claimed they weren't entitled to any. How could they be happy? A cultivator from a powerful family immediately spoke up, "Fellow Taoist Mingjing, fellow Taoist Jin, these spiritual herbs are yours to deal with, seniors. I have no objection, but this cave dwelling was built with our combined efforts. We can't let our efforts be for nothing." Before he finished speaking, someone else chimed in, "Yes, yes. We contributed manpower and resources to help the three major sects attack the Dragon Transformation sect, and we truly sacrificed our lives. We can't leave them with nothing." Faced with tangible benefits, even the prestige of the three major sects seemed less effective. After all, Taoist Mingjing and the Jin cultivator were only appointed as leaders by Golden Core cultivators, not actual Golden Core cultivators themselves. Moreover, some of the cultivators' family patriarchs were currently engaged in fierce combat with the Dragon Transformation sect's Golden Core cultivators in the sky above. Seeing this, Taoist Mingjing hurriedly communicated with a cultivator surnamed Jin to discuss a countermeasure. It's unclear what they discussed in their haste, but Taoist Mingjing quickly waved his hands and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, rest assured. We will remember the names of everyone present today. All the treasures obtained from this cave will be distributed to you according to their value, and you will not be treated unfairly." Taoist Mingjing is right. As long as we hand these things over to you seniors will definitely not treat you unfairly. The cultivator surnamed Jin echoed Taoist Mingjing's words loudly, vowing that no one would be treated unfairly. After these assurances from the other cultivators, though still reluctant, did not press their advantage. They then worked together to harvest all the spiritual herbs in the herb garden, packed them into jade boxes, and handed them to Taoist Mingjing and the cultivator surnamed Jin. Afterwards, the group broke through the cave gate and rushed inside. Unexpectedly, the cave contained some powerful forbidden techniques left behind by the Golden Core cultivator. A purple mansion cultivator from the Moon Wheel Sect who ventured inside was severely injured by the power of these techniques. Had it not been for the timely rescue by the cultivator surnamed Jin, he might have perished on the spot. Seeing this, the cultivators from various families stopped outside, focusing their attention on the cultivator surnamed Jin and Taoist Mingjing. Clearly, knowing they couldn't directly gain any benefits, none of them wanted to take the risk. "I'll give it a try," facing the gazes of the crowd. Taoist Mingjing hesitated for a moment before deciding to risk it himself. After casting several layers of protection on himself, he plunged into the cave. Soon, a series of booming sounds echoed from within the cave, rising and falling, lingering for a long time. Finally, all the sounds ceased, and Taoist Mingjing's voice came from within. "All right, fellow Taoists, you may come in now." Hearing this, Zhou Chun and the others didn't stand on ceremony and rushed into the cave, eager to witness the magnificent sight inside the Golden Core cultivator's cave. The cave was deeply buried within the mountain, seemingly hollowed out half of it, containing 20 or 30 stone chambers. Inside, Zhou Chun and the others saw several female cultivator corpses, presumably the Golden Core cultivator's servants. Mingjing Taoist, who had entered first, was waiting in front of a stone chamber with a tightly closed door. After the others entered, he said in a deep voice, "This is the treasure room inside the cave. Let's see what's inside." He then blasted open the stone door. However, to the disappointment and astonishment of the expectant crowd, the treasure room was completely empty. No treasures were to be seen. Staring at the empty treasure room, Mingjing Taoist's mouth gaped open, clearly finding this result unacceptable. It seems that the Golden Core cultivator was prepared to escape. He packed all his valuables and took them with him. Those spiritual herbs were just a smokescreen to deceive others. Zhou Ming narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, revealing this somewhat unacceptable fact. The subsequent search of the cave dwelling completely confirmed his words. Not only was the treasure room completely empty, but the library was the same. Even the jade bed in the bedroom had been moved. The entire cave dwelling was as clean as if rats had entered it. Nothing of value was left behind. This result almost made Mingjing Taoist grind his teeth to dust. He had used many methods to destroy the array formations and restrictions within the cave dwelling, even using a precious mid-grade third-tier defensive talisman. And this was it? After leaving the cave with a gloomy expression, he exhaled to Zhou Ming and the others, saying, "You all saw what happened inside the cave. If the seniors ask, you must all testify." Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Jin was the first to respond, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Mingjing. So many people saw it. The seniors will definitely believe what we say." Yes, we will definitely testify for fellow Taoist Mingjing," the others chimed in, comforting Taoist Mingjing's wounded heart. Next, the two teams joined forces again and began searching the Black Dragon Branch altar. At this point, the situation inside the Black Dragon Branch altar was largely settled. Most of the cultivators of the Black Dragon Hall of the Dragon Transformation Sect had perished, with only a small number escaping. Compared to the Golden Core cultivators who had packed their belongings and prepared to escape, the caves and residences of the Purple Mansion and Foundation Establishment cultivators contained many of their treasured possessions. This allowed some daring, solo cultivators from various families to make a fortune. After a night of fierce fighting, from dusk till dawn, only the cultivators from the Jing Kingdom remained at the Black Dragon Branch. Only then did the leaders, including Taoist Mingjing, order a retreat, leading Zhou Chun and the others back to their temporary camp for rest. In the sky, The golden core cultivators of the dragon transformation sect, realizing this, were filled with shock and anger, yet utterly helpless. They were outnumbered and could only barely hold off the Jing Kingdom's golden core cultivators, lacking the strength to do anything further. Ultimately, they could only retreat from the Black Dragon branch, filled with resentment and anger. The Jing Kingdom's golden core cultivators, naturally, wouldn't stand idly by and allow the enemy to escape, pursuing them for thousands of miles until reinforcements arrived. In this battle, while the Dragon Transformation Sect didn't lose a single golden core cultivator, it lost dozens of protectors, hundreds of missionaries, and over 1,000 ordinary followers. After this battle, apart from a few golden core cultivators and guardian beasts of the Black Dragon Hall who survived, the entire Black Dragon Hall almost followed in the footsteps of the Crimson Dragon Hall, utterly destroyed. On the other hand, the Jing Kingdom side suffered only 2 golden core cultivators injured, fewer than 10 Purple Mansion cultivators killed, and fewer than 100 Foundation Establishment cultivators lost, a resounding victory. This was another major victory for the Jing Kingdom since the start of the war, following the great victory at the Crimson Dragon branch. Therefore, when the pursuing golden core cultivators returned to their camp, apart from the heavily damaged families like the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley, the other cultivators who suffered minor losses were all overjoyed. The Zhou family was no exception. While waiting for the 20 golden core cultivators to return, they had already tallied up their spoils from the battle at the Black Dragon branch. Not counting the gathered spiritual herbs, they had as many as 17 storage bags belonging to the Foundation Establishment cultivators of the Black Dragon branch. These 17 storage bags belonged to 13 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Dragon Transformation Sect. The contents all belonged to the Zhou family, who could also register their owners' corpses along with the storage bags as battle merits, which would be used to claim rewards after the battle. After opening these storage bags, including the magical artifacts left behind by their owners, the Zhou family acquired 4 high-grade second-tier magical artifacts, 7 mid-grade second-tier magical artifacts, and 11 low-grade second-tier magical artifacts. In addition, there were over 10 second-tier magic talismans, dozens of bottles of various pills, and 4 sets of formations. There were also dozens of other items such as spirit gold, spirit jade, and spirit medicine. However, the most abundant item was spirit coins. The dozen or so storage bags contained a total of over 54,000 spirit coins. These spirit coins, as spoils of war, were not useless. The 3 major sects would reclaim them after the battle. Although it was currently unknown at what price the 3 major sects would buy back these spirit coins, even at half price, it would still be over 20,000 spirit coins. At least 100,000 spirit coins. The contents of these storage bags, converted into spirit coins, would be worth no less than 100,000. Inside the room, after Zhou Chun had roughly estimated the value of everything he had inventoried, he exclaimed with delight at the enormous sum. Hearing this, Zhou Ming nodded with a smile, saying, "That's right, my estimate is also above that amount. And this doesn't even include the spirit herbs we dug up from that spirit herb garden. If we include those, it's guaranteed to be at least 150,000 spirit coins." He then turned to Zhou Daoquan beside him and said with a smile, "It seems that after the war, the family can find a way to help you gather the spirit materials needed to open your purple mansion. I'm only finishing writing this now." Sigh. Chapter 233 Unpredictable Turbulence, Lin Hongyu's Reminder. The immense gains filled the Zhou family with joy. Even Zhou Chongshan, severely injured, seemed to have forgotten his pain, his face beaming with smiles. War was, after all, the fastest and most lucrative way to make money. As the victor, one could directly seize the entire fortune of the defeated. The wealth accumulated by a cultivator over decades or even centuries would become resources for others' cultivation advancement with their death on the battlefield. That's why so many cultivators in the cultivation world became bandits, constantly thinking about how to quickly accumulate wealth through killing and looting. Now, at least for now, the Zhou family members no longer saw the war as terrible as they had imagined, and there was no need to be so worried. The Dragon Transformation Sect had 6 branches, and the battle at just one Black Dragon branch had already brought them such a huge gain. If the Dragon Transformation Sect were completely wiped out, how much would the gains be? Just thinking about it was exciting. Of course, the Zhou family members weren't the only ones excited and delighted. All the cultivators who survived the battle, except those who were severely injured and forced to withdraw from the fight from the start, had also reaped considerable rewards. With the exception of a few individuals, the cultivators in the temporary camp were all joyfully celebrating their victory and harvest. However, as the pursuing Golden Core cultivators returned and relayed the news of reinforcements from the Dragon Transformation Sect's main altar, the celebratory atmosphere in the camp immediately dissipated. The Dragon Transformation Sect was no weakling. While its overall strength was not as great as the three major sects of Jing Kingdom, it wasn't far behind. Now they had fully recovered and seemed to have quelled the unrest caused by the human-fed dragon incident within the sect, unifying the sect's leadership. Therefore, the upcoming war was unlikely to be as smooth as before. Sure enough, Zhou Chun and the others soon received orders from above. By the decree of the seniors, all personnel are to immediately proceed to the White Dragon Branch altar to provide support. After relaying this order, Taoist Mingjing led Zhou Chun and his subordinates to an open space outside the temporary camp. Soon, the entire temporary camp was completely empty. At this moment, the cultivators who had set up the mobile purification array packed away their equipment and gathered in the open space. Then, 20 Golden Core cultivators acted simultaneously, each using their magical artifacts to carry dozens of people up to the top, leading Zhou Chun and the others directly towards the White Dragon Branch altar. As for the Black Dragon Branch altar, which had already been captured, it had been temporarily abandoned after being thoroughly searched by the Golden Core cultivators. Thus, with the Golden Core cultivators personally leading the way, Zhou Chun and the others arrived outside the White Dragon Branch altar in less than half a day. The Flame Sun sect was responsible for attacking the White Dragon Branch altar, and they had also received support from some Moonwheel sect cultivators. Although the White Dragon Branch altar was weaker than the Black Dragon Branch altar, it received full support from the Blood Dragon Branch altar due to its proximity. At the same time, Golden Core cultivators from both the Golden Dragon and Azure Dragon branches also led their forces into the White Dragon Branch altar to assist. Therefore, even after the stronger Black Dragon Branch altar was breached, the White Dragon Branch altar still failed to be breached. By the time reinforcements from the Black Dragon Branch arrived, the Golden Core cultivators who had withdrawn from the Black Dragon Branch and the reinforcements from the Dragon Transformation Sect headquarters had already arrived at the White Dragon Branch. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the decisive battle between the two sides would likely erupt at the White Dragon Branch. The Dragon Transformation Sect has the advantage of terrain. They will definitely maintain a defensive posture, using their formations to wear down our forces. Moreover, a prolonged battle is not advantageous to us. Even knowing this, we will probably still have no choice but to launch a direct assault on the mountain gate. In a temporary camp outside the White Dragon Branch, the Zhou family members were gathered in a stone house, discussing their views on the upcoming war situation. Although they were merely foot soldiers throughout the war, they had been consistently making predictions and deductions about the war situation. They all knew that the deeper their understanding of the war situation, the higher their chances of survival. After all, they were their own people. If the situation turned unfavorable, they would certainly have to run. Hearing Zhou Ming's analysis, Zhou Chun quickly spoke up. A strong attack on the mountain gate is definitely necessary, but we don't know how many members of the Hulong sect are currently inside the White Dragon Branch. Their cultivation levels were too low, almost all their intelligence came from Taoist Mingjing. This meant that if their superiors didn't want them to know certain information, they had virtually no chance of obtaining it. And in war, intelligence is often the most crucial element. Let's wait and see. It seems the three major sects aren't ready to attack the mountain yet. Perhaps more information will emerge later. With that, Zhou Ming temporarily ended the discussion and went to gather information himself. After resting for 2 days in the temporary camp, indeed, a considerable amount of new information emerged. For example, the second wave of reinforcements from the three major sects of Jinggu had set off for the White Dragon Branch, bringing with them many supplies beneficial for attacking the protective formation. Also, the Hulong sect had begun to consolidate its forces, voluntarily abandoning many strongholds and concentrating its personnel and strength on the remaining branch mountain gates. Furthermore, the Corpse Demon sect of Fen Kingdom launched an attack on the Dragon Transformation sect, besieging the Azure Dragon Branch. To be honest, the Corpse Demon sect's decision to attack the Dragon Transformation sect was completely unexpected for Zhou Chun. After all, this sect had a very poor reputation and was always isolated. They themselves seemed to have no intention of befriending anyone, always developing independently. Zhou Chun didn't know what benefits the three major sects of Jin Kingdom had promised the corpse demon sect to make them willing to attack the dragon transformation sect. But he knew that those guys from the corpse demon sect were definitely not good people and would never come to help out of kindness. However, this undoubtedly gave the cultivators on the Jin Kingdom side even more confidence. After all, the corpse demon sect was now the #1 power in Fen Kingdom. With such a powerful force helping them, the dragon transformation sect was almost certain to be defeated. Just as the Zhou family members were gathering intelligence everywhere, a piece of information came knocking on their door. That day, as a team of reinforcements from the rear arrived at the temporary camp, Lin Weiner, who had infiltrated the reinforcements, also found the Zhou family member's location. Upon seeing the female cultivator who had come to their door, Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun's expressions changed slightly. They quickly invited her into the courtyard and asked the others to temporarily retreat. Why did fellow Taoist Lin suddenly find her here? Could it be that fellow Taoist Lin Hongyu sent you inside the room? After setting up a barrier to block divine sense and sound, Zhou Ming looked at Lin Weiner with a serious expression and inquired about her purpose. Facing his question, Lin Weiner replied frankly, "That's right, it was my godmother who sent me to deliver a message to Senior Zhou." "Oh, what did fellow Taoist Lin say? Where is she now?" Zhou Ming's expression shifted, seemingly concerned as he looked at Lin Weiner and inquired about Lin Hongyu's situation. Zhou Chun, standing to the side, also narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Lin Weiner. "My godmother is currently recuperating at the Blood Dragon Branch altar. She asked me to inform Senior Zhou that the White Dragon Branch altar is very likely bait set up by the Dragon Transformation sect, and she is trying to find out their true purpose." Meeting the gazes of Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun, Lin Weiner's eyes flickered slightly as she calmly relayed the message Lin Hongyu had asked her to convey. Upon hearing this, both of them paled. "What do you mean? Could fellow Taoist Lin please explain more clearly?" Zhou Ming stared at the female cultivator before him with utter astonishment, truly shocked by her words. Zhou Chun, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Yes, fellow Taoist Lin, since you're relaying a message from Senior Lin, do you know why she said that? What's her basis for these words?" "My godmother said that the Blood Flame Flood Dragon from the Blood Dragon Hall didn't come to the White Dragon Branch altar with the Blood Dragon Hall Master, nor is it within the Blood Dragon Branch altar. Its whereabouts are unknown. Furthermore, she sensed the aura of the Crimson Fire Flood Dragon from the Crimson Dragon Hall, and at that time, the Crimson Fire Flood Dragon's direction wasn't towards the White Dragon Branch altar. Therefore, my godmother judges that the Dragon Transformation sect might be using the White Dragon Branch altar as bait to attract the attention of the three major sects of Jin Kingdom." Secretly harboring other schemes, Lin Weiner revealed the hidden truth discovered by Lin Hongyu in a low voice. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun's expressions darkened, revealing thoughtful expressions. They had already witnessed firsthand how powerful a fourth-order flood dragon could be. The fourth-tier high-grade black dragon from the Black Dragon Hall single-handedly restrained two powerful late-stage golden core cultivators and one mid-stage golden core cultivator. It's highly suspicious that the Dragon Transformation sect didn't send such a crucial fighting force to the White Dragon Branch. After pondering for a while, Zhou Ming looked at Lin Weiner and said, "The information provided by fellow Taoist Lin is indeed very important. I will inform the seniors of the three major sects when the time is right. However, this is only fellow Taoist Lin's side of the story, and I'm afraid it's difficult to truly convince the seniors." Lin Weiner immediately nodded in agreement. "My godmother knows this too, so she's trying to gather more useful information. Once she has more information, she will continue to convey it to Senior Zhou, then I will continue to await fellow Taoist Lin's good news." Zhou Ming nodded slightly, indicating his willingness to continue waiting. Zhou Chun suddenly looked at Lin Weiner and asked, "Fellow Taoist Lin, do you know what the situation is like inside the White Dragon Branch altar?" "I don't know. My godmother only knows that reinforcements from the Dragon Transformation sect's main altar and survivors from the Black Dragon Hall have entered the White Dragon Branch altar. She doesn't know the specifics inside." Lin Weiner shook her head, unable to answer Zhou Chun's question. Then, she looked at the two Zhou family members solemnly and said, "However, I want to remind Senior Zhou and all the fellow Daoists in the Zhou family that the Dragon Transformation sect's main altar has refined many talismanic artifacts and secret treasures similar to the Poison Dragon Cone. The reinforcements from the main altar who have entered the White Dragon Branch altar this time are very likely carrying such talismanic artifacts and secret treasures. Hearing her warning, Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun's eyes narrowed, and they quickly thanked her. "Thank you for informing us, fellow Taoist Lin. We will be careful." Zhou Ming was very clear about the power of the Poison Dragon Cone talismanic artifact and secret treasure. Even a Purple Mansion stage cultivator would not have time to be treated if hit by it. They really needed to be more careful in this regard, lest they fall into the enemy's trap. Then this junior will take her leave first. If there is any further news, this junior will find a way to contact and relay it to Senior Zhou, Lin Weiner said, and then quietly left. After witnessing her departure, Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun exchanged a glance, both seeing the solemnity in each other's eyes. Then Zhou Ming quickly asked, "Zheng Chun, do you think Lin Hongyu's statement is reliable? If the Hulong sect is really just using the White Dragon Branch as bait, what is their real scheme? Lin Hongyu shouldn't have any reason to lie to us. She should know that with this vague information, even if we report it, it won't convince those golden core cultivators. At most, it will just make them more vigilant." Zhou Chun paused slightly, then frowned and said, "However, if the White Dragon Branch is indeed bait, then the Hulong sect's true scheme is intriguing. You must know that the White Dragon Branch now gathers most of the Hulong sect's elite. If these people die here, even if the Hulong sect doesn't perish, it will be difficult for them to achieve anything in the short term. War is about population and resources. The Hulong sect is rich in resources, but its population is far less than that of the Jing Kingdom. The White Dragon Branch now gathers most of the Hulong sect's elite forces, with elders and protectors from several halls gathered there. Even if the three factions of Jingguo were driven out of the wilderness, the Hulong sect would not be considered a victor if these people were wiped out. The same applies to the three factions of Jingguo. Zhou Chun felt that if he were the leader of the Hulong sect, unless he was extremely confident, he certainly wouldn't dare risk the lives of most of the sect's elite cultivators. After hearing his answer, Zhou Ming pondered for a moment before looking at him and saying, "Do you think this might be a feint by the Hulong sect? Ostensibly, they're going to fight the three sects of Jingguo at the White Dragon Branch, but in reality, they're sending elite troops to the Azure Dragon Branch to relieve the besieged Azure Dragon Hall, first defeating the Corpse Demon sect, and then joining forces with the Azure Dragon Hall to attack us from both sides." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, saying, "That's unlikely. The Corpse Demon sect is no weakling. Now that they've made their move, it won't be easy for the Hulong sect to defeat them with a small force of elites, and even if they could defeat the Corpse Demon sect, so what? The three major sects' overall strength still surpasses that of the Hulong sect. They might not be afraid of a direct confrontation." At this point, Zhou Chun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a serious tone, "If it really is a feint, I'm more inclined to believe they'll attack Jingguo's mainland, deliberately causing panic and forcing the three major sects to withdraw their troops or recall them." After speaking, he sighed softly, his face showing confusion, and said, "But the three major sects should have considered this long ago. The forces remaining in Jingguo should be sufficient to handle any harassment from the small elite units of the Hulong sect. Feints and diversions, relieving the siege of Wei by attacking Zhao, these are not particularly sophisticated tactics. The three sects of Jingguo have prepared for this for a long time. They couldn't possibly be unaware of such precautions. And the Hulong sect hasn't been driven to the brink of desperation. They shouldn't be so desperate as to resort to such a dangerous method to extricate themselves." Therefore, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming were both puzzled by the Hulong sect's actions. They discussed it for a long time but couldn't come up with a truly reasonable conclusion. Ultimately, they could only decide that Zhou Ming would find an opportunity to suggest to Taoist Mingjing that the enemy might use the White Dragon Branch as bait. Chapter 234: A Fierce Battle, the Dragon Transformation Cult's Backup Plan. It was quite a coincidence. The very next day after Lin Weiner left, Zhou Ming was summoned to a meeting by Taoist Mingjing. It turned out that the Golden Core cultivators knew the White Dragon Branch was difficult to attack, so they had gathered all the Purple Mansion cultivators for a meeting to solicit opinions and see if they could brainstorm some useful solutions. When Zhou Ming arrived at the Stone Hall serving as the meeting place with Taoist Mingjing, he saw 39 Golden Core cultivators gathered together, each sitting cross-legged in 2 rows. The Purple Mansion cultivators could only line up and sit in the open space behind those 2 rows of Golden Core cultivators. Once all the summoned Purple Mansion cultivators had arrived, the number in the hall had exceeded 150. "All right, Now that everyone is here, we can begin. A middle-aged man in silver robes and white hair spoke first at the head of the hall. The man, named Liu Yiping, was the Grand Elder of the Moonwheel Sect. His cultivation had already reached the late Golden Core stage, making him the strongest among the sect's nascent soul stage elders. To his left and right sat a Taoist nun in green robes and a red-haired elder, respectively Jin Chixun, the Grand Elder of the Flame Sun Sect, and Qing Su, the Grand Elder of the Azure Lotus Temple, both also at the late Golden Core stage. These three were the de facto commanders of the southern expedition against the Dragon Transformation Sect, because the Moonwheel Sect was clearly stronger than the Flame Sun Sect and the Azure Lotus Temple. Liu Yiping was implicitly superior to Jin Chixun and Qing Su. Therefore, he was the one presiding over today's meeting. At this moment, Liu Yiping, having captured everyone's attention with his first words, said in a deep voice, "The reason I've gathered you all here today is to hear your suggestions on how to attack the White Dragon branch. I hope we can brainstorm and find some brilliant strategies. Therefore, if you have any good ideas or suggestions, please feel free to speak your minds later." He then turned his gaze to Golden Core cultivator on his left and said, "Now, please have my junior brother Sun explain the known information about the White Dragon branch." "Junior brother obeys," the Golden Core cultivator surnamed Sun replied, and immediately began to recount the situation he had observed and gathered within the White Dragon branch. According to him, there were approximately 20 Golden Core cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect within the White Dragon branch, along with several 4th-tier dragons and 2 4th-tier demonic beasts. Given the powerful combat strength of the dragons, the number of 4th-tier combatants within the White Dragon branch could be considered to be over 30. While their numbers are slightly inferior to the Jinguo Alliance, they are not without fighting power. Moreover, the opposing side holds the advantage of terrain, relying on the protective array of the White Dragon branch altar. This alone could potentially negate the Jinguo Alliance's advantage in 4th-tier combat strength. As for 3rd-tier combat strength, preliminary estimates suggest there are over 60 Purple Mansion cultivators within the White Dragon branch altar, possibly along with some 3rd-tier demonic beasts, but unlikely to exceed 20. In this aspect, the Jinguo Alliance holds a significant advantage. The 2nd-tier combat strength is harder to estimate precisely, but it's estimated the Jinguo Alliance still holds an absolute advantage. Therefore, the key difficulty in this war lies in whether they can break through the protective array of the White Dragon branch altar. If they can replicate the situation at the Black Dragon branch altar, victory in this battle should not be difficult. At this moment, after the cultivator surnamed Sun finished his introduction, he said in a deep voice, "That's the basic situation. Fellow Daoists, if you have any thoughts, please speak frankly." After hearing his words, the Purple Mansion cultivators present all lowered their heads in deep thought. Not long after, some Purple Mansion cultivators boldly offered their opinions. To avoid attracting too much attention, Zhou Ming initially dared not speak. After seeing that many people had made suggestions that he considered even more absurd, and without receiving any severe reprimands, he felt somewhat relieved and boldly voiced his speculation. He found a quiet moment when no one spoke and respectfully said, "Seniors, please be wise. I believe that the Dragon Transformation Sect, knowing that its strength is inferior to ours, still amassed a large force at the White Dragon branch to fight us. There must be something fishy about this." "Oh, what do you mean by that, fellow Taoist?" Liu Yiping turned his gaze to Zhou Ming, signaling him to continue. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ming immediately lowered his head slightly and said respectfully, "Senior, you are wise. I feel that the Dragon Transformation Sect may be deliberately creating a false impression of a decisive battle between us and the White Dragon branch, while secretly plotting something else." Hearing this, Liu Yiping frowned slightly, revealing a look of surprise, and then followed up with, "You mean to say that the White Dragon branch is just bait?" "I only have this suspicion, and I cannot be certain." Zhou Ming lowered his head even further, his voice also becoming a few decibels, appearing extremely cautious. Upon seeing this, Liu Yiping nodded thoughtfully and said, "That is indeed a rather novel idea. Perhaps we cannot rule out this possibility." He then narrowed his eyes and suddenly looked at Zhou Ming, asking, "Then what do you think the true intention of the Hulong sect is if the White Dragon branch is merely bait?" Zhou Ming hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "This junior dares not make a rash judgment." Seeing his hesitation, Liu Yiping waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, just speak freely. Even if you're wrong, it doesn't matter." Hearing this, Zhou Ming immediately raised his head slightly and bowed to the person above him, saying, "Thank you for your higher regard, senior." Then this junior will just speak a few words idly. "If what I say is absurd, please don't blame me." He then explained his belief that the Hulong sect might be using a feint to harass the Jingao mainland. After hearing his guess, Liu Yiping shook his head and chuckled. "If they were just sending a small elite force to harass our rear, that would be much easier." He didn't explain why. Zhou Ming didn't dare ask further. He had already achieved his goal by offering his suggestion. He had done his best. Besides, Lin Hongayu's intelligence was vague and couldn't be fully trusted. After another half-day of brainstorming and discussion, the pre-battle meeting finally ended. At the end, Liu Yiping, Jin Chixun, and the King Sadaoist Nun jointly decided to launch the mountain attack in 2 days. The 2 days passed quickly. On that day, the Jingao allied forces deployed their forces around the Bailong branch altar, preparing to launch a simultaneous attack from all 4 sides. Fellow Daoists, the traitors of the Dragon Transformation Sect have defied human ethics, colluded with the demon race, fed humans to dragons, and betrayed the interests of the entire human race. They are nothing short of traitors. If such wicked individuals are not eliminated, the lives of our human cultivators and mortals will be constantly threatened, and the interests of our human race will be continuously stolen by the demon race, leaving endless calamities. Therefore, today we, the righteous human cultivators, gather here to eradicate these traitors, punish the wicked, uphold human ethics, practice the righteous path, and protect the interests of our human race and the lives of our cultivators and mortals from infringement. In the sky, Liu Yiping, clad in silver robes and with white hair, stood atop the void, his voice booming like thunder, exuding immense power. He righteously denounced the crimes committed by the Dragon Transformation Sect, portraying this southern expedition against the sect as acting on behalf of heaven, protecting the righteous path, and upholding the justice of the human race. He had already seized the moral high ground. Unfortunately, he wasn't a skilled orator, and the cultivators below weren't easily swayed fools. His words remained mere formalities. He probably realized this himself, and quickly withdrew his remaining words, condensing everything into just 2. Attack. With the order given, the Jingao allied forces, already prepared, launched an attack on the White Dragon branch altar shrouded in white mist. Fire Dragon Technique, Water Dragon Technique, Golden Spear Technique, Wind Tornado, second-tier spells familiar to Zhou Chun, were unleashed by the cultivators, raining down on the misty area. The scene was like artillery bombarding enemy high ground in his past life, incredibly spectacular. Even someone as impulsive as Zhou Chun felt his blood boil at the sight. War is a man's romance. What man wouldn't be captivated by such a barrage of spells? What man could resist such temptation? Zhou Chun himself was also forming hand seals, casting several second-tier spells he had learned. He hadn't been at the Foundation establishment stage for long, and usually focused on meditation and practicing secret techniques, while also devoting a lot of time to family affairs. For many second-tier spells, he was only at the level of having learned them, but not being proficient at them. In other words, if he were to calmly cast a spell, he could, but he generally didn't have the opportunity to use it in battle. Now, with this rare opportunity, he simply used the battlefield as a training ground to improve his casting speed. Facing the various attack spells flying in from all directions, the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators in the White Dragon branch also used various spells to intercept and wear them down. A golden spear had just reached the white mist area when it was intercepted by a suddenly rising earthen yellow light wall, which then shattered under the bombardment of several attack spells. In this back and forth of offense and defense, only about 30% of the spells actually managed to penetrate the white mist area. At this point, only Foundation Establishment and Purple Mansion cultivators had made their moves. The Golden Core cultivators hadn't even touched the ground yet. Clearly, the first day's attack was primarily probing, testing the strength of the enemy inside and the protective mountain formation. After about half a day of this attack, Zhou Chun and the others received orders to cease fire due to excessive mana depletion. While they returned to their camp to meditate and recover their mana, the 39 Golden Core cultivators took over and launched a fierce assault. One after another, powerful magical artifacts, radiating dazzling spiritual light, hurtled towards the White Dragon branch altar's gate, quickly clashing with the magical artifacts and spells flying out from within. In this clash of magical artifacts, even the aftershocks dispersed much of the white mist that Zhou Chun and the others couldn't seem to break, revealing fragments of its true form. The protective array of the White Dragon Branch altar is different from that of the Crimson Dragon and Black Dragon Branch altars. It consists of two layers, an outer and an inner layer. The outer layer is the white mist area that Zhou Chun and the others had previously seen. This white mist area is usually hidden, only appearing when the protective array is fully activated. Its appearance expands the protective range of the array several times over. However, this white mist area is not actually the gate of the White Dragon Branch altar. Even if it is destroyed, it will have no effect on the protective array. The inner layer behind the outer layer is the true location of the White Dragon Branch altar's gate, protected by an array shield. Only by destroying the array foundation of this inner layer can the array be truly damaged. Zhou Chun and the others' previous attacks didn't even touch the inner gate. But now, the attacks of the Golden Core cultivators quickly tore through the outer layer of clouds and mist, which stretched for tens of miles, and reached the inner array shield. Under such a fierce offensive, the Golden Core cultivators and fourth-tier demonic beasts of the Dragon Transformation Sect within the White Dragon Branch could no longer conceal themselves and had to take action to intercept and defend against the attacks from the outside. After another half-day of fighting, the Jingguo allied forces, feeling they had roughly figured out the number of enemy personnel inside, were the first to cease their attack and call a truce. After a day of rest, the real siege of the mountain finally officially began on the second day. Around the four sides of the White Dragon Branch, the Moonwheel Sect cultivators set up 3 crescent moon shooting star formations, the Flame Sun Sect cultivators set up 3 Flame Dragon Burning Heaven formations, and the Azure Lotus Temple cultivators set up 2 Azure Lotus Sword formations. The power exerted by these 8 battle formations was equivalent to that of 8 mid-stage Golden Core cultivators. The 39 Golden Core cultivators were divided into groups of 9, each responsible for one side, interspersed among the 8 battle formations. Liu Yiping, Jin Chixun, and the King Sadaoist Nun sat in the center, coordinating all 4 directions. Attack, with Liu Yiping's command. All the Jingguo cultivators who had arrived launched a fierce attack on the White Dragon Branch altar. This time, the Golden Core cultivators and the 8 battle formations acted as the vanguard. Their attacks first tore through the white mist and sea of clouds, and then numerous Purple Mansion cultivators and Foundation Establishment cultivators charged forward, directly into the torn white mist and sea of clouds, attacking the inner protective array. But at this moment, accompanied by several long dragon roars, 3 dragons, 2 black and 1 white, and a black giant tortoise rushed out of the protective array. Relying on their powerful bodies, they ignored attacks from those below the Golden Core stage, immediately restraining the power of more than 10 Golden Core cultivators. Then, a yellowish-brown giant elephant rushed out from within, heading straight for a crescent moon shooting star array, attracting the power of 2 more Golden Core cultivators. As a result, the Jingguo allied forces had fewer than 7 Golden Core cultivators left to participate in attacking the formation. The battle raged from day to night, with both sides relying on constant consumption of pills to replenish their mana. Despite their overwhelming numerical advantage, the Jingguo allied forces suffered heavy losses, with 3 Purple Mansion cultivators and over 20 Foundation Establishment cultivators killed the day alone. However, these casualties did not faze the 3 commanders. They gave all the cultivators less than 4 hours of rest before ordering a second attack. 1, 2, 3, within just 7 days, the Jingguo allied forces launched 5 attacks. In those 7 days, 13 Purple Mansion cultivators and over 170 Foundation Establishment cultivators perished outside the White Dragon Branch altar. The number of seriously and lightly wounded was even greater. Such heavy casualties set a new record for the largest casualty statistic since the start of the war. Naturally, amidst such heavy casualties, complaints from below never ceased, with some even deliberately injuring themselves to avoid further battle. However, under Liu Yiping's firm hand, all complaints remained just complaints, unable to truly influence his decisions. After the 5th, half-day-long siege of the mountain concluded, before his men could even report the casualties, Liu Yiping said in a deep voice, "After days of attacks, the enemy's formation has reached its limit. One more fierce attack should be enough to break it in one fell swoop." With that, he directly ordered, "Pass down the order, after the army rests for half a day, we will continue the attack." Then he went back to meditate and recover his mana. After his order was given, the cultivators who had just retreated from the battlefield, before they could even rejoice at having survived another ordeal, were once again filled with bitterness and sighs. The fierce battles of the past few days had truly made them feel the ruthlessness and cruelty of war. The confidence and arrogance brought by the previous two great victories had completely dissipated. The Zhou family was no exception. Back at the temporary camp, Zhou Chun, without even resting, rushed to another room to check on the severely injured Zhou Jiaru. During the third battle to capture the mountain, Zhou Jiaru had been struck by a high-grade second-tier spell. Although he had miraculously survived, he suffered a severe injury that was difficult to heal and had to remain in the camp to recuperate. Zhou Chun, who had been injured earlier, had also suffered a relapse of his old wounds during the days of fighting and was also bedridden. Looking at Zhou Jiaru, whose face was as pale as paper, Zhou Chun asked with concern, "Uncle 11, how are you feeling? I have a snowjade ginseng pill here, would you like to take it?" "No need." Zhou Jiaru gently shook his head, his voice weak as he declined Zhou Chun's offer. His words left Zhou Chun speechless. It's not to say that Zhou Jiaru's thoughts were wrong, but it's not hard to see from his words how high the war weariness was among the family cultivators in the Jingguo allied forces. And when this war weariness reached its peak, Zhou Chun didn't know what would happen. Right now, he only hoped to break through the protective array of the White Dragon branch as soon as possible and have a face-to-face battle with the Transformation Dragon Sect cultivators inside, thus venting his resentment. Then, 11th uncle, you should rest well. I'll go visit the second elder again. Zhou Chun gently patted Zhou Jiaru's wrist and turned to leave the room. But as soon as he stepped out of the room, he saw Lin Weiner burst in. She had somehow entered the temporary camp again. Upon seeing him, Lin Weiner immediately rushed forward and exclaimed, "Something terrible has happened. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please take me to see Senior Zhou. I have important information to tell you." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he quickly comforted her, "Fellow Taoist Lin, don't panic. We can talk about it slowly. I'll take you to see the Supreme Elder right away." After saying that, he led her to Zhou Ming's room. "This junior received news from my godmother today that the Dragon Transformation Sect has gained the support of the Flood Dragon Clan, and the Flood Dragon Clan has already begun to launch a beast tide. The Crimson Fire Flood Dragon and Blood Flame Flood Dragon that disappeared before were gathering beast hordes in various places. Moreover, according to my godmother, this beast tide will split into two waves. One wave will surge towards the White Dragon branch altar, and the other will surge towards Yunzhao and Lanzhou in Jingguo." Inside the room, Lin Weiner immediately revealed this bombshell news to Zhou Ming upon seeing him. "This chapter has 5,400 words. I don't know if there will be more tonight. I was too excited watching the game last night and slept until the afternoon before starting to write." Chapter 235 The Beast Tide arrives, the nascent soul appears. The Flood Dragon Clan has joined the war. When Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun learned of this news, their expressions changed drastically, filled with shock. This was undoubtedly what they, or rather all the cultivators of Jing Kingdom, had feared. It was precisely because they worried that the Flood Dragon Clan in Dragon Abyss would join the war that the three major sects of Jing Kingdom adhered to the intention of a swift victory, seeking only to cripple the Hulong sect's forces, not to seize territory. But unexpectedly, only 20-odd days had passed, and the Flood Dragon Clan had swiftly decided to join the war. This was a huge problem. Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun exchanged a glance, and then Zhou Chun asked, "Fellow Taoist Lin, are you sure the beast tide is divided into two waves? Are you sure there's another wave heading towards Jing Kingdom?" "Yes, I'm sure. This is definite intelligence that my godmother personally gathered." Lin Weiner nodded emphatically, confirming the authenticity of the information. Now, the two Zhou family members had no more illusions. Zhou Ming immediately pressed, "Does fellow Taoist Lin Hongyu have any thoughts?" "Did she say anything else?" Lin Weiner, upon hearing this, solemnly replied, "My godmother said she will try to find the location of the Crimson Fire Dragon and then ask Senior Zhou to help contact some Golden Core cultivators to slay it." She knew Lin Hongyu's plan, so her expression and tone were extremely serious. Just as expected. Zhou Ming sighed inwardly, then nodded, saying, "I understand. Fellow Taoist Lin, please tell fellow Taoist Lin Hongyu that as long as she can pinpoint the location of the Crimson Fire Dragon, and as long as there is a suitable opportunity to slay it, I will do my utmost to help her." Regardless of whether he could actually fulfill the promise, he still had to make it. Lin Weiner, of course, was unaware of his true thoughts. Seeing him make the promise, she breathed a sigh of relief, her expression relaxing considerably. She immediately replied respectfully, This junior will definitely convey Senior Zhou's words to my godmother." Then she withdrew. After she left, Zhou Chun suddenly said, "This woman is quite capable, managing to enter and leave the camp repeatedly. It seems Lin Hongyu has connections with other forces besides our Zhou family. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Since Lin Hongyu dares to cooperate with our Zhou family, she naturally dares to cooperate with others as well." Zhou Ming nodded, agreeing with Zhou Chun's assessment. Then, he frowned and said in a deep voice, "The situation is extremely dire. The participation of the Flood Dragon clan might completely change the course of the war, and the impact of the beast tide on Jing Kingdom could even endanger the cultivators left behind by our family." "You mean to report the beast tide news to the higher-ups immediately?" Zhou Chun's expression froze, but he understood the deeper meaning in Zhou Ming's words. "I do have this idea, but I don't want to expose the relationship between our Zhou family and Lin Hongyu. I'm in a dilemma." Zhou Ming nodded slightly, expressing his plans with a troubled expression. This wasn't because he wanted to gain merit or reward, it was purely for his own safety and the greater good. In the current situation, informing Liu Yiping and other Golden Core cultivators about the Flood Dragon clan's participation in the war sooner would allow them to formulate countermeasures sooner. Otherwise, if they only discovered this when the beast tide actually reached the White Dragon branch, it would be too late. However, reporting it now, while potentially saving many people, would also plant a time bomb for the Zhou family. Perhaps out of consideration for his act of informing them, Liu Yiping wouldn't pursue the Zhou family's collusion with Lin Hongyu for the time being. But after the war, it was hard to say whether the Green Lotus Temple wouldn't seek revenge against the Zhou family later. Therefore, Zhou Ming was indeed in a very difficult position. Zhou Chun understood this as well, and thus, after hearing his words, he also showed a thoughtful expression. After pondering for a while, Zhou Chun suddenly looked up thoughtfully and said, "Why don't we pin the credit for reporting the news on Senior Lu Ran? Let's say that Senior Lu Ran discovered the information about the strange movements of the demonic beasts, thus learning about the beast tide, and then contacted us using a long-distance communication talisman. As long as we can remind Senior Liu and the others in time, they probably won't have the mind to investigate the truth of the matter at this point." This was a case of choosing the lesser of two evils. Compared to the heinous act of colluding with Lin Hongyu, the protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect, to harm the Purple Mansion cultivators of the Zhang family, associating and trading with Lu Ran, who had already possessed the scaled frog alien race, was undoubtedly a much lighter crime. Moreover, Lu Ran was undoubtedly a major contributor to the 3 major sects' determination to launch the southern expedition against the Dragon Transformation Sect. Whether the Zhou family's trade with him was a crime was another matter. At least the Qinglian Temple definitely knew that the Zhou family was up to something. After all, the Zhou family hadn't concealed their orders for weapons and elixirs at the Red Cliff Market, and the various aquatic treasures they sold were all traceable. If they could use this opportunity to legalize their trade with Lu Ran, it would be a good thing for the Zhou family. That's a feasible plan." Zhou Ming's eyes lit up, and he murmured, "Although we've never bought a 1,000-mile communication talisman, we can easily claim it's a family heirloom, or that it's a treasure owned by fellow Taoist Lu Ran himself. I doubt anyone would bother to investigate such details." He then clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Moreover, if we need to help Lin Hongyu kill that Crimson Fire Dragon later, we can perhaps do it under fellow Taoist Lu Ran's name, since he used to be a protector of the Crimson Dragon Hall." From his tone and expression, it was clear that he had completely agreed with Zhou Chun's plan. At this moment, Zhou Chun timely reminded him, "Why not have Senior Li relay this matter to Senior Liu?" "Zheng Chun, you're right. Having Senior Li relay this matter will benefit both our families." Zhou Ming nodded repeatedly, immediately understanding Zhou Chun's suggestion. Li Jingxun had previously shown the Zhou family the favor of escorting them, so returning the favor by delivering a message was a fair exchange. Moreover, having a Golden Core cultivator relay the news of the beast tide would undoubtedly attract Liu Yiping's attention even more. After discussing some details, Zhou Ming immediately went to visit the Li family's residence. Li Jingxun was originally busy meditating to recover his mana and couldn't be easily disturbed. However, at Zhou Ming's earnest request, the Purple Mansion cultivator of the Li family still relayed the message. When Li Jingxun met Zhou Ming and learned his purpose, he was immediately shocked. He then hurriedly led Zhou Ming to meet Liu Yiping. Led by Li Jingxun, a Golden Core cultivator, Zhou Ming quickly met with the awakened Liu Yiping. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, Please tell fellow Taoist Liu the whole story." Inside the stone hall, after exchanging greetings with Liu Yiping, Li Jingxun didn't waste any words and directly instructed Zhou Ming to explain the situation. "Yes, Junior obeys," Zhou Ming responded, bowed to Liu Yiping again, and then recounted the events he and Zhou Chun had fabricated. Sure enough, upon hearing that the Dragon Transformation Sect had gained the support of the Flood Dragon clan and launched a beast tide to invade the White Dragon branch and the Jing Kingdom's homeland, Liu Yiping's expression changed drastically in shock. His eyes widened, his gaze sharp as he stared at Zhou Ming and said sternly, "Is what you say true? Do you know the consequences of lying about this?" As he spoke, the oppressive aura of a late-stage golden core cultivator was fully unleashed, instantly causing Zhou Ming's body to tremble, almost causing his legs to buckle and he to kneel on the ground. Moreover, under his sharp gaze, Zhou Ming felt his mind freeze, unable to think straight. He could only stammer, "Senior, please understand, I only received this news and felt it was of great importance, so I came to report it to you. Whether it's true or false, I can't guarantee it completely." He knew that although Lin Weiner swore the news was absolutely true, he absolutely couldn't say that to Liu Yiping. Otherwise, if it were false, not only would he be unable to bear the consequences, but the Zhou family would also be implicated. Therefore, he would rather not have the credit than take that risk. After hearing his answer, Liu Yiping looked him over for a while before nodding slightly and saying, "I understand. I will invite fellow Taoist Jin and fellow Taoist King Su to discuss this matter." After saying that, he called Jin Chixun and Taoist King Su over and told them about the beast tide. As expected, Jin Chixun and Taoist King Su were both shocked upon hearing about the beast tide. As the Grand Elder of the Kinglian Temple, Taoist King Su was aware of the source of the information regarding the Dragon Transformation Sect's practice of feeding dragons with humans, and knew that Lu Ran was indeed a special figure. Therefore, after some discussion, Taoist King Su decided to personally investigate the beast tide, while Liu Yiping was prepared to retreat at any time. Time was of the essence, and the three immediately set off after finalizing their plan. As Zhou Ming had predicted, Liu Yiping didn't have time to delve into the details and was simply told to return and await further news. Upon returning to his residence, Zhou Ming immediately began meditating to recover. He anticipated that neither fighting nor fleeing would be easy, and there would certainly be fierce battles to be fought. He needed to be in top condition. Half a day later, Taoist King Su, who had gone out to investigate, finally returned. "The beast tide has indeed erupted. After traveling 2,000 or 3,000 miles eastward, I discovered a beast tide surging towards this place. There are tens of thousands of demonic beasts within, including 4th-tier dragons and other 4th-tier demonic beasts driving the tide forward. Based on my observations, the beast tide will arrive here in at most 2 days, at which time the number of demonic beasts in it may exceed 50,000. Inside the stone hall, the Taoist King Su, having returned from her reconnaissance, looked at Liu Yiping and Jin Chixun and solemnly reported her findings. This result undoubtedly confirmed Zhou Ming's intelligence, causing Liu Yiping and Jin Chixun's expressions to change drastically. "Fellow Taoist King Su, do you know how many 4th-tier demonic beasts are in the beast tide?" After a change in expression, Liu Yiping quickly asked a crucial question. Upon hearing this, the Taoist Nun King Su immediately replied, "From what I've observed, there are 2 4th-tier dragons and 5 other 4th-tier demonic beasts in the beast tide. Whether there will be more, I don't know." As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Yiping and Jin Chixun both relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Liu Yiping quickly offered his opinion, saying, "It seems this beast tide is only to rescue the traitors of the Dragon Transformation Sect of the White Dragon branch. The real main force of the beast tide is probably heading towards the homeland." His tone was very low, neither happy nor worried. The other two shared his sentiment. The fact that the main force of the beast tide wasn't heading this way was certainly good news for them, but for the homeland, it was a terrible thing. It should be noted that the last time Jingo suffered a large-scale beast tide attack was 300 or 400 years ago. A large beast tide can't just erupt suddenly, it requires at least the involvement of 5th-tier demonic beasts to trigger it. If the main force of the beast tide is indeed heading towards the country, then this must be a long-planned scheme by the Dragon Transformation Sect. They must have had this intention for a long time. After a long silence, Jin Chixun also expressed his opinion with a heavy expression. They had all experienced the beast tide 300 or 400 years ago, and knew very well what conditions were needed to trigger such a large-scale beast tide. At this moment, Qing Su Daogu looked at the two of them and asked, "So what should we do next? Should we continue fighting, or immediately withdraw our troops back to the country to resist the beast tide?" Hearing her question, Jin Chixun immediately said, "This should be discussed with the elders. We are afraid we don't have the authority to decide this matter." Liu Yiping opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't, which was considered an admission of this solution. Seeing this, the Taoist nun King Su immediately looked at Liu Yiping and said, "Then please, fellow Taoist Liu, contact your sect's ancestor Silver Moon." "Alright, I will contact the ancestor right away." Liu Yiping nodded, and immediately waved his hand, summoning a silver-white treasure mirror. Then he made a hand seal and cast a spell on the mirror, which began to spin in mid-air. After several dozen breaths, a flash of silver light appeared on the mirror, and suddenly the face of a white-haired old man with a youthful face appeared. After the silver-haired old man appeared, his gaze swept over the three people in the stone hall, and then landed on Liu Yiping. He then said in a detached tone, "Speak, what is it that you wish to contact me for, ancestor? I dare to disturb you, but I have urgent military intelligence to report." Liu Yiping respectfully bowed to the silver-haired old man in the mirror and then explained the outbreak of the beast tide. Finally, he bowed his head deeply and said, "Whether to fight or retreat is not something we dare to decide on our own. We can only respectfully request the ancestors' instructions." There will be another chapter tonight. Chapter 236, 9 Nascent Souls, Aid or Die Strategy. Deep within the desolate wilderness, the headquarters of the Dragon Transformation Sect lies tens of thousands of miles from the border of Jingguo's Yunzhao. This is the true foundation of the Dragon Transformation Sect, the essence of the entire sect. Even today, the number of mortals residing near the headquarters exceeds 10 million, forming a veritable mortal kingdom. Most of the sect's true and loyal followers come from these mortal towns and villages. If the Dragon Transformation Sect were to differentiate based on birth, cultivators from the vicinity of the headquarters would certainly be superior to those from the branch altars. In the past, within 1,000 miles of the Dragon Transformation Sect headquarters, no demonic beasts dared to act recklessly. The living environment here was comparable to, and perhaps even better than, some of the less desirable states within Jingguo. The mortals living here could be considered quite fortunate. However, since the Jingguo army's blitzkrieg against the Dragon Transformation Sect, even this headquarters, so far from the battlefield, is no longer as peaceful as before. Feng Hu is a hunter who makes a living by hunting and gathering herbs. The day before yesterday, while gathering herbs on Eagle's Nest Peak, the highest peak nearby, he saw a silver full moon in the distant sky, supposedly in the direction of the sacred mountain. He also saw a purplish-red sun rising alongside the silver moon, and even witnessed a blue light staining the sky. These unusual phenomena, combined with the rumors circulating widely in the city recently, made him very uneasy, sensing that something terrible might happen. Therefore, he decided that he would not sell any of his hunted prey, but would make it all into cured meat and store it up. After storing enough for several months, he would rest for a while before venturing out again. Feng Hu, being immortal, naturally did not know that the silver full moon and purplish-red sun he saw that day were actually phenomena manifested when a nascent soul stage cultivator fully activated their cultivation technique. It turned out that while Liu Yiping, Jin Chixun, and the King Su Taoist nun were leading the Jingguo allied forces to attack several branch altars of the Hulong sect, the nascent soul stage patriarchs of the three major sects of Jingguo had already arrived at the Hulong sect's headquarters. Currently, the entire Jing kingdom has only 7 nascent soul stage cultivators. The Moonwheel sect has 4, the Flame Sun sect has 2, and the Azure Lotus Temple has only 1. In contrast, the Dragon Transformation sect has 1 leader and 4 deputy leaders, totaling 5 nascent soul stage cultivators. To destroy the Dragon Transformation sect, 6 of the 7 nascent soul stage cultivators from the Jing kingdom have come, leaving only 1 nascent soul stage cultivator from the Moonwheel sect to remain on its home turf. The Corpse Demon sect has also sent 1 nascent soul stage cultivator and a 5th-tier Corpse King. Invited by the nascent soul elders of the Jing kingdom, the Cheng kingdom and the Shen kingdom have also sent 1 nascent soul stage cultivator each to assist. These 9 nascent soul stage cultivators launched a surprise attack on the Dragon Transformation sect's headquarters, immediately sealing it off and preventing the 5 nascent soul stage cultivators from leaving. However, the Dragon Transformation sect's defensive formation was even more powerful. Even with the combined efforts of 9 nascent soul stage cultivators, they couldn't break the formation under the restraint of the 5 dragon transformation sect nascent soul stage cultivators. Originally, the plan was for them to first blockade the main altar of the dragon transformation sect. Once the other branch altars were breached, they would then gather a large army to attack the main altar, replicating the battle that destroyed the dragon transformation sect's main altar over 800 years ago. However, with the end of the call between Silver Moon True Person of the Moon Wheel sect and Liu Yiping, the original plan was completely impossible. Fellow Daoists, the Flood Dragon clan has joined the war. They have unleashed a beast tied towards Jin Kingdom. This will be a great calamity for the human race of Jin Kingdom. It may also be a great calamity for the cultivation world of Xianling Continent. In the sky, after ending his call with Liu Yiping, Silver Moon True Person summoned the other 8 nascent soul stage cultivators and solemnly recounted what he had just learned. He had already given orders to Liu Yiping and his juniors to carry out their tasks. However, he was well aware that with the Flood Dragon clan's involvement, this matter was no longer just a simple war between the Dragon Transformation sect and the 3 factions of Jin Kingdom. It had become a war between the human race and the demon race. Since this is a war between humans and demons, it's natural that the 3 major sects of Jin Kingdom can no longer be the sole force at the forefront. The other nascent soul cultivators immediately understood Yin Yu's Henren's intentions. After all, nascent soul cultivators are shrewd individuals who have lived for countless years. They are not easily fooled. The nascent soul cultivator from Shen Kingdom who had come to support the battle immediately questioned, "Fellow Taoist Silver Moon, since you say the Flood Dragon clan has already joined the war, why haven't we seen any 5th-tier Flood Dragons here? Could it be that they went directly to Jin Kingdom?" As soon as he finished speaking, another nascent soul cultivator from Cheng Kingdom chimed in. Indeed, with the strength of the Flood Dragon clan, if they really joined the war, just 3 or 5 5th-tier Flood Dragons would be enough to send us slinking away. Why haven't we seen any Flood Dragons yet? Faced with their questions, True Person Silver Moon calmly shook his head and replied, "I cannot answer your questions at the moment, but the fact that the Flood Dragon clan has stirred up a beast tide has been confirmed. We should have a result soon regarding the true situation. Then what should we do next? If the Flood Dragon clan has really joined the war, is there any point in us continuing to besiege and blockade the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters?" The person who asked this question was an old Taoist in blue robes, True Person King Xiao, the only nascent soul cultivator currently at King Lian Temple. Upon hearing this, True Person Silver Moon immediately replied, "Nephew Liu and his men are about to breach the White Dragon branch altar. We need to buy them another day before returning to assist their evacuation back to the country." He then turned his gaze to a gray-robed elder not far away and slowly said, "Fellow Taoist Yin Zhuan, your sect's righteousness in helping to protect the interests of our human race is deeply appreciated by me and all the cultivators of Jin Kingdom. However, the Flood Dragon clan has disregarded the tacit agreement between our 2 races and brazenly launched a beast tide to attack our human territory. Your sect's Fen Kingdom borders the wilderness, and we fear it will be difficult to avoid this calamity. I wonder how fellow Taoist Yin Zhuan and your sect's fellow Taoist Yin Ming plan to deal with this matter." It turned out that this seemingly unremarkable gray-robed elder was True Person Yin Zhuan, one of the 2 nascent soul stage cultivators of the Corpse Demon sect. Upon hearing Yin Yu's Henren's words, Yin Zhuan's Henren's unusually gray-white eyes shifted slightly, and he said in a hoarse voice, "If the beast tide dares to march towards Fen Kingdom, our sect will naturally let them know the power of our corpse army." "I understand." Yin Yu's Henren nodded, already understanding the Corpse Demon sect's stance. He then said in a deep voice, "Then please, fellow Daoists, join us in sealing off the Dragon Transformation sect's headquarters for another day. Afterwards, we can carefully investigate the Dragon clan's involvement." Yin Zhuan's Henren and the others naturally wouldn't refuse his request. "What? We're going to continue attacking the White Dragon branch, inside the temporary camp outside the White Dragon branch." Zhou Ming was also greatly surprised when Mingjing Taoist relayed Liu Yiping's latest orders. Upon hearing his surprised words, Taoist Mingjing's expression froze for a moment, then he glared at him with displeasure and demanded in a deep voice, "What does fellow Taoist Zhou mean? Why can't we continue attacking the White Dragon branch?" The other Purple Mansion stage cultivators present also looked at Zhou Ming with strange expressions, not understanding what had triggered him to suddenly say such a thing. Seeing this, Zhou Ming instantly understood Liu Yiping's intention. His heart sank, and he put on an apologetic expression, saying, I apologize, it was my slip of the tongue. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist Mingjing. Unexpectedly, his actions caused a misunderstanding with Taoist Mingjing. He immediately gave a serious look to Zhou and the other Purple Mansion stage cultivators present, then said in a low voice, I know that everyone is resentful these past few days due to the frequent casualties. However, I urge you all to prioritize the overall situation and have faith in our three major sects and our seniors. I believe that under your leadership, we will surely achieve victory. Furthermore, Senior Liu has personally declared that as long as we break through the White Dragon branch, all spoils will be yours to dispose of as you see fit. All spoils could be disposed of as you see fit? Hearing Taoist Mingjing's words, many people's eyes lit up. Most of the cultivators following Taoist Mingjing had participated in the Battle of the Black Dragon branch, and they knew how wealthy the Dragon Transformation Sect's branch sect was. If they could dispose of all the spoils themselves, then as long as they could break through the protective array and get inside, they could make a fortune if they were lucky. Thinking of this, everyone's spirits lifted, and their morale soared. When this news reached Zhou Chun and the other Foundation establishment cultivators, it caused a sensation among them. Many were eager to make their fortune. However, for Zhou Chun, who already knew the inside story, this news didn't make him happy. Instead, he muttered to himself with a grave expression, it seems Senior Liu and his group are preparing to take a risky gamble, wanting to forcefully break through the White Dragon branch before the beast tide arrives, annihilating or severely injuring the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators inside before retreating. This is playing with fire. Zhou Chun couldn't imagine how dire their situation would be if the Jingguo allied forces hadn't yet breached the White Dragon branch by the time the beast tide arrived. But since Liu Yiping and the others had made this decision, they seemed to have no choice but to obey orders. Let fate decide, Zhou Ming sighed, but there was nothing more to say. Soon after, the order to attack was given. Boom! Deafening explosions echoed across the wilderness. The plants and trees outside the inner protective shield of the White Dragon Branch Altar's mountain protecting formation had been almost completely destroyed by the aftershocks of the spells over the past few days. Even many mountain peaks had been blasted down. Today's attack was particularly fierce. Many cultivators from the three major sects simply pulled out all sorts of magic talismans and threw them forward, as if they were free. Of course, most of them were indeed free. They were specially prepared and distributed by the three major sects for this war. This war had been in preparation for many years, and the treasuries of the three major sects were already overflowing with magic talismans. Disciples of the three major sects received a considerable number of magic talismans. In comparison, the cultivators of the various families didn't receive such treatment. They had to prepare their own magic weapons, magic talismans, and pills, and were reluctant to use their precious magic talismans on such a siege. Hold on. We must hold on, reinforcements are on their way. If we can hold out for just 2 more days, victory will be ours. Bring out all your trump cards. If we win this time, I promise you'll receive double compensation for every magic talisman you've used. Inside the White Dragon Branch Altar, Zhang Beilang, the leader of the White Dragon Hall, was simultaneously using his magic weapons to intercept the attacks from the Golden Core cultivators of Jingguo outside, while also shouting to boost morale. To maintain secrecy, he naturally wouldn't reveal the beast tide, only saying that other reinforcements were on their way. This news did indeed have a certain effect on boosting morale. But he had no idea how determined Liu Yiping, Jin Chixun, and the others were. After the attack had lasted for almost half a day, as night fell, Liu Yiping suddenly reached into his storage pouch and took out a silver-white pearl. He summoned the silver-white pearl and sent it soaring high into the sky. As the pearl spun rapidly, it actually drew down a beam of silver-white moonlight from the heavens. The moonlight pearl. How could this magical treasure be on him? Inside the White Dragon Branch Altar, Zhang Beilang's expression changed drastically upon seeing the pearl in the sky guiding the moonlight, and he exclaimed in shock. His panic was understandable. The Moonlight Pearl was an extremely famous magical treasure, a heirloom of the Moonwheel sect, traditionally only wielded by nascent soul stage cultivators. Fortunately, at this moment, Di Long, the Black Dragon Hall master who was presiding over the grand formation, seemed to have noticed something and immediately reminded him, no, that's not the real Moonlight Pearl, it's just a replica. Hearing this, Zhang Beilang also snapped back to reality and nodded repeatedly, saying, yes, I was confused. How could a late-stage Golden Core cultivator like him possibly activate such a spiritual treasure as the Moonlight Pearl? However, despite saying this, their eyes never left the silvery white pearl for a moment. Under their tense gaze, the moonlight power drawn down by the silver white pearl increased, seemingly forming a second full moon in the sky. At the same time, Liu Yiping, his face grave, formed hand seals, continuously pouring his own magical power into the silver white pearl. Moonfall, starburst. Suddenly, a deep, powerful shout emanated from Liu Yiping's throat. He raised his hand and pointed towards the White Dragon Branch altar's mountain gate, and the silver white full moon, now over 10 zang in diameter, flew horizontally towards the White Dragon Branch altar's mountain gate. Not good. D. Long, who was in charge of the White Dragon Branch altar's great formation, seemed to sense something. His expression suddenly changed drastically, and he hurriedly withdrew his divine sense, severing his connection with the protective formation. His decisiveness saved his life, because as the silver white full moon landed on the White Dragon Branch altar's protective formation, an unprecedentedly violent explosion occurred. Boom! The dazzling white light of the explosion illuminated hundreds of miles of land as if it were daytime. The blinding glare instantly blinded the cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect within the White Dragon Branch altar. The protective mountain array, previously unbreakable, was quickly shattered in the explosion, with most of its foundation destroyed. Many Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators were even annihilated by the aftershocks, leaving not a trace. In contrast, the Jingguo allied forces outside, having received advance warning from Liu Yiping, had many cultivators lower their heads and close their eyes as the full moon flew away, thus being minimally affected by the intense light. Now, after the deafening explosion subsided, Jin Chixun's high-pitched and impassioned shout echoed in their minds, "Charge! Slaughter all the Dragon Transformation Sect traitors." As the voice fell, 39 Golden Core stage cultivators simultaneously unleashed their magical treasures, bombarding the other cultivators of the same level within the White Dragon Branch altar. Soon, these fourth-tier experts from both sides were carried to the heavens, where they engaged in fierce combat high above. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Ming, Zhou Chun, and the others, led by Mingjing Daoist and other leaders, swiftly rushed into the White Dragon Branch altar, which was no longer protected by any array. Second update delivered. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 All Wiped Out. Zhou Chun had visited the White Dragon Branch before. When he infiltrated the Dragon Transformation Sect, he had come to the White Dragon Branch once on the orders of Guan Cheng, the Grand Protector of the Golden Dragon Hall. Although he only stayed for a little over a day, it gave him a better understanding of the place than most of the Jingguo allied forces. Therefore, after storming the White Dragon Branch, he pulled Zhou Ming and others away from the main force and rushed towards the Beast Garden. Zhou Chun had always coveted the red-eyed dragon vulture, dragon claw giant lizard, and other spirit beasts bred by the Dragon Transformation Sect. He had considered acquiring such spirit beasts when attacking the Black Dragon Branch. However, the first time he entered the Black Dragon Branch, he didn't know where the Beast Garden was and dared not venture too deep. The second time, he was accompanied by Taoist Mingjing, so such important resources were not under the Zhou family's control. But now it was different. Now, Taoist Mingjing had personally stated that all the spoils from the White Dragon Branch were at their disposal. This meant that even if they obtained the millennium-old elixir in front of others, they wouldn't need to hand it over. Under these circumstances, Zhou Chun naturally listed the Beast Garden of the White Dragon Branch as his first target. At this time, many Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators in the White Dragon Branch had not yet recovered from the earth-shattering explosion and were unable to organize an effective defensive formation. In addition, they were significantly outnumbered by the Jingguo allied forces in terms of the number of Purple Mansion Stage and Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators, and were simply unable to defend against the army of cultivators rushing in from all directions. Therefore, the four members of the Zhou family advanced to the location of the Beast Garden in no time. Of course, this was also related to the location of the Beast Garden itself. Places like the Beast Garden are generally built near the edge of the mountain gate, because that makes it easier for the cultivators inside the mountain gate to take and return the spirit beasts. When the Zhou family members rushed into the Beast Garden, They saw that apart from one Foundation establishment cultivator recuperating from injuries and more than 20 key refining stage cultivators, there were only the demon beasts kept inside. The explosion was so deafening that it not only greatly affected the dragon transformation sect cultivators in the beast garden, but also terrified the demonic beasts. Some thrashed wildly around the garden, while others collapsed to the ground, burying their heads deep in the grass or under their armpits. Don't kill these people yet. Let them control the demonic beasts, Zhou Chun shouted, stopping Zhou Jiapen, who was about to attack the cultivators in the beast garden. In most cases, cultivation factions don't allow cultivators to form contracts with their communal spirit beasts. These spirit beasts, trained and tamed from a young age and passed down through generations, have long been domesticated into obedient pets and are unlikely to attack people. However, just like pets recognize their owners, while spirit beasts are not prone to harm, they are not easily ridden and taken away by just anyone. Generally, beast tamers use tools to cultivate the spirit beast's obedience, making them submit to those who possess special tools. For example, the Zhou family's 8-horned water-splitting deer uses a waist tag made from a section of the male deer's antlers. Zhou family cultivators who haven't worked in the deer park must carry this antler tag to make the deer obey. As far as Zhou Chun knows, the Dragon Transformation Sect uses specially made beast tags from dragon scales and bones to control their spirit beasts. Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators can only use these beast tags to intimidate their spirit beasts. For convenience, these beast tags are usually kept by the manager of the beast park. Therefore, after stopping Zhou Jiapen, who was about to kill, Zhou Chun immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoists, don't panic. As long as you cooperate with us, we guarantee you'll live." As he spoke, he secretly activated the Dragon Transformation secret technique and then showed his right hand, which had transformed into Blue Dragon Claw, to the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators. "Look, I was once a member of the Dragon Transformation Sect, but now I've repented and reformed, and I'm still trusted and valued. Now that the Dragon Transformation Sect has collapsed, if you can surrender wisely, you'll at least save your lives." Zhou Chun stopped his secret technique and dispelled the anomaly. Hearing his words, many of the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators showed signs of interest, clearly swayed by his words. But at that moment, a resolute glint flashed in the eyes of the Dragon Transformation Sect Foundation establishment cultivator who was recuperating there, and he instantly reached for his storage pouch. "HMPH, you're courting death," Zhou Ming sneered, suddenly pointing a finger, and a burst of fire struck the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator's arm, instantly shattering it. Zhou Chun reacted quickly, directly unleashing a golden light that pierced the man's head. Then, looking at the key refining stage cultivators who were terrified by the scene, he coldly shouted, "You've all seen it. If you don't surrender, this is what will happen to him." As soon as he finished speaking, a rather young-looking man in white robes immediately knelt down with a thud, repeatedly kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Senior, spare my life. Spare my life. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to surrender." This seemed to open a door, and soon 5 or 6 more people followed suit, kneeling down and begging for mercy. Seeing that many people were still hesitating, Zhou Daoquan suddenly spoke up, "Time is of the essence. There's no need to waste any more time with him. Kill those who don't surrender." As soon as he said this, 7 or 8 more of the hesitant people immediately knelt down. In the end, only a small number of cultivators remained hesitant. "HMPH, they won't listen to reason, so they'll have to suffer the consequences," Zhou Ming sneered, and immediately raised his hand and waved his hand. Flying needles formed from fire attribute magic power struck those who were standing, killing them all on the spot. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the kneeling cultivators who had surrendered, their faces filled with terror. Seeing this, Zhou Chun waved his hand and said, "All right, you can get up now." He then pointed to the demonic beasts in the beast enclosure and said, "Now I'm giving you a chance to atone for your sins. Immediately put all those demonic beasts into your spirit beast pouches. The beast tokens are all on Steward Wang. If you want those demonic beasts to obediently enter the spirit beast pouches, you need the beast tokens," a middle-aged man who had surrendered said boldly, glancing at the corpse of the Foundation establishment cultivator Zhou Chun had killed. Clearly, that man was Steward Wang. This made Zhou Chun immediately understand the purpose of Steward Wang's actions. He had probably seen through their intentions, which was why he wanted to destroy the storage pouches to prevent them from obtaining the beast tokens. Unfortunately, in front of Zhou Ming, a purple mansion stage cultivator, he had no chance. Zhou Chun quickly reached out and took the storage bag from Steward Wang's waist, then handed it to Zhou Ming. "Elder, please take this." Zhou Ming immediately took the storage bag, erased the original owner's remaining divine sense imprint, and took out a large square wooden box. He opened the box and saw dozens of dragon scale and dragon bone beast tokens of various sizes inside. After a quick glance, he tossed the box to the surrendered cultivator, saying, "Choose your own beast tokens and quickly collect all those demonic beasts into your spirit beast bags." He could easily crush these key refining stage cultivators. He didn't need to worry about them playing tricks. And a place like the Beast Garden naturally had a large number of spirit beast bags. So, after receiving the order, the key refining stage cultivators quickly went to get the spirit beast bags and beast tokens, and without a moment's delay, headed straight to the Beast Garden to collect the demonic beasts. Meanwhile, the Zhou family members weren't idle either. After leaving Zhou Jiapeng to keep watch, Zhou Chun, Zhou Ming, and Zhou Daoquan all joined forces to capture the rampaging demonic beasts. Unexpectedly, not long after they began, 3 or 4 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Dragon Transformation sector arrived at the Beast Garden, also hoping to seize a few spirit beasts to escape in the chaos. Zhou Ming naturally accepted this easy opportunity. He personally led his men and quickly killed the Dragon Transformation sect envoys. Subsequently, some key refining cultivators also arrived at the Beast Garden, similarly intending to seize the spirit beasts to escape. However, upon discovering that the Zhou family had already occupied the area, they were terrified and fled in panic. Thus, with Zhou Ming, a purple mansion stage cultivator, in charge, the Zhou family easily captured most of the demonic beasts in the White Dragon Branch Beast Garden. In the end, they received a total of 57 spirit beast pouches. Good, very good. As long as we can bring all the demonic beasts from these spirit beast bags back to the family, our Zhou family won't have come to this war in vain. Looking at the dozens of spirit beast bags handed over, even with Zhou Ming's mental cultivation, he couldn't help but cheer repeatedly, his face full of joy. The Zhou family passed down its beast-taming skills, and for the Zhou family, these dragon-born demonic beasts bred by the Dragon Transformation sect were more suitable for the family than any other harvest. In the future, as long as these dragon-born demonic beasts could be used by them, the name of the beast-taming Zhou family would be well-deserved and unshakable. What about these people? They all have rich experience in taming dragon-born demonic beasts. It would be a pity to kill them, but if we don't kill them, I'm afraid no senior will be willing to take these burdens with us when we retreat. Zhou Chun looked at the dozen or so Dragon Transformation sect cultivators who had surrendered and secretly transmitted his concerns. Hearing his words, Zhou Ming also showed a thoughtful expression. Then he shook his head slightly and said, "There's no other way. Let's choose 3 of the most experienced ones to take with us. We should ask Senior Li to be lenient. The rest of them can fend for themselves." Sigh, that's the only way. Zhou Chun sighed and immediately agreed to the plan. He then personally spoke with the cultivators separately to select suitable individuals. After this selection process, the 3 most experienced Dragon Transformation sect cultivators in beast taming were kept in the Beast Garden, while the rest were directly expelled. Whether these people survived was no longer Zhou Chun's concern. The Zhou family members then stayed in the Beast Garden, no longer harboring any greedy desires for more. Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun both knew that the battle to attack the White Dragon Branch was not over. A powerful beast tide was approaching. Without knowing Liu Yiping's true intentions, they were unwilling to risk further gains for unknown benefits. Their greatest wish now was to leave this desolate place as soon as possible and return their spoils to their family. These items, until returned to the family, could not truly be considered Zhou family property. Although they hadn't gone anywhere, escaped Dragon Transformation sect cultivators continued to arrive at the Beast Garden. Faced with this readily available opportunity for glory, the Zhou family naturally didn't hold back. Every Foundation establishment cultivator who came was immediately captured by Zhou Ming, and they even took 2 Foundation establishment cultivators prisoner. Thus, while battles raged fiercely in other parts of the White Dragon Branch, the Beast Garden remained quiet. Other Jing Kingdom cultivators did come to the Beast Garden, but seeing that the Zhou family had already occupied it, they could only regretfully leave. After several hours of intense fighting, most of the Dragon Transformation sect cultivators in the White Dragon Branch had either fled or perished, with only a small number surrendering and saving their lives. Seeing that the battle was over, The Zhou family members in the Beast Garden came out and began searching everywhere. The vast area of the White Dragon Branch had many residences of Foundation establishment cultivators, where valuable items could potentially be found. The Zhou family naturally wouldn't let such a free gain slip by. But just as they were about to make a quick buck, a giant, earthen yellow elephant suddenly swooped down from the sky, heading straight for the White Dragon Branch altar's mountain gate. "Not good, run!" Seeing this, Zhou Ming shouted, grabbing Zhou Chun and the others and throwing them onto the back of the fire god Jackal. Then, the man and the Jackal took to the air and fled desperately. Many other quick-reacting Purple Mansion stage cultivators did the same. Just as Zhou Ming and the others flew out of the White Dragon Branch altar's mountain gate area, the earthen yellow elephant crashed into the main peak of the White Dragon Branch altar's mountain gate. Rumble. Instantly, the earth shook, and dust billowed. A massive earthquake seemed to have struck an area spanning 100 miles centered on the main peak of the White Dragon Branch altar. A terrifying shockwave instantly spread outwards, killing countless cultivators who couldn't escape in time, including many high-level Purple Mansion stage cultivators. "You beast, you're courting death!" A belated roar rang out from the sky, coming from the two Golden Core stage cultivators who had been fiercely fighting the earthen yellow giant elephant. They had never imagined that their slight carelessness would cause such heavy casualties among the attacking cultivators. Whether out of anger or desire to atone for their mistake, the two instantly unleashed a frenzied attack on the earthen yellow giant elephant with all their might. The Zhou family members who had miraculously escaped, their faces filled with lingering fear, hurriedly fled back to their temporary camp, daring not to linger in such a dangerous place any longer. Clearly, with the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators in the White Dragon Branch either dead, fled, or surrendered, the sect's higher-ups no longer cared about rules. As long as they could kill or eliminate the Jinguo Cultivator Alliance, they didn't mind bullying the weak. At this point, the only thing low and mid-level cultivators could do was scatter and flee for their lives to avoid being caught. First update for today, we'll try to post another one tonight. Chapter 238 Kill 1,000 enemies, lose 800 of your own. It's over. It's all over. Although the Golden Core cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect later disregarded martial ethics, bullying the weak and dragging the low and mid-level cultivators of the Jing Kingdom into the Golden Core battlefield, causing heavy losses to the Jing Kingdom's allied forces that had initially suffered relatively small losses, this still couldn't change the Dragon Transformation Sect's fate of defeat. In the end, the Dragon Transformation Sect not only lost this battle, but it was a crushing defeat. Enraged by their unsportsmanlike sneak attack, the Golden Core cultivators of the three major sects, including Liu Yiping, were truly furious. Even after they began to retreat, they relentlessly pursued them. Finally, when they reached the Beast Tide and joined up with the fourth-tier demonic beasts within it, 4 Golden Core cultivators had died in the pursuit. At the same time, the fourth-tier low-grade demonic beast, the earth-splitting dragon elephant, which had killed the most people, was also killed by Qing Su Daogu with a single sword strike. Besides the 4 humans and 1 demon who died, the Golden Core cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect, such as Di Long and Zhang Beilang, also suffered serious injuries to varying degrees. Even the ferocious 4th-tier high-grade black dragon had one of its claws severed by Liu Yiping. After this battle, most of the 4th-tier cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect were crippled and unable to return to the battlefield for a while. In comparison, the Jinguo allied forces, due to their numerical advantage, suffered many injuries, but at least no one perished, making it a great victory. After ceasing the pursuit, Liu Yiping and his group quickly returned to the White Dragon Branch altar, gathered the scattered survivors, and began cleaning up the battlefield. "Alice, this is fellow Taoist Yu Futong from the Yu family of Lians Hao. I fought alongside him during the attack on the Black Dragon Branch altar, but I never imagined he would perish here, at the foot of a mountain inside the White Dragon Branch altar." Zhou Ming, ordered to clean up the battlefield, recognized the corpse that had died suddenly, vomiting blood. A look of sadness crossed his face. He had been quick to react. After escaping the White Dragon Branch altar, he had quickly led Zhou Chun and the others back to the temporary camp, taking Zhou Chongshan and Zhou Jiaru, who were recuperating there, with him, and fled to a distant place. This action allowed them to successfully avoid the retaliation of the Golden Core cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect, and no one died in the chaos. Only when Liu Yiping and other Golden Core cultivators returned did they dare to obey the summons to return to the shattered temporary camp. where they were then assigned to collect the bodies along with the other survivors. After gazing sadly at the corpse on the ground with its eyes wide open and lifeless, Zhou Ming stepped forward and closed its eyes, simultaneously examining the cause of death. Sure enough, the cause of death was the same as the several corpses he had examined before: the mountain-shaking, earth-splitting divine power of the fourth-tier demonic beast, the earth-splitting dragon elephant, had shattered its internal organs and soul. Under the bombardment of this fourth-tier demonic beast's fourth-tier innate divine power, the lives of Purple Mansion stage cultivators were as worthless as weeds. However, as he continued deeper into the White Dragon Branch altar, Zhou Ming quickly discovered that Yu Futong's death was relatively pleasing compared to those who died near White Dragon Peak. Among the dead near White Dragon Peak, the vast majority no longer had intact corpses. Many had their bodies shattered into many pieces by the mountain-shaking, earth-splitting divine power. Some even lower-level Foundation Establishment stage cultivators were directly shattered into piles of minced flesh. Within a 10-mile radius of White Dragon Peak, not a single corpse was found, only traces stained with blood and foam, along with fragments of bone and broken magical artifacts. Clearly, the dead in this area couldn't even be preserved in their bodies, they had been pulverized. This horrific scene filled Zhou Ming, Zhou Chun, and the others who were collecting the bodies with immense fear and relief. Thankfully, they had managed to escape, otherwise, they might have been among the corpses. After more than 2 hours of cleaning, most of the bodies and belongings were taken to the temporary camp and piled up. There might still be some remaining corpses and belongings on the battlefield, but they had no time to search further. The beast tide would arrive in half a day at most, and they had to leave immediately. Several golden core cultivators waved their hands, collecting the corpses from the ground into several large storage bags, and then gathering the deceased's belongings as well. After completing all this, Commander Liu Yiping waved his sleeve and said, "Let's go, back to the country." He then summoned a silver-white curved sword magic weapon, sweeping dozens of Moonwheel Sect cultivators onto it and soaring into the sky. Seeing this, the other golden core cultivators also activated their magic weapons, carrying the remaining people on board, and followed closely behind in formation. Zhou Chun stood atop Li Jingxun's crimson gold gourd magic weapon, his gaze fixed on the receding White Dragon Branch altar, his expression one of disbelief. He had just counted, of the nearly 200 Purple Mansion stage cultivators who had initially gathered there, only a little over 130 remained. And of the more than 1,000 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, less than 600 remained. Judging from these casualties alone, the losses suffered by the Jingguo allied forces in this battle were no less than those of the Dragon Transformation Sect. It perfectly illustrated the old saying, "Kill 1,000 enemies, lose 800 of your own," and the Zhou family had only 2 wounded. How fortunate they were. On their way back home, seeing the Zhou family of 6 atop the crimson gold gourd, and noticing the dozens of spirit beast bags stored in large wooden crates, Li King, a Purple Mansion cultivator from the Li family traveling with them, couldn't help but express his envy, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, your family not only didn't lose a single member this time, but also achieved so many merits and captured so many demon beasts. Your harvest is truly abundant." He couldn't help but feel envious. Compared to the Zhou family, even with the protection of the Golden Core stage ancestor, Li Jingxun, their Li family had still lost 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators and injured 4 others in the southern expedition. Even he and another Purple Mansion cultivator from another family were wounded. Moreover, although they had also gained a considerable amount, compared to the Zhou family, who had obtained most of the demon beasts in the White Dragon Branch Beast Garden, he felt inferior. Faced with his envious words, Zhou Ming sighed with a worried expression. "Alice, this was entirely due to luck. If we hadn't been at the edge of the White Dragon Branch altar's gate, we would probably all have died under the divine power of that earth-splitting dragon elephant. If I could choose, I would rather forego these gains and ensure the safety of my 2 juniors." This statement sounded rather insincere, leaving Li King momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't very well say that the lives of Zhou Chongshan and Zhou Jiao were worth less than the Zhou family's gains. However, he was also a quick-witted person. After a moment of silence, he looked at Zhou Ming meaningfully and said, "This time, the Zhou family obtained the Dragon Descendant Spirit Beast, a specialty of the Dragon Transformation Sect. I'm sure the Zhou family's beast garden will once again be filled with a magnificent sight of hundreds of beasts living together. At that time, fellow Taoist Zhou, please take good care of us old friends." Hearing this, Zhou Ming readily agreed, Fellow Taoist Li, don't worry. Our two families have a 1,000-year-old friendship. Even if you hadn't said anything, my Zhou family would never have forgotten this. When we successfully breed a herd of beasts, we will definitely give priority to fellow Taoist Li. Zhou Chun, who was listening to the conversation between the two, didn't want to interrupt. In fact, Li King wasn't the only one eyeing the Zhou family's gains. When the Zhou family returned with dozens of spirit beast bags, many cultivators watched intently and easily knew what they had done. If Liu Yiping hadn't said beforehand that all the gains in the White Dragon branch could be disposed of at their own discretion, there would probably have been calls for the Zhou family to hand over these gains. Although Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun knew these gains would easily attract envy, these demonic beasts were far too important to the Zhou family, so they had no choice but to play dumb this once. Fortunately, Li Jingxun, grateful for Zhou Ming's previous tip, stepped in to help the Zhou family again, offering to lead them away, thus dispelling the other Golden Core cultivators' thoughts. Thinking of the other Golden Core cultivators, Zhou Chun's gaze couldn't help but fall on a certain azure light ahead. It was an azure bamboo staff magic weapon called the Azure Light Immortal Staff, a powerful magic weapon passed down through the Zhou family. The current owner of this magic weapon was none other than Yu Jinghua, the traitor whom the Zhou family cultivators deeply hated. During this southern expedition against the Dragon Transformation Sect, the Spirit Beast Manor founded by Yu Jinghua naturally couldn't escape the fate of being conscripted. Not only was Yu Jinghua himself conscripted to the battlefield, but 2 Purple Mansion stage cultivators and 23 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators were also conscripted. Aside from Yu Jinghua, a Golden Core cultivator who escaped unharmed, the Spirit Beast Manor suffered heavy losses. 1 Purple Mansion cultivator was killed and the other injured, along with 7 Foundation Establishment cultivators who died and 5 injured. Yu Jinghua had frequently glanced at the Zhou family after they acquired numerous demonic beasts from the White Dragon branch's beast garden, clearly harboring designs on them. However, Li Jingxun intervened to support the Zhou family, causing Yu Jinghua to withdraw his attention. This still worried Zhou Chun, fearing Yu Jinghua might be plotting something else. Golden Core cultivators moved incredibly fast. Led by several Golden Core cultivators, Zhou Chun and his group returned to Xianyang Market in Yunzhou from the White Dragon branch in less than half a day. The beast tide is coming on strong. We must gather the strength of all the cultivators in the Jing Kingdom to resist it. Next, you can send the wounded back to your families to recuperate, replenish your supplies with pills and talismans, and patiently await further orders. Of course, you can rest assured, the war is not over yet. We will not forget or ignore your merits and losses. After the war, we will certainly reward you according to your merits, and we will never let your efforts and sacrifices be in vain. Inside the Immortal Cloud Market, after setting down the many cultivators he had brought, Liu Yiping, representing the 3 major sects, explained the arrangements for Zhou Chun and the other family cultivators. Yes, the war was far from over. Although the Dragon Transformation Sect had been crippled and suffered heavy losses, it still had a chance to make a comeback. Moreover, the scale of the beast tide heading straight for the Jing Kingdom was still unknown, and it was uncertain whether the Dragon Transformation Sect would also use the beast tide to launch a counterattack. These unknown factors would bring uncertainty to the end time and outcome of this war. Therefore, there was nothing to be happy about now. After making arrangements for the various cultivation families, Liu Yiping left with the Golden Core stage cultivators. With a beast tide approaching, Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun could return home to resupply. However, the Golden Core cultivators couldn't leave easily. After resting, they would head into the wilderness to scout the beast tide and quickly ascertain its situation. At this moment, after Liu Yiping led the Golden Core cultivators away, Zhou Ming immediately said to Zhou Chun, "Zhangjin, you and Daoquan stay in the market for a day or 2. I'll take Changshan back to the family." Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood, nodding and replying, "This junior understands. Elder, please be careful." He then watched as Zhou Ming and Zhou Changshan left the market. "Let's go, we'll go to the inn to rest first." Turning his gaze away from the departing Zhou Ming, Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes, glanced around, and waved, leading Zhou Daoquan, Zhou Jiaru, Zhou Jiapen, and the 3 Dragon Transformation Sect beast tamers towards the market inn. He personally carried the wooden box containing numerous spirit beast pouches. He watched as the Zhou family members split into 2 groups and left, many of the cultivators who had returned with them following Zhou Chun and his companions to the inn. Zhou Chun naturally noticed those who had followed him, but he pretended not to see them. This immortal cloud market was Kinglian temple territory, and with a golden core cultivator currently stationed there, even the most audacious person wouldn't dare to attack them here. So, after renting a courtyard at the inn, they settled into rest. For the next 2 days, Zhou Chun and his group didn't leave the house, staying in their rented courtyard. Until Zhou Ming brought Zhou Daowei over. Congratulations, clan chief, on the opening of your purple mansion. A golden core is within reach. In the courtyard, Zhou Chun, seeing Zhou Daowei arrive with Zhou Ming, immediately congratulated him with a beaming smile. Zhou Daoquan and Zhou Jiapeng, standing nearby, did the same. Compared to Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiapeng, who were purely happy for Zhou Daowei's successful opening of his purple mansion, Zhou Daoquan's happiness was tinged with envy, his feelings quite complex. Facing their congratulations, Zhou Daowei smiled and waved his hand modestly, saying, "It was just good luck that I succeeded, I owe it all to your help." Then, his expression turned serious, and he solemnly bowed to them, saying, "The Supreme Elder has told me about the course of this southern expedition along the way. Thank you for your hard work." At this point, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he nodded slightly to Zhou Chun, saying, "Leave the rest to me. I want to see just how foolish some guys are to treat our Zhou family like easy prey." Second update today. It seems I'm only a few dozen more monthly votes away from 1,000. To have this many without asking for votes is quite impressive. Chapter 239. The Zhou family has a dragon. After opening his purple mansion, Zhou Daowei undoubtedly became the strongest person in the Zhou family. Therefore, hearing his domineering words, Zhou Chun didn't find anything wrong with him. If he were to successfully open his purple mansion in the future, he might even be more arrogant than Zhou Daowei. So, after Zhou Daowei and Zhou Ming rested for half a day in the courtyard and recovered their magical power, the Zhou family officially set off to return to their clan. They left the market openly, and the whole group boarded a flying boat magical artifact summoned by Zhou Daowei, which carried them towards Lanzhou. Not long after the flying boat departed, some extremely fast-moving beams of light also soared into the sky, chasing after the Zhou family. After flying for over 1,000 miles, as they approached the border area between Yunzhou and Lanzhou, a loud shout suddenly reached the ears of the Zhou family members. "Fellow Daoists of the Zhou family, please wait." With a shout, two figures suddenly appeared in the Zhou family members' sight. The two men were dressed in black robes and wore masks, their faces concealed by magic to ensure they were impossible to see with divine sense or spiritual eye spells. Their attire clearly indicated hostile intentions. Therefore, Zhou Daowei's group did not stop, and Zhou Ming on the flying boat directly challenged them, saying, "Are you two trying to rob us? If so, bring it on." This confident attitude left the two men momentarily speechless. Only after the Zhou family had flown a distance did the cultivator among them, the one with the late-stage purple mansion cultivation, speak loudly. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please don't misunderstand. We simply wish to purchase some spirit beasts for transportation from the Zhou family. Your Zhou family has acquired so many spirit beasts from the dragon transformation sect, you don't need that many yourself, why not share some with us?" Upon hearing this, the other cultivator, the early-stage purple mansion cultivator, nodded repeatedly, saying, yes, it's not a good thing to hoard them all. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you should be more generous." Hearing their words, which were a mix of soft and hard language, Zhou Ming calmly replied, "If you two only wish to purchase spirit beasts for transportation, that's not difficult. Once my Zhou family has bred a herd of beasts, we will naturally sell them. At that time, you only need to bring spirit coins to my Zhou family, and you can buy as many as you like." This answer clearly angered the two men. The late-stage purple mansion cultivator's tone immediately turned cold as he said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, don't joke around. By the time you breed a herd of beasts, that'll be a long time coming. Let's get straight to the point. Just tell us if you're selling now or not." With that, both the men patted their storage pouches, taking out their magical artifacts. Seeing this, Zhou Ming's eyes turned cold as he coldly returned their gaze, saying, "Not selling, HMPH, you ungrateful wretches, then you can die." The late-stage purple mansion cultivator's face darkened with rage, and he roared as he launched an attack. "You're the ones who deserve to die," Zhou Ming muttered, immediately summoning his defensive artifact to defend himself. At the same time, he and Zhou Daowei both reached into their spirit beast pouches, releasing their respective spirit pets. Accompanied by a clear dragon's roar, the Azure Dragon King revealed itself to outsiders for the first time. A third-tier dragon, a cry of surprise rang out, uttered by the early-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. The late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, though silent, was equally astonished. Having just participated in the Southern Expedition, they knew the power of dragons. Although the Dragon Transformation Sect hadn't allowed third-tier dragons to participate, fourth-tier dragons had repeatedly fought against multiple opponents. Therefore, seeing Zhou Chun release a third-tier Azure Dragon, how could they not be utterly shocked? In an instant, the two felt a strong urge to retreat. Things have changed. Retreat, the late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator uttered a low shout, immediately turning to leave. Clearly, they understood that facing two Purple Mansion cultivators and two third-tier demonic beasts from the Zhou family, they had no chance of victory. But since Zhou Chun had even revealed the Azure Dragon, how could he be willing to gain nothing? King, leave him, Zhou Chun shouted, and the Azure Dragon King flicked its tail, its figure vanishing instantly. When it reappeared, it was already beside the early-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. This sight startled the man, who hurriedly activated a golden jade pendant, releasing a dense golden light to protect himself. Bang! With a muffled thud, the man was sent flying by the Azure Dragon's head. Then, he was met with a blazing spear. The spear, burning with crimson flames, pierced the man's body, causing his protective golden light to flicker and teeter on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, the man was terrified and frantically begged for mercy. Spare me! Spare me! While begging, he desperately activated his golden jade pendant to fight back against a blazing spear. But then, a beam of bluish-white light slammed into him from behind. The golden light shield that had been holding its own against a blazing spear was instantly shattered, blasting him away along with it. Before he could regain his footing, the Azure Dragon pounced on him again, its claws already aimed at his chest. Alright, King, spare his life. Just as the Azure Dragon's claws were about to disembowel the man, Zhou Chun suddenly spoke up to stop it. The man who had escaped death, overjoyed, repeatedly thanked him. Thank you for sparing my life, fellow Taoist. Thank you for showing mercy. Zhou Chun waved his hand and said, don't thank me yet. I spared your life for the sake of the bigger picture, but you are spared a death penalty, though you will not escape punishment. Hearing this, the man nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, I know I was wrong. I will definitely admit my guilt and accept punishment. Since that's the case, why don't you reveal your true face first? A soft shout came from the side. It was Zhou Ming who, seeing that the late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator had indeed escaped, had relaxed his guard slightly and joined the interrogation. These words caused the man to stiffen and fall silent. Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun's eyes darkened, and even the gazes of the Azure Dragon and the fire god Jackal turned fierce. Seeing this, the man shuddered and hurriedly replied, yes, I'll do as you say. He then removed the spell concealing his face, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. So it's fellow Taoist Zhang Xian. Zhou Ming looked at the middle-aged man before him, his tone involuntarily carrying a hint of mockery. Zhang Xian, a cultivator at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm, was the supreme elder of the Zhang family of Shiante Mountain and the leader of the Zhang family in the southern expedition. The Zhang family of Shiante Mountain had long sought revenge against the Zhou family because their second elder, Zhang Yunjin, had failed to ambush Zhou Jiaoru and Zhou Chun and was instead killed by the fire god Jackal. Previously, the Zhang family had sent spies to the Zhou family. After being discovered and warned by the Zhou family, the Zhang family sent someone to apologize. However, the Zhou family always knew that the Zhang family's apology was not sincere. Later, at the 100 Clans Assembly, news about the Zhou family was secretly spread by the Zhang family, who even planned to collude with the Zhang family of Lingzhou to retaliate against the Zhou family. Originally, Zhou Ming planned to settle old scores with the Zhang family after the war against the Dragon Transformation Sect ended. Unexpectedly, before the war was even over, the Zhang family jumped out to deal with the Zhou family again, and even managed to capture Zhang Xian, the supreme elder of the Zhang family. This is truly interesting. Obviously, Zhang Xian also understood the meaning behind Zhou Ming's words. He turned his head slightly, his expression unnatural, and then said in a sincere voice, fellow Taoist Zhou, please forgive me. I was confused for a moment and was misled into participating in this matter. I had no intention of being an enemy of the Zhou family. However, upon hearing this, Zhou Chun sneered. Misled? I think you must let others to deal with us. No, absolutely not. Zhang Xian hurriedly shook his head and shouted, his face full of injustice. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you have truly wronged me. I absolutely did not do such a thing. HMPH, whether I have wronged you or not, you know it in your heart. Zhou Daowei snorted coldly, but he was too lazy to argue with him any further. He immediately shouted, enough nonsense, quickly and honestly tell me who the person who ran away is. Fellow Taoist Fu Mingtao of the Fu family in Lingzhou, he is the one who misled me to come here. Of course, Zhang Xian would not hide anything from his companion who had abandoned him and ran away. Without the slightest hesitation, he revealed the other party's background. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming quickly pictured an old man with a goatee in his mind. If he remembered correctly, the Fu family also seemed to be quite skilled in beast taming. It seemed that Zhang Xian knew this, which was why he persuaded them to come and ambush the Zhou family. Unfortunately, they underestimated the Zhou family's strength and never expected that Zhou Daowei, this newly promoted Purple Mansion cultivator, would actually be raising a third-tier dragon. This fatal error in intelligence left Zhang Xian with no chance to escape. Well done, the Fu family of Lingzhou. We'll settle this matter with them later. Zhou Ming's face turned cold. He had already remembered this grudge and would definitely seek justice from the Fu family of Lingzhou later. Then he glanced at Zhang Xian and said calmly, I don't need to discuss the grudges between the Zhang family and our Zhou family with you, fellow Taoist Zhang. Please come to our Zhou family, and we'll discuss it in detail. I'll listen to fellow Taoist Zhou, I'll listen to everything you say. Zhang Xian nodded repeatedly, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. He knew perfectly well that falling into the hands of the Zhou family meant he was at their mercy. Being sensible at this point might allow him to escape unscathed. Otherwise, his fate would be dire. So, he obediently handed over his magical artifacts and storage bag to Zhou Ming, then rode on the back of the fire god Jackal, and was carried to the Zhou family's Nine Peaks Ridge. Since Zhou Daowei had exposed the Azure Dragon, he no longer concealed anything, directly having Zhou Chun and the others ride on its back to the family. Those cultivators who witnessed the dragon and wolf soaring away, hiding in the shadows, all showed expressions of relief. Many had their eyes on the Zhou family's spoils, but few dared to act as directly as the Fu and Zhang families of Lingzhou. Some had only followed secretly, sensing a potential opportunity to gain something, but instead discovered the Zhou family's hidden trump card. A cultivation family that originally only had one Purple Mansion stage cultivator in charge had actually raised a third-tier Azure Dragon. Those secretly observing could already imagine the shock this news would cause once it spread. Leaving aside the dragon's strength, its potential was far beyond that of other demonic beasts. A third-tier Azure Dragon was currently only considered a high-level demonic beast, but due to the special nature of its bloodline, the difficulty for a high-grade third-tier Azure Dragon to break through and evolve into a fourth-tier dragon was much less than for an ordinary high-grade third-tier demonic beast. This meant that the Zhou family might possess a fourth-tier dragon in a few hundred years. And what did a fourth-tier dragon mean? It was definitely not something a golden core stage cultivator could compare to. It was precisely because they knew that revealing a third-tier dragon would inevitably cause a great deal of discussion within the Zhou family that Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei had previously kept it hidden, delaying the time for exposure. If Zhou Daowei hadn't successfully opened his Purple Mansion, and if the situation hadn't become unavoidable, Zhou Ming probably wouldn't have allowed the Azure Dragon to be revealed. Leaving aside the shock of outsiders upon learning that the Zhou family possessed a third-tier Azure Dragon, Zhou Chun and the others encountered no further incidents after riding the dragon, returning to the Nine Peaks Ridge mountain gate in less than half a day. Finally back, inside the mountain gate, looking at the familiar scenery, Zhou Chun, Zhou Daoquan, and the others sighed with emotion. Although they had only been away from their family's mountain gate for less than 2 months, the events of those 2 months had left them feeling as weary as if they had been away from home for many years. And for a weary person, what could be more relaxing and warm than home? Just as the group was thinking they could finally relax, Zhou Ming suddenly said, Zhangjin, you and Daoquan go to the beast garden and settle those demonic beasts. Daowei and I will take fellow Taoist Zhang to my cave for a chat. Hearing this, the group realized that the war wasn't over yet, and they didn't have much time to rest. Yes, juniors obey, Zhou Chun and the others responded. Watching Zhou Ming and Daoquan escort the dejected Zhang Xian to Pagoda Peak. Then Zhou Chun rubbed his forehead and looked at Zhou Daoquan, saying, Third Elder, The Beast Garden was originally your territory. You decide how to settle these demonic beasts. He then turned to Zhou Peng and said, Uncle Peng, you should take Uncle 11 back to his cave to rest. With the Supreme Elder and the clan chief absent, he, as the deputy clan chief, naturally became the one giving orders. It's freezing in Changsha. It's 0 degrees Celsius tonight. I'll rest for the night and let my body adjust to the sudden drop in temperature before continuing the battle. Chapter 240, Give or Die. Circumstances force you to take advantage. The three main types of demonic beasts brought back by the Zhou family from the White Dragon branch are the red-eyed dragon vulture, the dragon claw giant lizard, and the dragon scale horse. Each of these beasts has its own unique characteristics. The red-eyed dragon vulture is a flying demonic beast capable of carrying multiple cultivators at once, making it an excellent mode of transportation for Foundation establishment cultivators. The dragon claw giant lizard is enormous and adept at carrying heavy loads, capable of carrying 20 to 30 people for 1,000 miles a day, making it a great helper for rapid personnel transport and large-scale cargo delivery. The dragon scale horse is similar in size to the black scale steed, but its speed and endurance are far superior. It also possesses exceptional swimming ability, able to swim across large rivers and lakes, and has considerable combat power, making it an excellent mount for solo travel. Of the 57 demonic beasts brought back by the Zhou family from the White Dragon branch, the red-eyed dragon vulture is the fewest, with only 9, the dragon claw giant lizard ranks second with 15, and the dragon scale horse is the most numerous, with 33. Dragon-born demon beasts are inherently ferocious, and even the relatively docile dragon scale horses are still eager to fight. Therefore, these demon beasts cannot yet live with the other demon beasts in the Zhou family's beast garden, lest they mistake them for enemies and hunt them. At Zhou Daoquan's suggestion, Zhou Chun and the others settled the three types of demon beasts in 3 different locations. The crimson-eyed dragon vultures were placed on the most remote hexagonal peak, guarded personally by the 6th elder Zhou Peng and his men. His spirit pet, the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle, was barely able to keep the flock of ferocious birds in check. The dragon claw giant lizards were placed in the forests below Baozi Peak, guarded by the 5th elder Zhou and his men. The most numerous dragon scale horses were placed in a hilly valley between the 3 peaks, not guarded by any elder, but solely by the Vajra spirit monkey to prevent them from escaping the area. With a great battle looming, the Zhou family lacked the time and energy to tame these demonic beasts. They could only temporarily settle them and let them adapt to their new environment. They would gradually find time to train them after the battle. Even the people who fed them were still the 3 dragon transformation sect cultivators they had brought back. Fortunately, these dragon-blooded demonic beasts were mostly carnivorous. Even the dragon-scaled horses ate half meat and half grass. Otherwise, the Zhou family would have had to expend a great deal of manpower just preparing food for them. After settling the demonic beasts, Zhou Chun and the others sorted through the spoils of the southern expedition. The spiritual herbs that needed immediate processing were all registered and placed at 100 Herbs Peak for professional handling. The rest were temporarily sealed in the family treasury for later disposal. In short, next time they went out, they shouldn't carry these miscellaneous items in their storage bags. Having arranged these urgent matters, Zhou Chun helped with some family affairs while awaiting the verdict of Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei on Zhang Xian. Zhang Chen. Arrange for someone to go to the Zhang family and deliver this jade slip to Zhang Keda, the Zhang family patriarch. He'll know what to do. Inside this haunting hall, after descending from his mountaintop cave, Zhou Daowei handed Zhou Chun a jade slip personally crafted by Zhang Xian and gave him his instructions. From his words, Zhou Chun immediately guessed the content of their conversation in the mountaintop cave. He took the jade slip and asked, "Are you asking the Zhang family to pay a ransom to redeem him?" "Yes, it wouldn't be good to actually kill him at this time. If we imprison him, we'll have to arrange for special guards." Zhou Daowei sighed slightly and nodded in response. "That fellow is really lucky. He just happened to be in a situation where we need manpower right now." Zhou Chun shook his head and didn't say anything more. He immediately took the jade slip to find the 3rd elder, Zhou Daoquan, and asked him to go to the Zhang family at Shiante Mountain to deliver the message. Due to the speed of the process, the Zhang family was still unaware that their supreme elder, Zhang Xian, had been captured on the spot by the Zhou family. It wasn't until Zhou Daoquan arrived at Shiante Mountain with a jade slip personally crafted by Zhang Xian and handed it to Zhang Keda, the Zhang family patriarch who had returned earlier, that the Zhang family learned of the matter. Undoubtedly, this news was a bolt from the blue for Zhang Keita and the Zhang family cultivators, completely stunning them. Zhang Keita naturally knew that his family's supreme elder was keeping an eye on the Zhou family. However, he never expected that Zhang Xian and Fu Mingtao's operation would not only fail, but that his family's supreme elder would also be captured alive by the Zhou family. If it weren't for the Jade Slip's detailed and comprehensive description of the Zhang family's numerous treasures, and the fact that he knew the Zhou family wouldn't try to deceive him with something so easily verifiable, Zhang Keita would have suspected it was a Zhou family conspiracy. I have delivered the letter. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you can decide what to do. Zhou Daoquan, secretly pleased with himself, looked at the bewildered and shocked Zhang Keita, left the Zhang family with these words. Zhang Keita didn't even try to stop him to ask anything, he just stared blankly as Zhou Daoquan left. Only after Zhou Daoquan was far away did Zhang Keita seem to come to his senses, suddenly gritting his teeth and shouting, "The Zhou family! What a Zhou family!" He then hurriedly arranged for people to gather information everywhere, while he himself summoned all the high-ranking members of the Zhang family to discuss the ransom. The Zhou family hadn't given them much time. The relevant documents had to be delivered to Jilfang Ridge within 5 days, or they would kill him. However, if they really did as Zhang Xian said on the Jade Slip and sent everything to the Zhou family, the Zhang family's losses would be enormous. Therefore, whether or not to do as Zhang Xian said was a decision Zhang Keita couldn't make alone. He needed to convene an elders meeting for a vote. However, Zhang Keita knew very well that if Zhang Xian really fell into the Zhou family's hands, the Zhang family would have no other choice but to obediently pay the ransom. And that was indeed the case. At the Zhang family elders meeting, the main focus of the discussion wasn't whether or not to ransom Zhang Xian, but rather whether the news was true and whether the Zhou family could lower the ransom. Some Zhang family elders even had the audacious idea that with the entire nation fighting off the beast tide, the Zhou family wouldn't dare harm a Purple Mansion stage cultivator like Zhang Xian. They believed that once the three major sects redeployed Purple Mansion cultivators from various families to the battlefield, the Zhou family would have no choice but to obediently release Zhang Xian. Zhang Keita shook his head vehemently at such talk, both in his heart and outwardly. He didn't think the Zhou family would be so compliant. After all, Zhang Xian had been caught red-handed attacking the Zhou family. There was no way to clear his name. Even if the Zhou family killed Zhang Xian, it would be perfectly reasonable, and no one could say anything. When the three major sects learned of this, they would at most reprimand the Zhou family for being inconsiderate and disregarding the bigger picture. This constant bickering and discussion prevented them from reaching a definite conclusion on whether or not to ransom Zhang Xian according to the Zhou family's conditions. All the debate ceased only after the scouts returned with the news of the Zhou family possessing a third-tier azure dragon. The Zhou family actually harbored a third-tier azure dragon. When Zhang Keita learned of this, he was utterly shocked and horrified. No wonder Zhou Daoyi refused to release his azure cloud python spirit pet to participate in the 100 Clans assembly. So, the reason the Zhou family suddenly expelled all outsiders from their mountain gate was because that azure cloud python evolved into third-tier azure dragon within the Zhou family's mountain gate. A sudden realization dawned on Zhang Keita, instantly clarifying many previously perplexing questions. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to know the answers. If he had known this earlier, he would never have continued to be an enemy of the Zhou family, and he would never have sought revenge against them. That despicable Zhou family. They deliberately concealed this information, feigning weakness to lure our Zhang family into attacking them. It's all their conspiracy. A Zhang family elder couldn't help but curse, his face filled with anger and fear. Many people are like this. After making a mistake, they won't admit it, blaming others for their wrongdoing. A classic case of blaming the latrine for being too smelly. But they only dared to curse like this within the Zhang family. In truth, these Zhang family elders were all terrified of the Zhou family. Zhang Keita saw this, so after composing himself, he sighed and said, "Alice, let's do as the Supreme Elder says. Consider it a loss to avoid further trouble." Hearing this, the Zhang family elders exchanged glances, none of them objecting further, tacitly agreeing. The situation was beyond their control. The Zhou family had indeed grasped their weakness, and they had no choice but to compromise. Moreover, based on the information currently available, even if they disagree with the Zhou family's demands, and the Zhou family has indeed shown magnanimity by releasing Zhang Xian, once the war ends and the Zhou family settles accounts with the Zhang family, will the Zhang family be able to withstand the Zhou family's attack? Therefore, after the elders' meeting approved the decision, Zhang Keita immediately opened the family treasury to select items and rallied the family cultivators to donate, finally raising the ransom within 3 days. He then dared not delay for a moment and hurriedly took the ransom to Jilafang Ridge. When Zhang Keita arrived at the Zhou family's residence at Jilafang Ridge, the Zhou family was entertaining the visiting Taoist Mingxia. Taoist Mingxia had come on behalf of the Qinglian Temple to inquire about the third-tier Azure Dragon. With the Zhou family currently at war with the Hulong Sect and the Dragon Clan, the sudden appearance of a third-tier Azure Dragon had attracted considerable attention. Although they had a general idea of the origin of the Zhou family's third-tier Azure Dragon, King Wezi, the abbot of Qinglian Temple, still sent Mingxia Taoist, who had a close relationship with the Zhou family, to investigate the matter. This was something the Zhou family had anticipated. Therefore, when faced with Mingxia Taoist's question, Zhou Daowei directly said, "Fellow Taoist Mingxia, you are wise. My spirit pet, the Azure Cloud Python, possesses the bloodline of a dragon and has the potential to transform into one, and I was fortunate enough to obtain a treasure that would help it transform into a dragon. And it truly lived up to expectations, successfully reverting to its ancestral bloodline after refining that treasure, evolving into an Azure Dragon, and also breaking through to the 3rd rank." Hearing his answer, Mingxia Taoist looked at him meaningfully and said, "The treasure that fellow Taoist Zhou mentioned that would help it transform into a dragon, could it be an inner core of a 3rd rank Azure Dragon?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Daowei asked in return without changing his expression, "Do I really have to answer this?" Mingxia Taoist was slightly taken aback, then smiled faintly and said, "Of course fellow Taoist Zhou doesn't have to answer. The abbot only asked me to determine the origin of the Zhou family's dragon. Since it is indeed transformed from the bloodline of fellow Taoist Zhou's spirit pet, the Azure Cloud Python, then my task is complete." After speaking, he turned his gaze to Zhou Chun. Then he said softly, "Young friend Zhou, you haven't sought our help to remove the dragon bloodline within you. Could it be because you've already cultivated the foundation conversion technique within the dragon transformation sect, transforming your golden dragon bloodline into Azure Dragon bloodline? Senior's insight is truly remarkable. I admire you." Zhou Chun bowed respectfully, readily admitting the matter. Seeing this, Taoist Mingxia couldn't help but ask again, "So, was that foundation conversion technique also given to you by Taoist Lu Ran?" "Yes, it was indeed later obtained from Senior Lu Ran." Zhou Chun nodded, admitting it once more. This matter couldn't be hidden any longer, and there was no need to hide it any longer. Upon hearing his admission, Taoist Mingxia suddenly became solemn, looking at the Zhou family members with a stern tone and saying, "Before I came here, the abbot specifically instructed that the Zhou family must be careful about the scale of their trade with Lu Ran, and not disregard everything for profit. Furthermore, any aquatic treasures acquired by the Zhou family in the future, aside from those for their own use, should be sent to our sect for selection and purchase. Only those unwanted by our sect can be sent to the market for sale." There is another matter. Now that the beast tide is approaching, since the Zhou family has the strength and means, they should do their utmost to contribute manpower and resources to resist it, which may allow Lu Ran to gather more information about the beast tide. After these words, the Zhou family members all frowned. The first and second requests were acceptable, but the middle one was somewhat excessive. They all knew that the Qinglian Temple would not offer as high a price for the aquatic treasures sent there as the Zhou family would for selling them themselves. This meant the Zhou family suffered a significant loss of profits. Furthermore, if the Qinglian Temple had already snapped up all the good stuff, how could they exchange rare and precious aquatic treasures for equally rare and precious elixirs? However, Mingxia Taoist's tone clearly indicated that she was only informing them of the matter, not discussing it with them. This meant they had no room for negotiation. They had no choice but to accept. The situation was beyond their control. Zhou Ming sighed inwardly, then nodded solemnly, saying, "I understand. From now on, the Zhou family will strictly control the scale of trade with fellow Taoist Lu Ran, and will send all the rare aquatic treasures obtained as tribute to the Qinglian Temple." He then shook his head slightly, adding, "However, our relationship with fellow Taoist Lu Ran is merely cooperative. We cannot command him. Moreover, with the beast tide ravaging the wilderness, we cannot easily contact him. We cannot guarantee whether we can obtain any further information from him." Upon hearing his reply, Taoist Mingxia simply said, "That's all right, just do your best." With that, she waved her whisk, saying, "All right, my mission is complete. I will not disturb you any longer. Farewell." She then truly departed, never inquiring about the Zhou family's capture of Zhang Xian, as if she knew nothing of it. This is the first update today. Whether there will be a second update is uncertain, mainly because it's too cold today. But if there aren't two updates today, there will definitely be two tomorrow. Chapter 241 The Zhang Family's Ransom, the Golden Horned Dragon King. Nine Peaks Ridge. Just as Mingxia Daoist was being escorted away by the Zhou family, Zhang Keita entered the Zhou family's mountain gate with a ransom. Upon seeing Mingxia Daoist, he was initially pleased, assuming she had come to discuss the Zhou family's capture and detention of his own grand elder, Zhang Xian, and to warn them to release him. However, seeing Mingxia Daoist leave alone, and his own grand elder nowhere to be seen, his heart sank, realizing he might be overthinking things. But clinging to a sliver of hope, he cautiously asked Zhou Daoyi, "May I ask fellow Daoist Zhou?" "No." "May I ask Senior Zhou, what brings Senior Mingxia to the Zhou family?" His words were filled with bitterness. He remembered when he first met Zhou Daoyi, both of them were at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Now, his cultivation hadn't progressed and he remained at that level, while Zhou Daoyi had successfully opened his purple mansion. He now had to address her as senior, a fact that truly saddened him. Unwilling to hear his words, Zhou Daoyi glanced at him sideways and said indifferently, "What is it? Is it any of your business?" He then added sarcastically, "You don't actually think fellow Daoist Mingxia came here specifically to speak for Zhang Xian, do you? He's not worthy." The disdain in his words nearly made Zhang Keita furious. He had never encountered anything like this before. Although the Zhang family of Shiante Mountain wasn't a golden core family, they were still a prominent cultivation clan in Lanzhou. Even Purple Mansion stage cultivators wouldn't speak to him in such a tone. But circumstances were against him. No matter how bitter or angry he felt, he could only force himself to endure it. He could only pretend nothing had happened and said in a low voice, "May I first meet the supreme elder of my Zhang family?" "Go ahead and meet him. I'm not afraid of what tricks you might pull," Zhou Daoyi replied indifferently, then led Zhang Keita directly to the mountaintop cave. It's no wonder he mocked Zhang Keita so much. Zhang Keita's past actions were truly disgusting. So disgusting that even if he couldn't actually destroy the Zhang family now, Zhou Daoyi wanted to strike a blow to Zhang Keita's spirit, making him feel disgusted for the rest of his life. As for whether doing so would incur Zhang Keita's resentment and lead to continued hatred towards the Zhou family, Zhou Daoyi didn't care at all. If Zhang Keita really dared to do that, then the Zhou family would have another excuse to continue retaliating against the Zhang family. However, he felt that after this incident, Zhang Keita and Zhang Xian would probably never dare to do anything underhanded again. Did the Zhou family hate Yu Jinhua? Yet, up until now, the Zhou family hadn't done anything underhanded. If the leader of a family doesn't learn from repeated lessons, then that family deserves to perish. At this moment, after arriving at the mountain cave with Zhang Keita, Zhang Xian, who was obediently staying inside, quickly met with him. "Keita, you've finally arrived." Upon seeing Zhang Keita, Zhang Xian's expression immediately brightened with excitement. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Keita's shoulder, and asked, "How is it? Did you bring everything I asked you to bring?" "I brought it all, it's in here," Zhang Keita said, untying the storage bag from his waist and handing it to Zhang Xian. "Good, good, good. It's good that you brought it," Zhang Xian exclaimed repeatedly, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Then, he shook the storage bag and poured out its contents. 1,000-year-old Zhuan-Tu Ginseng, 5,600-year-old Spirit Ginseng, 10 500-year-old Wang Jing, 2 second-tier high-grade magic artifacts, 3 second-tier mid-grade magic artifacts, 1 third-tier low-grade magic talisman, 1 piece of iron essence, 4 pill formulas, and 34,000 spirit coins. Zhang Keita recounted each item on the ground as if it were his own treasure, his heart bleeding with each recount. These were the Zhang family's savings accumulated over many years, things they had never dared to use even in times of difficulty. Now, in order to redeem Zhang Xian and to appease the Zhou family, they had no choice but to hand over everything. Zhang Xian, however, couldn't care less about the cost. After Zhang Keita finished speaking, he quickly looked at Zhou Mingde and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, look, everything I promised is here. May I return to my family now?" "All right." Seeing as fellow Taoist Zhang has shown some sincerity, this matter will be considered settled. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, you can leave now," Zhou Mingde waved his hand, not pressing the matter further. Seeing this, Zhang Xian was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to him, saying, Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhou. Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhou. I'll take my leave now. He then pulled Zhang Keita away from the mountaintop cave, and quickly departed Jilifang Ridge amidst the farewells of the Zhou family members. After watching the Zhang family members leave, Zhou Chun came to his senses and looked at the pile of things on the ground. He couldn't help but remark, I never expected that the Zhang family, with its centuries-old lineage, would possess a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb and a piece of iron essence. Indeed, one should not underestimate the resources of any great cultivation clan. The preciousness of the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb goes without saying, it's an absolutely valuable item. The iron essence is also a precious refining material comparable to the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. It's said that only those cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage who have mastered powerful fire-based divine abilities, or those at the Golden Core stage who possess stamp fire, can extract this essence from Zhuan iron. The quality of such a treasure is high enough to serve as a material for refining magic weapons for Golden Core stage cultivators. There's certainly no one in the Zhang family capable of refining such a thing. This piece of iron essence was most likely obtained from elsewhere. Unless it's a newly established family of rogue cultivators, every family that becomes a major cultivation clan has hundreds of years of heritage. Over time, they accumulate some high-grade treasures, Zhou Daowei said nonchalantly, then shook his head slightly, saying, it's a pity that time is too tight. We can't slowly manipulate the Zhang family. Otherwise, these things wouldn't be enough to exchange for the life of a Purple Mansion stage cultivator. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said, isn't there Zhang Xian's storage bag? He's a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, and he just participated in the southern expedition. There should be quite a few good things inside. A prisoner should act like a prisoner. So when Zhang Xian left, he didn't mention his confiscated magic weapons and storage bag, obviously knowing that the Zhou family wouldn't be so kind as to return them to him. Hearing Zhou Chun mention this, Zhou Ming immediately took out the confiscated storage bag and began refining it. Because Zhang Xian was also a Purple Mansion stage cultivator and still alive, Zhou Ming had to expend considerable effort, taking almost half a day, to erase the divine sense imprint he had left in the storage bag. After successfully refining the storage bag, Zhou Ming probed it with his divine sense and then smiled faintly, saying, quite a lot of stuff indeed. He then handed the storage bag to Zhou Daowei for inspection, and later had Zhou Chun examine it as well. During the southern expedition, the Jingguo allied forces annihilated and killed more than 100 Purple Mansion stage cultivators and 700 or 800 Foundation establishment stage cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect, and breached the gates of 3 branch altars. It can be said that any Foundation establishment or Purple Mansion stage cultivator who survived the battlefield had a particularly good harvest. Although Zhang Xian's harvest was not as great as Zhou Ming's, his storage bag still contained a considerable amount of various magical artifacts, pills, and spiritual herbs, as well as more than 43,000 Dragon Transformation Sect spirit coins. Adding to the 2 third-tier magic artifacts he himself used, the Zhou family made another fortune this time. After taking stock of the spoils, Zhou Ming began distributing the items on the spot. This flame sparrow pot magic artifact is quite good, Zhangjin. You keep it and use it, and you also take this low-grade 3rd-tier magic talisman, keep it for self-defense. As for this golden cloud pendant, it's yours, Daowei. You just happen to need a practical defensive magic artifact like this. The Zhang family's compensation was considered public funds, and the bulk should have gone into the family treasury. However, Zhou Chun and the others had contributed to obtaining this public fund, so it was perfectly reasonable and legal for them to choose some items to keep according to their own needs. Therefore, when Zhou Ming distributed these items, Zhou Daowei and Zhou Chun did not refuse and accepted them with a clear conscience. After the distribution, the remaining items were stored in Zhou Ming's cave and the family treasury for later disposal. Finally, Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Daowei and Zhou Chun and said, several days have passed since we returned. We should have gathered information about the beast tide by now, and orders should arrive soon. You two should prepare for battle. Yes, the orders should be coming soon. Zhou Daowei sighed softly, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Although the Zhou family was no longer what it used to be, its strength far surpassing when they first arrived at Jilifang Ridge. Families like the Zhang family of Shiante Mountain could be easily subdued. However, in this potential racial war between humans and demons, they were still an insignificant force. A single wave could easily wipe them out. As the patriarch of the Zhou family, how could Zhou Daowei not feel apprehensive and awe? While Zhou Chun and the others were speculating about when the orders would arrive, the figures who would truly determine the fate of this war gathered at the banks of Longyun Marsh. Above the Dragon Abyss Marsh, 9 nascent soul cultivators, including True Person Silver Moon and True Person Azure Sky, gathered. Opposite them were 5 nascent soul cultivators from the Dragon Transformation Sect and 3 5th-tier dragons. These 3 demon kings have unleashed a beast tide to attack our human kingdom. Are they trying to break the long-standing tacit understanding and declare war on our race? True Person Silver Moon stared directly at the 3 5th-tier dragons, the Crimson Fire Dragon, the Black Dragon, and the Azure Dragon, and spoke in a low voice, representing the human race. After investigating the cause of the beast tide, they discovered that these 3 dragons were behind it, and soon the 5 nascent soul cultivators from the Dragon Transformation Sect had tracked them down to this location. Now, with all 3 sides gathered, a great battle could erupt at any moment. Upon hearing Silver Moon True Person's question, the 5th-tier Crimson Fire Dragon spoke in human language, sneering, "What a joke. It's you human cultivators who are the ones who broke the tacit agreement between my Dragon Abyss Dragon clan and your human race. Yet you accuse us of breaking the agreement. What's this?" The thief crying "Stop thief." As soon as he finished speaking, the Azure Dragon chimed in, "Exactly. You inexplicably gathered a large number of human cultivators and entered the wilderness to wreak havoc, slaughtering my demon race. As the Demon King's clan, my Dragon clan has the right to gather all demons to demand justice from you humans. These 5th-tier dragons were already as intelligent as humans, and under the tutelage of the Dragon Transformation Sect, they had learned much about humanity. Naturally, they wouldn't be easily intimidated by Silver Moon True Person's words. Besides, they had come prepared. Then how do you define it for raising my human cultivators and feeding on them? Such behavior has crossed the bottom line of my human race." The white-haired, blue-robed True Man King Xiao stared at the 3 dragons, his eyes indifferent as he uttered his question. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Fire Dragon immediately retorted, "Bah! You humans are allowed to tame my demon race as cattle and horses, slaughtering them at will, but we demon race are not allowed to tame your human cultivators as food? Besides, what we eat are merely the old, weak, sick, and disabled. If we aren't fed, they will die anyway, so why not grant us this privilege? Yes, we haven't gone to your human kingdom to eat people, nor have we eaten your disciples or descendants. What right do you have to interfere with us?" The Azure Dragon chimed in again, its tone filled with resentment. "These words, they must have taught you, so, you 3 demon kings were trained by the Dragon Transformation Sect." Silver Moon True Person suddenly turned her gaze to the 5 nascent soul stage cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect, and whispered her deduction. These words caused the 3 5th-tier dragons' expressions to change. Then, the Black Dragon, who had been silent until now, coldly said, "So what if we are? What are you trying to say?" "I think I already understand Lord Golden Horn Dragon King's meaning. The people the Dragon Clan has sent this time are probably only you few demon kings who have received favors from the Dragon Transformation Sect. The other demon kings won't really participate in this war." A smile flashed across Silver Moon True Person's face as she casually uttered words that caused the 3 5th-tier dragons' expressions to change drastically. Seeing their reaction, Silver Moon True Person's smile became even brighter. He couldn't help but chuckle smugly. "It seems I was right. In that case, on behalf of the human race, I will give Lord Golden Horn Dragon King face. If our human race wins this battle, we will only expand our territory by 1,000 miles to consolidate our border security, and we will not seize an inch more land. At the same time, we will never again summon reinforcements from human kingdoms other than Shen, Chang, and Feng." As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic voice suddenly resounded from the heavens and earth. "Do as you say." The voice was like rolling thunder, echoing through the sky, yet it left the nascent soul stage cultivators and 5th-tier dragons present unaware of its master's location. Such divine power caused the nascent soul stage cultivators and 5th-tier dragons present to show expressions of awe. After the voice gradually dissipated, True Person Silver Moon coldly looked at the 3 5th-tier dragons and the 5 nascent soul stage cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect and said, "Since Lord Golden Horn Dragon King has responded, then let's each rely on our own methods." After saying that, he took the initiative to lead the others to retreat. Unsure of their chances of capturing them, the Dragon Transformation Sect leader and his 3 dragons did not pursue. Chapter 2 for today. It's freezing. It's snowing in Changsha. Chapter 242 Another expedition, honing the next generation. After learning the details of the beast tide, the nascent soul cultivators, including true person Silver Moon, quickly returned to Jing Kingdom and issued various orders. Nascent soul cultivators focused on the big picture, such as whether to fight or make peace, whether to attack or retreat. They didn't concern themselves with the specifics of the battle plan, at most occasionally glancing at the submitted battle plans. Their main role was to try to defeat the enemy's fifth-tier beings, or at the very least, to hold them back, preventing them from intervening against their own mid to high-level cultivators. Therefore, after true person Silver Moon and the others briefly revealed some of the war's inner workings to the Golden Core cultivators below, they began to mobilize their forces. Lu Ran had previously stated that the Dragon Transformation Sect had cultivated at least 5 fifth-tier dragons for the Flood Dragon clan. Although they had only seen 3 fifth-tier dragons at the time, true person Silver Moon and the others dared not assume that the enemy only had that many men. Therefore, mobilizing reinforcements was essential. Nascent soul cultivators have wide social networks, even those hundreds of thousands of miles away have acquaintances of the same level, let alone nascent soul cultivators from neighboring countries. However, due to the agreement with the Golden Horned Dragon King, true person Silver Moon and his group could only recruit from the neighboring countries of Cheng and Shen. While there had been some minor conflicts and disagreements among the 3 countries of Jing, Cheng, and Shen, they were generally on good terms. Shen and Cheng knew that Jing, as a nation directly facing the Dragon Abyss Demon clan, absolutely could not be defeated by them, otherwise they would have to confront the demons directly. Therefore, on matters of great importance, they always stood with Jing. After learning the details from the 2 nascent soul cultivators who had previously supported Jing, both countries sent 2 more nascent soul cultivators to Jing to offer assistance. Meanwhile, the Corpse Demon Sect in Feng also sent true person Yin Zhuan, a 5th-tier Corpse King. In this way, the number of 5th-tier combatants on the Jing Kingdom side suddenly surged to 16, seemingly more than double the number of 5th-tier combatants from the Dragon Transformation Sect. It's important to understand that after reaching the 5th tier, the racial advantage of the Flood Dragon race against human nascent soul stage cultivators is not as significant as before. After all, human cultivators capable of forming their nascent soul stage generally cultivate top-tier techniques and are themselves exceptional individuals. Many nascent soul stage cultivators could already hold their own against 4th-tier Flood Dragons one-on-one when they were at the Golden Core stage. Therefore, after reaching the 5th tier, while Flood Dragons still have a slight advantage over most human cultivators of the same level, they are already quite capable of fighting 2 at once, and can no longer dominate multiple opponents as they did before the 5th tier. Given the number of 5th-tier combatants on the Jing Kingdom side, even if those 5th-tier Flood Dragons truly reached 5 or 6, they could at least guarantee an undefeated record. After all, the Silver Moon True Person of the Moon Wheel Sect and the Azure Sky True Person of the Azure Lotus Temple are both mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. The location of the battles between these 5th-tier beings was a secret, unknown even to Golden Core cultivators. The Golden Core cultivators, having only a general understanding of the details of the invading beast tide, began assigning tasks. The Zhou family's orders were thus quickly relayed to Nine Peaks Ridge. The Zhou family is ordered to march southeast to the Behind Marshline to resist the beast tide. The number of personnel must not be less than 30, with at least 3 at the 3rd tier and at least 6 at the 2nd tier. This order must be issued within 6 hours of receipt and the personnel must reach their destination within 12 hours. On Pagoda Peak, the Kinglian Temple cultivator who came to deliver the message read out the orders to the Zhou family, then handed the order bearing the Kinglian Temple's secret seal to Clan Chief Zhou Daoai, before hurriedly heading to the next family. Upon seeing this, the Zhou family's higher-ranking members who were there to greet the messenger immediately became solemn. "Let's go inside and talk." Zhou Ming waved his hand and led the way into this honking hall. After everyone entered the hall and sat down, Zhou Ming glanced at the transfer order in Zhou Daoai's hand and said, "Time is of the essence, and there's no time to go into details. Just tell me how to carry out the personnel requirements in this transfer order." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Chun frowned and said, "The 30 key refining stage cultivators who were transferred from the family last time are still in Yunzhao and haven't returned. If we transfer another 20 or so family cultivators to Beiyans now, the family will struggle to even maintain normal operations. After years of recuperation, The number of cultivators in the Zhou family has increased significantly compared to 10 or 20 years ago. However, the highest cultivation level among these cultivators born in the last 20 years is only recently entering the mid-stage of key refining, and most are only at the first or second level of key refining, making them completely incapable of fulfilling the task of overseeing the pure spirit pavilion. Now, the Zhou family needs more manpower than before. If they were to withdraw another 20 or so cultivators at the mid-stage of key refining or above who could go to the battlefield, the Zhou family's mountain gate would be truly empty. Then let's recruit more rogue cultivators to tide us over for a while. Our Zhou family is quite wealthy now, so we might as well offer higher wages. We're sure to find rogue cultivators willing to earn that money. Zhou Ming pondered for a moment before offering his solution. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to recruit rogue cultivators now. When the beast tide arrives, the three major sects will definitely summon rogue cultivators from all over the country to resist it. In order to get the rogue cultivators to go obediently, they will definitely offer treasures such as foundation establishment pills to attract people, and they will also offer good prices to buy the corpses of the demon beasts killed by the rogue cultivators. In this way, any rogue cultivator with a little strength and ambition will probably rush to the front line to resist the beast tide. Zhou Daoyi also shook his head slightly. Not very optimistic about Zhou Ming's solution. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming immediately said, "It's difficult for us to recruit independent cultivators with both strength and ambition, but as long as we offer more money, we should be able to recruit some who can guard the pure spirit pavilion. Anyway, this war can't last for several years, so they can hold out for a short time. The Supreme Elder is right. As long as we're willing to spend money, we can definitely recruit people, but how should we arrange the manpower for the expedition? The third elder and I together make 6 second-tier combatants, but who should go for the 3 third-tier combatants, Supreme Elder or Clan Chief?" Zhou Chun looked at the two elders and asked this more important question. The content of the Kinglian Temple's transfer order this time was very interesting. It only stated that the number of personnel should not be less than 30, followed by the number of third-tier and second-tier combatants. This means that as long as the Zhou family sends 30 people, the number of third-tier and second-tier combatants needs to meet the requirements. Therefore, the most suitable solution is to count Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan, along with their pets, as 6 second-tier combatants, and then send a purple mansion stage cultivator with the Zhou family's 2 third-tier demonic beasts to fill the third-tier combatant requirement. Finally, 27 key refining stage cultivators can fill the remaining vacancies. Clearly, this transfer order fully considers the Zhou family's 2 seriously injured members, giving them some breathing room. It's believed that other families will also adjust their transfer orders according to their actual circumstances, without truly pushing people to the brink. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, Zhou Daoyi immediately said, "I'll go. King King is more useful than the fire god Jackal in dealing with the beast tide, and besides, I didn't contribute much in the previous southern expedition." "Very well, since Daoyi, you have this intention, then I won't argue with you. This time, I'll stay and oversee the mountain gate." Zhou Ming sighed softly and quickly agreed. After this discussion, the Zhou family members went their separate ways. Having made preparations and publicity in the days prior, the Zhou family cultivators, selected for the expedition, had no reason to complain. They immediately bid farewell to their relatives and friends, carrying their belongings, and rode the Azure Dragon to Bian Marsh. When Zhou Chun and the others arrived near Bian Marsh, they saw that the cultivators of Kinglian Temple had already requisitioned a nearby stronghold of rogue cultivators and set up a powerful mountain guarding formation. The cultivator Kinglian Temple had sent to oversee this location was a golden core cultivator, whose Taoist name was Qinglingzi. He appeared quite young, and Zhou Chun vaguely remembered that he was the youngest golden core cultivator in Kinglian Temple, said to be under 500 years old. Kinglian Temple sending its youngest golden core cultivator here was clearly intended to train him, but it also indicated that the danger at Bian Marsh was probably not too great. This relieved the Zhou family members. Upon discovering the Zhou family arriving on their dragon, Qinglingzi personally appeared to greet them. "Fellow Daoists of the Zhou family, your arrival is timely. The vanguard of the beast tide has already reached Bian Marsh, and many amphibious demonic beasts have begun to advance inland along rivers and streams, wreaking havoc on mortals. We urgently need manpower to clear these demonic beasts and maintain the foundation of our cultivation world." Inside the stronghold, after the Zhou family members greeted him, Qinglingzi didn't stand on ceremony and immediately began assigning tasks. Hearing this, Zhou immediately asked, "May I ask, Senior, should we arrange our own clansmen to clear the demonic beasts, or should a cultivator from an upper sect lead the team? Currently, the manpower recruited from various places has not all arrived, so we will not be merging and reorganizing you for the time being. For now, you should arrange your own manpower for this task." Qinglingzi pondered for a moment and quickly gave his answer. After speaking, he spread out a map, casually pointed to several places that needed to be cleared, and explained some things to pay attention to. After the Zhou family members acknowledged the order, he left. "Clan leader, please rest here. Leave this small matter to the juniors," and the third elder, Zhou Chun, holding the copied map, offered his suggestion after Qinglingzi left. Clearing out some roaming demonic beasts wasn't worth the effort of a purple mansion stage cultivator like Zhou. Zhou Chun's suggestion was a way of relieving his superior's burden. Zhou naturally wouldn't disappoint him, immediately nodding and saying, "That's fine. Then you can take those juniors to train. Be careful." So Zhou Chun and Zhou each led 12 key refining stage cultivators from the clan and set off for the area that needed clearing. Since the place was less than 200 miles from the stronghold, Zhou Chun simply had the silver lightning python expend its magic power to carry the 12 juniors. They flew for less than an hour, arriving at the confluence of a river in the Azure Smoke Marsh. Although there were many demonic beasts in the Azure Smoke Marsh, they rarely came to places so close to the shore. Before Zhou Chun and his group even landed, they saw over a dozen dark figures swimming upstream. Those are first-tier demonic beasts, blackwater crocodiles. Perfect for you to practice your skills. Zhou Chun scanned the area with his divine sense, instantly recognizing the figures and making a plan. Blackwater crocodiles are common demonic beasts in the Azure Smoke Marsh, only capable of water-based spells like Water Arrow, Water Blade, and Water Column Impact. While not weak in water, they aren't particularly powerful either. Having made his decision, Zhou Chun placed the 12 key refining stage cultivators from his family on the shore, then had fly directly into the water, driving the blackwater crocodiles towards the Zhou family cultivators. "This is a trial and test for you. Although I will intervene if you encounter danger, if I have to, it means you've failed the test. Therefore, I hope you can handle these demonic beasts yourselves." Zhou Chun's deep voice rang in the ears of the 12 Zhou family key refining stage cultivators, making them tense. Of the 12 Zhou family cultivators present, none belonged to the Jia generation. The highest ranking was Zhou's Henglin, the 15th of the Zheng generation, at the 7th level of the key refining stage, her husband Pang Chong possessing the same cultivation. The lowest ranking was Zhou's Hengyong's son, Zhou Xinlin, at only the 4th level of the key refining stage, and just 14 years old. There was no other way. Most of the late-stage key refining cultivators in the Zhou family had been taken to Yunzhou, and the family needed more to oversee the Pure Spirit Pavilion and supervise the recruited rogue cultivators. This meant that the key refining cultivators Zhou Chun and his group brought were mostly at the mid-stage of key refining. Fortunately, while these Zhou family cultivators' cultivation wasn't outstanding, their contracted spirit pets were quite capable, and Zhou Chun had also released the golden winged tiger, which was nearing the level of a first-tier high-grade demon beast, to assist in the battle. Roar! At this moment, facing the 14 blackwater crocodiles driven ashore by the golden winged tiger roared with surging battle intent, spitting out a golden arrow to fire the first shot. The roar from the king of beasts seemed to bolster the confidence of the other Zhou family cultivators and their pets. They quickly unleashed their magical artifacts and spells to attack the blackwater crocodiles. However, due to lack of coordination and inexperience, several Zhou family cultivators chose to attack the same beast or misjudge the distance, causing their spells and artifacts to miss. As a result, after the first wave of attacks, apart from the golden arrow spit out by the golden winged tiger from above piercing the head of one blackwater crocodile and severely injuring it, the attacks from the other Zhou family cultivators only caused minor flesh wounds to a few crocodiles. These attacks, however, provoked the panicked crocodiles that had fled ashore, and they quickly changed direction and charged towards the group of Zhou family cultivators. Swoosh! 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 Before they even got close, a barrage of blue water arrows shot through the air towards the 12 Zhou family cultivators. At this moment, many of them made another mistake. Several people, seeing the water arrow hurtling towards them, hurriedly turned and fled, forgetting that they had cast defensive spells on themselves before the battle and didn't need to worry about the attack. This disrupted their formation, spread panic, and cost them a second chance to attack. They really lack experience. Zhou Chun, watching from the sky, shook his head in disbelief. First update today. Whether I can make it to a second update is uncertain. It's cold, so I suggest you go to bed early. Chapter 243 Zhou Daoi's worries. Beast tide arrives. 18th brother, your iron back bear can't just be used as a meat shield. You need to let it get close and attack in coordination with your attacks. 17th brother, you and your wife shouldn't just focus on fighting one blackwater crocodile. Pay more attention to helping your nephews. Oh no, Xin Huan, watch out behind you. On the grassy bank, Zhou Zhenglin, the most powerful cultivator present, was forced to become the captain. While directing the other clansmen in their fierce battle against the blackwater crocodiles, she also dragged her husband, Pang Chong, along to act as firefighters, helping those clansmen in danger. In fact, they were just inexperienced. If they had this kind of experience in coordinated combat, a mere dozen or so blackwater crocodiles would be no match for their well-equipped forces. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Today's Zhou family is not comparable to the Zhou family of 20 or 30 years ago. Back when the Zhou family had just settled in Jilfang Ridge, because they didn't receive much in terms of material possessions during the division of the family, Zhou Chun couldn't even get his magical artifact replaced by the family. Now, any Zhou family cultivator who reaches the mid or late stage key refining realm receives a corresponding magical artifact as a reward. Moreover, this time, the family not only provided each participant with an extra magical artifact appropriate to their cultivation level, but also 20 magic talismans and a number of pills. With this kind of support, dealing with some blackwater crocodiles that weren't particularly strong after coming ashore was truly a piece of cake. So, after the initial panic and realizing that the blackwater crocodiles weren't actually that powerful, the 12 Zhou family cultivators gradually recovered and began to coordinate their attacks. Once they truly began to cooperate, they quickly achieved impressive results. One blackwater crocodile after another was killed, and the battle ended completely in no time. After the last blackwater crocodile was killed by Zhou Zhenglin's Crimson Flame Vajra monkey spirit pet with a single punch, Zhou Chun slowly descended from the sky. He then nodded slightly to the Zhou family cultivators who had just endured a fierce battle and said, "Well done. I hope you can learn from this battle, learn to cooperate better, and make better use of your magical artifacts, talismans, and spirit beasts to truly unleash your full power, even beyond its limits." These words affirmed the 12's contributions. Therefore, the Zhou family cultivators who heard his words couldn't contain their joy and responded loudly in unison, "Yes, we will certainly remember the vice clan leader's teachings. Alright, let's clean up the battlefield. These blackwater crocodiles don't have anything valuable on them, just take their eyes as evidence." Zhou Chun waved his hand and made new arrangements. Killing demonic beasts during a beast tide also earned merit. To gain merit by killing demonic beasts, one had to present relevant evidence to the cultivators of the 3 major sects who were responsible for tallying merits. For example, to kill a blackwater crocodile, 1 pair of its eyes must be presented. Of course, a complete corpse is preferred. Killing certain second-tier demonic beasts might even require presenting the entire corpse or half a carcass for approval. Soon, all 14 pairs of blackwater crocodile eyes were collected and handed over to Zhou Chun for safekeeping. The crocodile carcasses were then given a quick meal by the Zhou family's spirit pets and discarded on the riverbank. The Zhou family then set off on foot, traveling upstream along the river, clearing out the demonic beasts that had ventured deep inland. In just one day, Zhou Chun and his group had traveled over 100 li along the riverbank, killing 46 first-tier demonic beasts along the way. Only a few high-grade first-tier demonic beasts were personally killed by Zhou Chun. The rest were used as whetstones by the 12 key refining stage cultivators of the Zhou family. After a day of intense fighting, these Zhou family key refining stage cultivators, new to the battlefield, had finally honed their skills and begun to understand how to kill and survive on the battlefield. Alright, today's mission is over. I'll take you back to the stronghold. Remember to reflect on today's experience, learn from it, and don't repeat the same mistakes. Outside a small riverside fishing village, Zhou Chun, who had been patrolling, glanced at the peaceful atmosphere and waved his hand, ending his patrol. Since this riverside village hadn't been attacked by demonic beasts, it meant that the demonic beasts traveling upstream hadn't passed through this area, so the river was temporarily cleared. Immediately, Zhou Chun summoned the silver lightning python, Bai, who had rested along the way, to carry the 12 exhausted Zhou family key refining stage cultivators back to the stronghold. When they returned, the stronghold seemed to have more people than the day before, and Zhou Chun also saw many cultivators who appeared to be independent practitioners. After handing over the mission, Zhou Daowai, who had been at the stronghold, took the opportunity to speak about Queen Lingzi's arrangements. According to Senior Queen Lingzi's plan, the Zhou family and several powerful families will each form their own teams, and we will supplement them with some independent cultivators to form a 100-person team. He will then directly issue orders to us team leaders, and we will simply follow them. Hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but mutter to himself with a slightly surprised expression, being willing to delegate power at this time. Senior Queen Lingzi is quite decisive. He then nodded slightly and said, however, this is indeed a great thing for us, it is indeed a good thing, but with a delegation of power, the responsibility also falls on our shoulders. If anything goes wrong, I'm afraid we will suffer the consequences. Zhou Daowai shook his head and changed the subject, saying, from what Senior Queen Lingzi said, it seems that he wants to use King King's existence to do something, which makes me very worried and somewhat uneasy. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied, if we're going to use the Azure Flood Dragon, we could either rely on its might to disperse the beast horde, but that's unlikely to work in a beast tide. Those 4th-tier demonic beasts wouldn't stand idly by, or we could use the Azure Flood Dragon to attract the attention of the 4th-tier flood dragons behind the beast tide, drawing them out. He then thoughtfully added, if it's the latter, then there's probably more than just Senior Queen Lingzi, a golden core cultivator, here. That's what I think too, which is why I'm worried. Zhou Daowai muttered to himself, looking concerned. King King is a dragon-transformed creature with a bloodline that has reverted to its ancestral form. It hasn't seen any other flood dragons yet. If it were to encounter a 4th-tier flood dragon, while I'm not afraid of it backfiring and breaking the contract, I'm worried it might affect its personality and thoughts, potentially creating hidden dangers. His concern wasn't unfounded. Most of the spirit pets of the Zhou family cultivators were raised from a young age, so they generally had very close relationships with their masters. In the history of the Zhou family, many Zhou family cultivators' spirit pets even died alongside their masters. However, once a spirit pet comes into contact with wild demonic beasts of the same kind and lives together for a long time, its feelings for its master can easily change. Moreover, the higher the cultivation level of the demonic beast, the higher its intelligence, and the more susceptible it is to this influence. Although under the restriction of the soul control blood array, it is almost impossible for a demonic beast of the same level to break the contract and turn against its master. If it really harbors thoughts of betrayal, it will still cause great trouble in the future. The Azure Flood Dragon is already a 3rd-level demonic beast, and under Zhou Daowai's training for over 100 years, its intelligence is now comparable to that of a 13 or 14-year-old human boy. The intelligence of a 4th-level flood dragon is also about the same level, or even higher. If the two meet, and the 4th-level flood dragon conveys to the Azure Flood Dragon some ideas of resisting humanity and liberating the demonic body, it is hard to guarantee that the Azure Flood Dragon will not be affected. And once the seed is planted, it may sprout and grow at any time until it fills the heart. Zhou Chun had shared these concerns, which is why he spared the golden-winged tiger's parents, sparing the golden sword tiger and the winged tiger. Now, facing Zhou Daowai's worries, Zhou Chun could only comfort him, saying, Clan leader, your concerns are not unfounded. However, this is a hurdle we must face sooner or later. I believe that your century-long relationship with King King cannot be disrupted or destroyed by the slanderous words of that treacherous beast. Alice, I hope so. Zhou Daowai sighed softly, having no better solution. Time passed quickly, and 2 more days went by in the blink of an eye. By this time, almost all the cultivation families summoned to Behind Marsh had arrived. Since the main force of the beast tide was heading towards Yunzhao, the cultivation families summoned from Lanzhou were mostly local Lanzhou families, with a few from Lianzhao. The independent cultivators, on the other hand, came from a wide variety of backgrounds. Many independent cultivators from the north, due to time constraints or simply not wanting to face the main beast tide, came to Lanzhou to join the battle. Once these independent cultivators had amassed several thousand, Queen Lingzi began reorganization. He offered each key refining stage cultivator willing to participate an extra 3 to 7 spirit coins per day, and also promised a death benefit. In this way, he recruited over 700 brave warriors. These cultivators were then evenly distributed among 8 cultivation families, including the Zhou family, forming 8 organized 100-man squads. The remaining independent cultivators served as reserves, ready to replenish the losses suffered at the front. Here, and here, these 8 places are all strategically important passes leading to the inland. Your 800-man squads are to form defensive formations in these locations to defend against and eliminate small groups of beast tides, preventing them from penetrating the interior and harming mortals. Furthermore, if you receive my message, you must immediately obey orders without the slightest delay. In a small, exquisite courtyard, Qinlingzi summoned Zhou Daowei and the other 8 Purple Mansion stage cultivators, solemnly assigning them their tasks. The border of Jing Kingdom is extremely vast. If all the demonic beasts in the beast tide were to break into smaller groups and rush into Jing Kingdom, the number of cultivators in Jing Kingdom would certainly be insufficient to defend such a vast border. However, such dispersed demonic beasts would no longer act according to the orders of the high-level demonic beasts that initiated the beast tide. It's very likely that they would begin killing each other as soon as they left the influence range of the high-level demonic beasts, or simply settle down wherever they find a suitable place. This would not only limit the actual destructive power of the beast tide, but also make it easier for the cultivators of Jing Kingdom to form teams to eliminate those demonic beasts. Therefore, once a high-level demonic beast launches a beast tide, it generally will not allow the beast horde to leave its sphere of influence, making the tide's route easy to predict in advance. Based on Jing Kingdom's previous experience in dealing with beast tides, even if the tide splits, each smaller swarm needs at least 1/3 tier demonic beast to lead and restrain it in order to maintain a certain level of destructiveness. Therefore, Qinlingzi has ordered cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage to lead teams to guard the 8 directions, preventing small swarms from bypassing the frontal defenses and rushing into the rear to cause trouble and destruction. Upon hearing Qinlingzi's instructions, Zhou Daowei and the others solemnly replied in unison, "Yes, we obey." Then they each led their people and set off. The 100 people from the Zhou family left their stronghold and headed straight southwest, traveling for more than 300 miles before stopping on a mountain ridge. This is it, Golden Rooster Mountain. We must defend this area until new orders arrive. High atop the mountain, Zhou Daowei gazed at the boundless plains behind him, his expression extremely grave. On these plains lived no fewer than 1 million mortals. If the beast tide entered, countless mortals would perish. Therefore, their responsibility was immense. Zhou Daowei then personally led Zhou Chun and the others to set up the protective array and the small purification array issued by Qinlingzi. Thus, a temporary camp was established. After the camp was set up, Zhou Chun suggested to Zhou Daowei, "I think the environment of Golden Rooster Mountain is quite good. There should be many reclusive cultivators living there. Perhaps we could recruit them, even if only to help control the arrays." "That's a good idea. Let Zhang Lan and her husband take some reclusive cultivators to find people. Tell them that as long as a reclusive cultivator comes, regardless of their cultivation level, our Zhou family will subsidize them at least 1 spirit coin per day." Zhou Daowei pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement with Zhou Chun's suggestion. Zhou Chun quickly arranged for Zhou Sanglan and Pang Chong to lead 7 or 8 rogue cultivators to the mountains to recruit laborers. Zhou Chun himself also spent considerable time training and coordinating the recruits to ensure they could be effectively utilized in the actual battle against the beast tide. Meanwhile, just as the Zhou family set up camp, the beast tide, which had rested for 2 days at the edge of the Azure Smoke Marsh, officially crossed the wilderness and entered the territory of Jing Kingdom. The main force of this beast tide headed directly towards the stronghold where Qinlingzi was stationed, clearly indicating that they had already conducted intelligence reconnaissance. Around the same time, Lin Huanggao, far away at the Blood Dragon branch of the Dragon Transformation Sect, was forced to end her recovery period and was once again conscripted. First update of the day, one more tonight. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 The Eagle and Wolf Beasts Destroy the Beast Tide. Jinji Mountain. Soon after the Beast Tide entered Jing Kingdom's territory, Zhou Daowei received the news. He dared not delay and quickly ordered Zhou Chun to send out scouts to patrol and monitor the Jinji Mountain defense zone day and night, to prevent small groups of beasts from unknowingly entering the vast plains behind. 2 days later, a scout reported that a small beast tide had been spotted approaching from the east of Jinji Mountain. Upon receiving this intelligence, Zhou hurriedly went to investigate. He flew eastward for over 100 miles and saw demonic birds fluttering in the sky and demonic beasts galloping on the ground, both moving towards the vast plains simultaneously. From the air, he roughly counted 600 or 700 demonic birds and no fewer than 1,000 demonic beasts galloping on the ground. Fortunately, although the numbers seemed large, there were only 2 third-tier demonic beasts among them. One was a demonic bird, its true form a giant, bluish-black eagle, and judging from its aura, it was a low-grade third-tier demonic beast. The other beast was a one-horned fire wolf, and judging from its aura, it was likely a mid-grade third-tier demonic beast. Besides these 2 third-tier demonic beasts, the beast tide also contained more than 10 second-tier demonic beasts, whose strength should not be underestimated. And judging from the direction the beast tide was heading, it wouldn't pass through the Golden Rooster Mountain stronghold. Having gathered this intelligence, Zhou didn't act rashly, but quickly returned to the stronghold to discuss countermeasures with Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun. After this discussion, they decided that Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun would stay at the stronghold, while Zhou would take the fire god Jackal alone to attack the beast tide and lure towards the stronghold. After the plan was finalized, Zhou quickly left the stronghold and set to work. He caught up with the advancing beast tide and immediately released the fire god Jackal, letting it howl provocatively at the one-horned fire wolf within the tide. Awoo! In mid-air, the fire god Jackal, its fur ablaze with fiery red, howled, instantly drawing the attention of the birds and beasts in the beast horde. When they realized the voice came from a third-tier demonic beast, many birds and beasts in the horde stirred, revealing fear. But with the cry of an eagle and the howl of a wolf, the commotion quickly subsided. The fire god Jackal had served its purpose. Faced with the provocation of a third-tier fire god Jackal, which could barely be considered a wolf, the one-horned fire wolf had to step forward to fight, otherwise, it would have no right to lead the pack. Since its leader was going to duel the fire god Jackal, the beast horde naturally had no choice but to temporarily halt and watch this battle of kings. However, the giant bluish-black eagle leading the birds had no intention of watching the battle. Instead, it let out a fierce howl and flapped its wings, launching an attack on Zhou. With a flap of its wings, a surge of azure wind energy instantly transformed into 2 azure wind blades, each over 10 feet long, shooting towards Zhou. "Well done," Zhou shouted, not in a hurry to unleash his killing move, the Azure Dragon. Instead, he activated the Golden Glow Pendant, a magical artifact he had obtained from Zhang Xian, unleashing a golden glow that protected him. The 2 azure wind blades struck it, shattering instantly and failing to harm Zhou in the slightest. Zhou then flicked his sleeve, summoning the Flaming Spear, the very artifact that had caused Zhang Xian such a great loss, and urged it to pierce through the azure black giant eagle. This artifact, known to Zhou Ming as the Dragon Transformation Sect Protector he and Zhou Ming had ambushed and killed, was itself a powerful mid-grade third-tier artifact. Because they hadn't yet fallen out with the Dragon Transformation Sect, Zhou Ming hadn't dared to refine and use it. By the time Zhou successfully opened his purple mansion, the southern expedition was about to begin, and he no longer had any reservations about using the loot. At this time, relying on several excellent magical artifacts, Zhou, despite only recently opening his purple mansion, was still able to fight the giant cyan black eagle to a standstill. However, while he was holding his own, the fire god Jackal quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. With a difference of 1 minor realm and the same attributes, the fire god Jackal was no match for the one-horned fire wolf. Seeing this, Zhou hurriedly signaled a retreat. Upon receiving the signal, the fire god Jackal didn't hesitate at all, transforming into a streak of fire and fleeing. The one-horned fire wolf, of course, didn't want this Jackal that dared to offend its majesty to escape. Mainly, the fire god Jackal and it were extremely close and compatible in both race and attributes. If it could devour the inner core and corpse of the fire god Jackal, it would undoubtedly make great progress in its cultivation, perhaps even having a chance to glimpse the realm of a third-tier high-grade demon beast. Seeing the one-horned fire wolf chasing after the fire god Jackal, the beasts immediately changed their stance. Some windblade wolves, crimson flame wolves, and other wolf-like demon beasts, as well as canine demons, quickly followed the one-horned fire wolf's departing figure. Other races of demon beasts, however, seemed hesitant and wavered, not making a decision immediately. The Azure Black Giant Eagle, currently fighting Zhou Chun, saw this and immediately thought it had seen through the human's treachery. It hastily suspended its attack on Zhou Chun and instead roared angrily, driving the beasts to chase after the one-horned fire wolf. It even ordered many flying demon beasts to follow. Little did it know that this was precisely Zhou Chun's intention. Seeing that its goal had been achieved, and not wanting to fight the Azure Black Giant Eagle to the death here, it immediately turned and retreated. His retreat immediately led the Azure Black Giant Eagle to believe he was afraid, and it immediately began its relentless pursuit. After chasing him for over 100 miles, Zhou Chun soon spotted the one-horned fire wolf attacking the Golden Rooster Mountain Stronghold's protective array. It turned out that although the fire god Jackwell was seriously injured during the pursuit, it had managed to escape back into the stronghold. Naturally, it was unwilling to let its prey escape, and launched an attack on the stronghold. However, the stronghold's protective array was a gift from Queen Lingzi, and with Zhou Chun, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, overseeing the operation, and hundreds of key refining cultivators assisting, it was far beyond the power of the one-horned fire wolf to break through alone. Doing so would only be a waste of its power. Clearly, the one-horned fire wolf itself seemed to realize this. So, when Zhou Chun returned, it became clever, suddenly abandoning its attack on the stronghold and instead pouncing on Zhou Chun. It intended to join forces with the Azure Black Giant Eagle to kill Zhou Chun and force the fire god Jackwell out. However, Zhou Chun showed no intention of engaging the two demonic beasts outside. Suddenly, he formed a hand seal, and a burst of azure spiritual light erupted from his body, instantly splitting into 7 different figures, each flying towards the stronghold from a different direction. This sight stunned the 2 third-tier demonic beasts, who hastily attacked the nearest figure. However, their attacks only struck the illusions. Zhou Chun's true body had already successfully returned to the stronghold. Seeing this, the one-horned fire wolf and the Azure Black Giant Eagle, having been tricked, roared and howled in anger. They furiously launched a fierce attack on the stronghold's array, while urging the birds and beasts following behind to join the attack, determined to raze the stronghold to the ground. Little did they know that this was exactly what Zhou Chun and his companions wanted to see. Attention everyone! Don't attack beasts of the same level. Attack those weaker than you. Don't be stingy with the magic talismans I gave you, use them to your advantage. Inside the stronghold, Zhou Chun, watching the approaching beast army, loudly reiterated his earlier words to the key refining cultivators. Their mission at Golden Rooster Mountain was to prevent beasts from escaping into the vast plains and harming mortals. Therefore, they had to eliminate the beasts outside the plains to avoid having to send people to hunt them down again. If they only wanted to thwart this small horde, Zhou Chun could have released the Azure Flood Dragon earlier. Alright, attack. Finally, as the beast horde approached the stronghold, launching magical attacks and charging, Zhou Chun gave the order to attack. As soon as he gave the order, he formed a hand seal, condensing a ball of golden light into long golden arrows that shot towards the vital points of the first-level beasts. Meanwhile, within the stronghold, hundreds of key refining stage cultivators each found their targets, unleashing spells or activating talismans to launch their attacks. Boom! Outside the stronghold, a one-horned fire wolf hovered high in the sky, spewing pillars of fire downwards. The blazing fire struck the array's protective barrier, instantly exploding into a sea of fire that continued to burn relentlessly against the barrier. Simultaneously, a giant azure black eagle flapped its wings, unleashing a azure storm like a tidal wave towards the array's protective barrier, uprooting all trees and rocks in its path and sending them crashing onto the barrier. Fortunately, no other demonic beasts were on the side it attacked, otherwise even an elephant would have been blown away. Besides these 2 third-tier demonic beasts, more than 10 second-tier demonic beasts also displayed their unique abilities, pouring their attacks upon the stronghold's protective array. Under this relentless and fierce onslaught, the array's protective barrier quickly dimmed and began to shake violently. Golden Rooster Mountain was ultimately not a place rich in spiritual energy. Even though the array bestowed by Queen Lingzi was powerful, without sufficient spiritual veins and energy to sustain it, it was still insufficient to withstand the attacks of 2 third-tier demonic beasts and numerous second-tier and first-tier demonic beasts. Fortunately, the cultivators inside the array had been repeatedly warned by Zhou Chun beforehand not to worry about the array's protective barrier, but to focus on attacking the demonic beasts outside and killing as many low-tier demonic beasts as possible. Fireballs, Wind blades, water arrows, and other spells flew through the air, some attacking the array's protective barrier from the outside, and others flying from inside the array towards the demonic beasts outside. The scene looked quite chaotic, with both sides fighting their own battles. In this kind of exchange, the demonic beasts without the protection of the array were undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Many demonic beasts were hit by spells flying out of the array as soon as they launched an attack, or even before they had a chance to launch one. Many demonic beasts died on the spot from these attacks. In just a quarter of an hour, nearly a quarter of the demonic beasts outside the formation had perished. At this point, the formation's protective shield had reached its limit and was on the verge of breaking. Alright, it's time to attack. Zhou glanced at the wolf and eagle in the sky, patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, and released his spirit pet, the azure dragon. Immediately, the three of them, along with the already eager fire god Jackal, charged out, heading straight for the 2 third-tier demonic beasts. Seeing this, Zhou Chun exchanged a glance with Zhou Chun, then nodded and said, "Let's go too." They then rushed out of the formation together, each releasing their spirit pets to attack the second-tier demonic beasts. Just as Zhou Chun and the others had predicted, when the azure dragon appeared, the 2 third-tier demonic beasts, under the overwhelming pressure of its dragon aura, immediately showed shock and fear. The other demonic beasts were even more terrified, trembling in fear. They couldn't even stand firm, let alone continue fighting. Taking advantage of this opportunity, many cultivators within the stronghold unleashed spells, killing dozens of low-level demonic beasts. Then, as expected, the situation unfolded. With their companions dead and the dragon's imposing presence looming, the beast and bird herds, previously held together by the intimidation of the one-horned firewolves and the dark blue-black giant eagles, quickly scattered, even the second-tier demonic beasts. Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun seized the opportunity to hunt down the fleeing beasts. Not only them, but many of the rogue cultivators within the protective array also rushed out in groups, chasing after the fleeing first-tier demonic beasts. These rogue cultivators came to the battlefield hoping to make a fortune, and now that the demonic beasts' morale was low, they naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass them by. Since there were over 10 second-tier demonic beasts, Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun didn't intend to wipe them all out. They only focused on chasing down those fleeing towards the vast plains. The first beast Zhou Chun targeted was a mid-grade second-tier firewolf demon beast. It should share the same bloodline as the one-horned firewolf, only it hadn't grown a horn. This beast was also leading 30 or 40 first-tier crimson flame wolves when it fled. Zhou Chun had the silver lightning python use its lightning flash spell to intercept the firewolf demon beast, and then summoned the golden armored rock turtle to gang up on the beast. Despite the firewolf demon beast's slightly higher cultivation level, it was quickly beheaded by Zhou Chun using the sun-radiant golden wheel, under their unsportsmanlike attack. Zhou Chun didn't rush to collect the firewolf demon beast's corpse. Instead, he sent the fast-moving Bai to chase after the slower second-tier giant rhinoceros demon beast, while he himself took the opportunity to kill the crimson flame wolves running on the ground. Killing some first-tier demon beasts with his foundation establishment cultivation was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. In less than a quarter of an hour, Zhou Chun had killed all 37 crimson flame wolves that had scattered and fled. At this moment, he sent the golden armored rock turtle to help Bai, who was fighting the giant rhinoceros demon, while he used his flying boat artifact to chase after a fleeing second-tier leopard demon. It was a second-tier silver-spotted leopard, extremely adept at running, and instead of flying, it sped through the mountains. Zhou Chun chased it for 40 or 50 miles before catching up with it in a valley in the mountains. With its cultivation level as a second-tier low-grade demon beast, it was naturally no match for the well-equipped Zhou Chun. In less than 10 moves, Zhou Chun used Golden Cauldron Profound Light to imprison it and then killed it with a single strike of Sun-Radiant Golden Wheel. Afterwards, Zhou Chun stopped looking for the second-tier demon beasts that had already disappeared, and instead used his superior position to continuously kill the demon beasts fleeing on the ground and the first-tier demon birds flying around in the air. Compared to demon birds, he was more proactive in killing land beasts. This was not only because demon birds could fly and were harder to chase, but also because demon birds were generally smaller and did not require as much food as land beasts. Even if they roamed into the inland areas, the number of people they harmed wouldn't outweigh the number of beasts. By the time Zhou Chun had fought his way out of sight and returned to the stronghold, The silver lightning python bye-bye and the golden armored rock turtle had already joined forces to kill the second-tier mid-grade giant rhinoceros demon, whose cultivation was superior to theirs, and had also chased down many first-tier demon beasts. However, Zhou and the fire god Jackal were still chasing two third-tier demon beasts and hadn't returned. So Zhou Chun could only start treating the wounded and arranging for people to clean up the battlefield with Zhou, who had also finished his chase. When the two talked, Zhou Chun learned that Zhou had only killed one second-tier mid-grade demon beast and one second-tier low-grade demon beast. But he and his pets had killed two second-tier mid-grade demon beasts and one second-tier low-grade demon beast together. Second update today. The weather will gradually warm up in a couple of days, so I need to perk up and continue to maintain 8,000 words a day. Chapter 245. A failure at the last moment. Corpses buried in the barren mountains. Golden Rooster Mountain. Dusk was falling, the sun already setting in the west, about to disappear completely. Yet, the mountain reeked of blood, and all the wild beasts and birds had long since fled. The corpses of dead demonic beasts were scattered everywhere, and cultivators were cruelly gouging out their eyes, beheading them, removing their gallbladders, ripping out their hearts, and skinning them. With so many demonic beast corpses, transport was impossible, so Zhou Chun had his men remove the most valuable materials or organs that could identify them, to be disposed of later. Of course, he wouldn't interfere if the rogue cultivators wanted to collect the corpses. They worked like this until after the moon rose, finally managing to roughly process the thousands of demonic beast corpses to ensure their battle merits wouldn't be deducted due to lack of evidence. It was at this moment that Zhou returned, riding a blue dragon with the fire god Jackal. Clan leader, you're finally back. How did the battle go? Looking at the returning Zhou Chun didn't mince words and directly inquired about his gains. Hearing this, Zhou said with some frustration, they all escaped. We didn't manage to kill a single one. He then recounted the details. It turned out that after he led the fire god Jackal in pursuit, his original intention was to concentrate his forces to kill the one-horned fire wolf. Just as the one-horned fire wolf had coveted the fire god Jackal's demon core, Zhou also coveted the one-horned fire wolf's demon core. If the fire god Jackal could devour the one-horned fire wolf's demon core and corpse, it would have a high probability of advancing to a mid-tier third-order demon beast. However, the one-horned fire wolf, being a mid-tier third-order demon beast, and aided by the dark blue-green giant eagle, was not so easy to kill. Although Zhou and his group severely injured it, it still managed to escape back to the main force of the beast tide. Moreover, this battle also exposed the existence of the Azure Flood Dragon. After listening to Zhou's account, Zhou Chun felt deeply sorry for the fire god Jackal. For a third-tier demonic beast like the fire god Jackal, since the Zhou family could no longer provide it with pills to increase its cultivation, its growth rate wasn't much faster than that of a third-tier demonic beast in the wild. Therefore, it was normal for its cultivation to not make much progress over 100 years. Now, it was a rare opportunity to encounter a mid-grade third-tier demonic beast with a perfect affinity with it, but it still managed to escape, which was truly a pity. However, Zhou Chun didn't show this pity. Instead, he comforted Zhou, saying, even if the rabbit runs away, the burrow is still there. As long as it's still in the beast tide, we still have a chance to kill it. Yes, there's still a chance. Zhou nodded, then comforted the injured fire god Jackal and inquired about Zhou Chun and the others' gains. The harvest this time was enormous. We killed 5 second-tier demonic beasts and over 1,400 first-tier demonic beasts. The number of escaped demonic beasts should be less than 500, and most of them fled in the direction they came from. Zhou Chun paused slightly before continuing. As for our losses, 9 cultivators perished in the pursuit, and 13 were injured. 2 members of the clan were also injured. Hearing this, Zhou nodded slightly and said, this loss is acceptable. Remember to collect the belongings and ashes of the fallen cultivators and hand them over to King Lian Temple for disposal after the battle. Don't worry, clan leader, I have already done so, Zhou Chun replied, then added, however, what should we do with all the demonic beast corpses on the mountain? If we just leave them to rot or be eaten by wild animals, many more demonic beasts will likely spawn. It would be a pity to burn them. Hearing this, Zhou immediately knew he must have a plan, so he asked directly, then, Zhangjin, what are your thoughts? Zhou Chun didn't keep him in suspense and immediately replied, this junior is thinking, Could we find a place to build an ice cave and temporarily freeze these demon beast corpses inside? After the beast tide passes, we can transport these corpses back to the family to be made into beast food. Demon beast meat, without processing, is generally not eaten by cultivators. However, the Zhou family could use it to make beast food to feed their demon beasts. The corpses of over 1,000 demon beasts would be enough to feed all the demon beasts raised by the Zhou family for a period of time. Therefore, in Zhou Chun's view, these demon beast corpses were a considerable gain. After hearing his plan, Zhou Daowei quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "That's a good idea. As for making some ice blocks, we can handle that." After saying this, he instructed Zhou Chun to lead people to the mountains to find a suitable place to build an ice cave. With the aid of divine sense, Zhou Chun quickly found a naturally shady spot, released a golden armored rock turtle, and asked Zhou Daokun to send out the earth armored bear for help. The two second-tier earth elemental demonic beasts worked together, and in less than half a night, they dug a giant pit large enough to hold the corpses of over 1,000 demonic beasts. Then Zhou Daowei arrived, and with the assistance of Zhou Chun and Zhou Daokun, the three of them cast spells, freezing the mountain spring water into ice blocks and laying them at the bottom of the pit. They then threw the demonic beast corpses into the pit and covered them with another layer of ice. After several layers, the corpses of over 1,000 demonic beasts were buried in the giant pit. After the final sealing was completed, Zhou Daowei specially instructed the Azure Flood Dragon to leave a strong aura of a dragon above the pit to deter any wild beasts or demonic beasts that might come to steal the corpses. By the time all this was done, it was already evening of the next day. Just then, Qin Lingzi's communication talisman arrived in Zhou Daowei's hands. After reading the message, Zhou Daowei said to Zhou Chun and Zhou Daokun with a solemn expression, "Senior King Lingzi said that the Wang family is in dire need of help and he wants us to move there immediately to provide assistance. I remember that besides Senior Wang, the Wang family also has Senior Yang from Lion's Hao, right? Even two Purple Mansion stage cultivators couldn't hold a single stronghold." Zhou Chun's face flashed with surprise, also somewhat astonished by the news. The message didn't specify the details, but just be extra careful. Zhou Daowei shook his head slightly and immediately ordered the entire army to set off. So, except for a few seriously wounded who were left behind to recover, Zhou Chun and his 100-man team quickly dismantled their formation and headed towards the Wang family's location. Saving lives was urgent, and at this point, Zhou Daowei and Zhou Chun didn't think about keeping a low profile. They used the Azure Dragon and the Silver Lightning Python as transport, carrying over 70 key refining cultivators at full capacity. The remaining key refining cultivators were carried by Zhou Daokun's Crimson Flame Crane and the 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators. In less than 3 hours, they arrived near the Wang family's outpost, hundreds of miles away. It was already late at night, but the Wang family's outpost was shimmering with spiritual light and filled with deafening roars, as it was being attacked by a beast horde. Zhou Daowei opened his Dharma eyes in the sky and observed the situation for a moment before his gaze narrowed slightly. No wonder the Wang family called for help so quickly. This small beast horde actually contains a high-grade 3rd-tier fox demon and a low-grade 3rd-tier cat demon. He withdrew his gaze and solemnly stated his discovery. Just then, the high-grade 3rd-tier fox demon seemed to sense something and suddenly turned its gaze towards them. When the fox demon saw the Azure Dragon and Fire Jackal flying in from 20 or 30 miles away, a human-like solemnity flashed in its eyes. Then, a piercing fox cry rang out, and the beast horde attacking the Wang family's stronghold suddenly fell silent, ceasing its assault. Then, to the rhythmic sound of the fox cries, the beast horde began to disperse, forming small teams of wolves, bears, and cattle. This scene left Zhou Daowei slightly stunned. Then, as if realizing something, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! That cunning beast is trying to escape." He immediately instructed Zhou Chun and Zhou Daokun, Zhengjin, "You two take men to hunt down those scattered fleeing demonic beasts and try to prevent them from reaching the inland areas. I'll go and see if I can stop those 2 3rd-tier demonic beasts." He then had the Azure Dragon and the Fire God Jackal put the cultivators on their backs to the ground, and quickly led the 2 beasts to charge towards the 3rd-tier high-grade demonic fox. At the same time, Wang Guangping and Yang Zhengshan, 2 Purple Mansion stage cultivators who were struggling to defend this stronghold, also spotted Zhou Daowei. Seeing this, Wang Guangping's eyes flickered, and she immediately said to Yang Zhengshan beside her, "It's a fellow Taoist from the Zhou family coming to support us. Let's go out and meet him." Of course, Yang Xiangshan replied, and immediately rushed out of the stronghold with Wang Guangping. As soon as the two of them came out, they heard Zhou Daowei shout in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist Wang, fellow Taoist Yang, quickly send your family's juniors to intercept those small groups of demonic beasts. Don't let them escape into the inland areas behind the city, or the consequences will be dire." Upon hearing this, both Wang Guangping and Yang Xiangshan's expressions changed. Wang Guangping reacted quickly and immediately replied, "Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist Zhou. I'll send someone to do it right away." After saying that, she said to Yang Xiangshan, "Fellow Taoist Yang, you personally lead the men to intercept and kill those demonic beasts. I'll go help fellow Taoist Zhou deal with that fox demon, then fellow Taoist Wang, please be careful." Yang Xiangshan also realized the seriousness of the situation. After giving a reminder, he hurriedly returned to the stronghold to arrange for men to go out and pursue them, while he himself also chased after the fleeing second-tier demonic beasts at top speed. On the other side, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan had already led a team of men to pursue the demonic beasts that had scattered outside the Wang family's stronghold. This time, to take care of the key refining cultivators in the group, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan left the golden armored rock turtle and earth armored bear with the group, letting them accompany the key refining cultivators and defend against any potential second-tier demonic beasts. Then, the two of them, one riding a python and the other a crane, each mounted their spirit pets, began chasing after the scattered second-tier demonic beasts. This chase lasted almost the entire night. By the time dawn broke, Zhou Chun and his servant, the silver lightning python Bai, were too exhausted to move. That night, they had killed 2 more low-grade second-tier demonic beasts and over 200 first-tier demonic beasts. Although the enemies they encountered were not strong, the intense chase had still exhausted their mana, leaving them unable to continue searching for and hunting other demonic beasts. Fortunately, Zhou Chun still had the golden-winged tiger as a backup mount. After putting the exhausted silver lightning python into his spirit beast pouch, he had the golden-winged tiger carry him back to the Wang family's stronghold to rest. Upon returning, Zhou Chun discovered that, aside from the 2 Yang family foundation establishment cultivators who remained to guard the stronghold due to injuries, he was the first foundation establishment cultivator to return. The key refining cultivators, with limited mana, had returned shortly after chasing after him and were now either meditating to heal their injuries or recover their mana. The golden armored rock turtle had already followed Zhou Xinglan back to the stronghold. Seeing this, Zhou Chun greeted the 2 Yang family foundation establishment cultivators and released the silver lightning python, allowing both of them to rest and recover. After Zhou Chun had meditated for about 2 hours, Zhou Daoquan and all the foundation establishment cultivators from the Wang and Yang families had returned, leaving only 3 purple mansion stage cultivators still missing. However, the Zhou family members had complete confidence in their patriarch and weren't too worried about this matter. As expected, about 4 hours after Zhou Chun returned to the stronghold, the 3 purple mansion stage cultivators returned together. Along with them, they brought back the corpse of a third-tier cat demon as large as a tiger. It was a relatively rare green-eyed raccoon, which had been used as a pawn by the third-tier high-grade fox demon during its escape and died in the siege of the 3 purple mansion cultivators. Because Zhou Daowei had contributed the most, and the Zhou family had come specifically to help, Wang Guangping and Yang Xiangshan didn't dare to fight over the most important inner core, only sharing the cat demon's corpse. However, while the harvest was considerable, the aftermath was equally significant. Many demonic beasts had already taken advantage of the chaos last night to escape into the inland areas, making it difficult to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. It was feared that many ordinary people in the rear would suffer from the attacks of these demonic beasts. But this was not something Zhou Chun and his group could handle right now. They didn't have the time or energy to search for those demonic beasts everywhere. Therefore, after understanding the situation, Zhou Daowei immediately looked at Wang Guangping and Yang Xiangshan and said, "Fellow Taoist Wang, fellow Taoist Yang, this matter must be reported to Senior King Lingzi in a timely manner, so that Senior King Lingzi can make a decision. Fellow Taoist Zhou is right, we will immediately send a message to Senior King Lingzi to report the details." Wang Guangping and Yang Xiangshan exchanged a glance and immediately sent a message to King Lingzi, reporting the situation on their side. Not long after, King Lingzi's reply reached Wang Guangping. After glancing at the reply, Wang Guangping quickly looked up at Zhou Daowei and Yang Xiangshan and said, Senior King Lingzi instructed us to send 1 Foundation Establishment cultivator and 20 key refining cultivators to the rear to track down and eliminate the rampaging demonic beasts. The rest of us, except for the seriously wounded, will all go to the Song family's stronghold." Hearing this, Yang Xiangshan frowned and asked, "What about the demonic beast corpses outside?" "I don't think Senior King Lingzi's words implied an immediate departure, so let's clean them up first. We can't let everyone's hard work go to waste." Wang Guangping hesitated slightly before stating her opinion. Clearly, she was reluctant to let so many demonic beast corpses, which could yield battle merits, be thrown away. At least she wanted to collect the demonic beast organs that could serve as evidence for the merits. Just then, Zhou Daoai also spoke up. "Fellow Taoist Wang, fellow Taoist Yang, if we need a Foundation Establishment cultivator to lead the cleanup of those rampaging demonic beasts, I recommend my Zhou family's vice clan chief, Zhou Zhengchen, for this task." Although Zhengchen is only at the early Foundation Establishment stage, you all know his strength and abilities. With him leading the team, he will surely do his best. A second update will be released tonight. Chapter 246 Sudden Change in Situation, Zhou Family Crisis. At Zhou Daoai's suggestion, Zhou Chun ultimately stayed behind. Also staying were 18 key refining stage cultivators from the Wang and Yang families, plus Zhou Xinlin from the Zhou family. This personnel arrangement clearly revealed the intentions of the 3 Purple Mansion stage cultivators, including Zhou Daoai. After staying, Zhou Chun didn't immediately lead his men to clear out the monsters that had fled into the inland areas. Instead, he led his men to continue digging pits and burying the corpses, filling the ice caves with the monster carcasses scattered across the mountains. However, not all the monster carcasses were obtained by the Zhou family. Some would be distributed to the Wang and Yang families afterward. As for the rogue cultivators who had also contributed, their storage bags were already full, so no further benefits were needed. Only after burying over 1,000 monster carcasses did Zhou Chun lead his men into the inland areas to clear out the remaining fleeing monsters. He dispatched over a dozen key refining stage cultivators to the nearest towns, instructing them to contact local mortal officials and forces. Whenever news of demonic beasts arrived, they were to personally go and exterminate them. In just 2 days, Zhou Chun slew 23 murderous demonic beasts. However, his good fortune was short-lived. Soon after, Zhou Chun received news that the main force of the beast tide besieging Queen Lingzi's stronghold had spurred over 2,000 low-level demonic beasts to surge inland. These low-level demonic beasts moved in groups of 3 to 5, following entirely different routes, making them impossible to intercept as before. Clearly, these low-level demonic beasts were deliberately released to divert the Jing Kingdom's cultivators' strength. If Queen Lingzi ignored these beasts, many mortals would die at their hands once they entered the heart of Lanzhou. But if he were to divide his forces to clear these beasts, the stronghold's defenses would be weakened. So Queen Lingzi turned his attention to the various cultivation families in Lanzhou, demanding that each family either draw upon their own cultivators or hire rogue cultivators to form teams to clear out the demonic beasts. The Zhou family was thus assigned 15 more quotas, including 1 Foundation Establishment cultivator. This is outrageous. Even Zhou Chun, usually known for his good temper, was angered upon learning of this. The Zhou family currently had less than 130 key refining stage cultivators capable of fighting. With half their manpower already drawn, demanding 15 more from the Zhou family under these circumstances was tantamount to squeezing them to death, pushing them to the brink. "No, I have to go back to the family first." After much deliberation, Zhou Chun decided to immediately return to the family's mountain gate. Using the excuse that he needed to recover his mana, he had the Wang and Yang families form teams to slowly clear out the lone demonic beasts, while he secretly returned to Nine Peaks Ridge. After several hours of flight, he arrived back at the family. As he expected, Zhou Mingde, who was in charge of the family, was also troubled by the 15 quotas. "Zhengzhen, you're back just in time. Tell me, what should we do about this? The family simply can't spare that many people right now. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, the family's losses will be very serious." But this order wasn't just received by our Zhou family. "If we don't obey, I'm afraid we won't be able to explain ourselves." Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Chun with a deep frown, also stumped by this matter. He hadn't expected that he, a dignified Purple Mansion stage cultivator, and the large Zhou family, would be troubled by such a seemingly minor matter. Fortunately, Zhou Chun had already thought about this on his way here. Faced with Zhou Ming's question, he immediately replied, In my opinion, this matter can only be resolved by hiring rogue cultivators. Hearing this, Zhou Ming frowned and said, but most of the rogue cultivators in Lanzhou have gone to the front lines. Those who remain either don't want to participate in this war at all, or are too weak to participate. Those rogue cultivators who don't want to participate in this war are simply afraid of the danger. As long as we are willing to invest, give each of them 10 first-grade high-quality magic talismans, promise them a first-grade high-quality magic weapon as a reward afterward, and give them a higher hiring fee than King Lian Temple, there will always be someone willing to take the risk, Zhou Chun said, then gritted his teeth and said, if we still can't recruit enough people like this, then we can only recruit some early-stage key refining rogue cultivators to make up the numbers. In short, we can't let anyone find fault with the numbers. Alright, then let's do as you say, Zheng Chun. I will immediately have Jiang, Jia Pen, and Xingying go to the nearby rogue cultivator strongholds to recruit people. Zhou Ming gritted his teeth, knowing this was the only viable option at the moment, and immediately dispatched 3 foundation establishment cultivators from the Zhou family to recruit more people. Zhou Chun, however, couldn't wait for the results. He didn't even have time to rest, immediately leaving the family and returning to his original location. Fortunately, with a generous reward, the Zhou family managed to hire 14 key refining stage cultivators of varying levels, who were led by Zhou Jia to the designated meeting point. But their good fortune didn't last long. Within 2 days, Zhou Chun received news that drastically changed his expression. The frontline stronghold at Baian's had fallen. It was said that a 4th-tier mid-grade demonic beast, the earth-turning dragon, had appeared in the beast tide. This beast attacked from underground, and under the cover of the main force of the beast tide, used its innate divine power to sever the earth veins at the frontline stronghold, causing the spiritual veins to collapse and become chaotic, affecting the performance of the protective array, ultimately leading to the array being forcibly breached. This sudden change plunged the cultivators at the frontline stronghold into the midst of the beast horde, resulting in heavy casualties. Zhou Chun was able to quickly learn the details because he encountered a purple mansion stage cultivator who had managed to escape from the stronghold, from whom he learned what had happened. However, before he could inquire further, the purple mansion stage cultivator had already hastily fled back to his family. Seeing this, Zhou Chun panicked and hurriedly told the key refining stage cultivators from the Wang and Yang families to return home, then took Zhou Xinglin directly back to his own family. He didn't know whether Zhou Daoyi, Zhou Daoquan, and the other Zhou family cultivators who had been taken to the stronghold were alive or dead, but he knew that if they survived, they would definitely return to their families first. Moreover, the consequences of losing the frontline stronghold would be extremely serious. Although the Zhou family's Nine Peaks Ridge was quite a distance from the frontline stronghold, if the beast horde spread throughout Lanzhou, it wouldn't be long before it reached there. After a hurried journey of several hours, Zhou Chun finally returned to the Nine Peaks Ridge family's mountain gate. To his delight, the patriarch Zhou Daoyi, whom he had been worried about throughout the journey, had already returned to the family before him. However, this joy was short-lived, quickly dispelled by Zhou Daoyi's subsequent words. Although I successfully fought my way out of the beast tide with the help of King and the fire god Jackal, Daoquan was separated from me by the tide, and his fate is unknown. Moreover, the family's key refining cultivators are likely all in grave danger, few have escaped. These few words shattered all of Zhou Chun's joy, causing his heart to sink. For the Zhou family, whether it was Zhou Daoquan, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with the potential to open his purple mansion, or Zhou Xinglin and the other 20-odd key refining cultivators, they were all indispensable. However, from Zhou Daoyi's words, it was clear that Zhou Xinglin and the other key refining cultivators were all likely dead. Zhou Chun's mind flashed back to the faces and voices of his clansmen who had fought alongside him just days before. He stared wide-eyed at Zhou Daoyi and asked, what exactly happened at the frontline stronghold? I only heard that a mid-grade 4th-tier demonic beast, the earth-turning dragon, severed the earth's veins and disrupted the spiritual veins, causing the protective array to be breached by the beast tide. But does that mean that without the protective array, all those cultivators inside the stronghold were so easily defeated? Hearing this, Zhou Daoyi pursed his lips, looking shaken, and replied, it's true that the array was broken because of the earth-turning dragon, but the main reason we were routed and forced to flee was because of the Crimson Dragon Hall Master of the Dragon Transformation Sect and that mid-grade 4th-tier Crimson Fire Flood Dragon. At that time, that man and the dragon suddenly attacked. The 3 golden core cultivators hidden on the Azure Lotus Temple side couldn't stop them at all. Our breakout formation was crushed by the Crimson Dragon Hall Master in one blow. Those who were lucky enough to survive could only scatter and flee, each seeking their own way to survive. Hearing this answer, Zhou Chun fell silent. The leader of the Crimson Dragon Hall, if I remember correctly, should be a late-stage golden core cultivator. The strength of that mid-grade 4th-tier Crimson Fire Flood Dragon might even surpass that of a late-stage golden core cultivator. Such a combination suddenly appearing on the battlefield, coupled with that mid-grade 4th-tier Earth-turning dragon. Zhou Chun could already imagine how terrible and desperate the situation must have been. In that situation, it would have been good enough if Zhou Daowei had managed to escape with his own life. Rescuing others was truly beyond his capabilities. He could only ask in a low voice, "What should we do now?" Since even a powerful figure like the leader of the Crimson Dragon Hall has appeared in Lanzhou, the beast tide here certainly won't just be ravaging the mortal realm. How should our Zhou family deal with this? There's no other way now. We can only prepare for the worst. If an unstoppable beast tide surges towards the family, we can only abandon Nine Peaks Ridge to prioritize the survival of the remaining cultivators. Zhou Daowei shook his head, speaking in a dejected tone about the solution. Abandon Nine Peaks Ridge. Zhou Chun was speechless upon hearing this. Reason told him it was the best choice. But emotionally, he found it hard to accept. Because if he did, decades of hard work by the Zhou family would be in vain, and everything would have to start all over again. At this moment, Zhou Ming, who had been silent until now, suddenly waved his hand and said, "All right, Zheng Chun, you must be tired from your journey. Go back and rest. I'll arrange for people to take care of these things." He had already experienced leaving his hometown, and compared to Zhou Chun, he was undoubtedly more accepting of the worst outcome. "Then this junior will take his leave." Zhou Chun glanced at the 2 elders with a heavy expression, bowed, and then withdrew. At this point, there was truly nothing they could do. Everything depended on the 3 major sects, Kinglian Temple, Moonwheel Sect, and Flame Sun Sect, to see how they would handle the situation. Clearly, Kinglian Temple was more anxious than the Zhou family about the loss of their frontline stronghold in Lanzhou. Lanzhou's location is crucial to the Kinglian Temple, connecting Lianzhou, where the temple's main gate is located, with Yunzhou and Lingzhou. If this area were completely occupied by demonic beasts, the supply lines between the Kinglian Temple's main gate and the Yunzhou front would be severed, and the temple might even be threatened by the beast tide. Therefore, just over 10 hours after the fall of the Lanzhou frontline stronghold, 4 golden core cultivators and more than 10 purple mansion cultivators rushed to the scene from both the Kinglian Temple's main gate and the Yunzhou frontline. These individuals, along with King Guiyangzi and other golden core cultivators who had retreated from the front lines, focused their attention on the Crimson Dragon Hall Master and the 4th-tier demonic beasts within the beast tide, attempting to prevent them from leading the tide's advance. However, while they could keep an eye on the 4th-tier demonic beasts, they had no way to stop the massive beast tide that had already penetrated into the heart of Lanzhou. Most of the cultivators from the various cultivation families in Lanzhou had been drawn to the frontline strongholds in Bilanz, but suffered heavy losses due to the fall of these strongholds. They were now unable to send any more cultivators to form a large army to confront and stop the beast tide. Even their own mountain gates were now facing the threat of the beast tide. The He family of Kingzhou Mountain has already evacuated. Their mountain gate has been breached by the beast tide. According to them, the beast tide is spreading in all directions, and its main force is moving towards Lianzhou, less than 600 li from our Zhou family. On Pagoda Peak, several high-ranking members of the Zhou family gathered, sharing the latest intelligence. As the beast tide entered the heart of Lanzhou, cultivators from all over fled in terror, and all sorts of rumors were flying around, true and false, difficult to distinguish. Most of the information the Zhou family received came from cultivators who had fled to the vicinity of Jilfang Ridge. The intelligence sent by their allied family, the He family, was their first official intelligence report. And this intelligence was extremely important. After reviewing the intelligence, Zhou Chun immediately commented, "Lianzhou is the foundation of the Kinglian Temple. If the beast tide enters, it will shake their very foundation, and they certainly won't stand idly by." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ming nodded in agreement. "Zheng Chun is right. Unless there's no other way, the Kinglian Temple will absolutely not allow the war to reach Lianzhou." At this point, Zhou Ming added in a low voice, "In my opinion, The Kinglian Temple will likely soon reinforce our Zhou family and other families close to Lion's Hao, using us as fortresses to defend against the enemy outside Lion's Hao. Defend against the enemy outside Lion's Hao? Zhou Chun's expression shifted, and he quickly replied, if it's truly as the Supreme Elder says, then we must now relocate those secular clansmen, at least hundreds of miles away from our family's mountain gates. Yes, this must be done immediately. Zhou Ming nodded, his face grave as he agreed to Zhou Chun's suggestion. Just then, a familiar voice rang out outside this honking hall. Zhou Jia requests an audience with the Supreme Elder and the clan chief. He has important matters to report to you two elders. Second update delivered. Chapter 247 Attack on Jilfang Ridge. Zhou Jia is back. Inside this honking hall, Zhou Chun and the other two were overjoyed upon hearing the sudden sound outside. Although Zhou Jia had been leading people to clear out the demonic beasts that had invaded the heart of Lanzhou and was not at the frontline stronghold, she could still encounter a large beast tide at any time after the frontline stronghold was breached. Therefore, before she returned, Zhou Chun and the others had been very worried about her. Now that they knew she had returned safely, they breathed a sigh of relief. Jia, come in quickly, let's talk inside. Zhou Daoi immediately spoke up, calling Zhou Jia into the hall. 13th Ant, you just said you had something important to report, may I ask what it is? Zhou Jia had just finished bowing to the two elders when Zhou Chun brought up the important matter. Upon hearing this, her expression instantly turned serious, and she solemnly said, on my way back to the family, I discovered an elite beast tide moving towards the family. Among them are several third-tier demonic beasts and 20 or 30 second-tier demonic beasts. What? Is that so? The three members of the Zhou family in the hall were all shocked by this news. Then, Zhou Ming asked solemnly, Jia, where did you discover that beast tide? How far are they from the family now? About 400 miles away from the family. They are not as familiar with the route as I am, so they should be much slower than me, but I estimate they are no more than 200 miles away from the family now, Zhou Jia said in a low voice, clearly realizing something. Upon hearing her answer, Zhou Daoi's expression immediately turned grave. It seems highly likely they're heading straight for our Zhou family, and there might even be cultivators from the dragon transformation sect hiding among them. The reason he believed the elite beast tide was aimed at the Zhou family stemmed from the Zhou family's grudge against the dragon transformation sect, and his spirit pet, the Azure Dragon. Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun shared a similar assessment, believing the elite beast tide's target could only be the Zhou family. Therefore, after a moment's thought, Zhou Ming immediately issued orders. Immediately send someone to Red Cliff Market to deliver a message, saying that an elite beast tide is attacking our Zhou family, requesting reinforcements. Also, immediately send someone to inform the secular clansmen outside the mountains, telling them to run if they can, and those who can't to enter the safe passages for refuge, and not to linger on the surface. Pass on the order. Well, let's not make a big commotion here at home, lest those rogue cultivators escape prematurely. With each order issued by Zhou Ming, the Zhou family's higher-ranking members immediately sprang into action. Based on the intelligence provided by Zhou Jia, Zhou Ming personally left the mountain gate to investigate the whereabouts of the elite beast tide. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, began adjusting the personnel within the family who were currently carrying out various tasks, so that when the beast tide actually attacked the Zhou family's mountain gate, those cultivators with combat capabilities could participate in the battle. Less than 2 hours later, Zhou Ming returned from his reconnaissance and reported the results. We guessed correctly, that elite beast tide is indeed heading towards the family. And it's already over 100 miles away. Moreover, according to my observation, there are at least 5 third-tier demonic beasts in the tide, including 2 high-grade third-tier demonic beasts, 24 second-tier demonic beasts, and over 400 first-tier demonic beasts, all of them high-grade. As for the cultivators from the dragon transformation sect, although I couldn't find them, the fact that the beast tide could so accurately head straight for the Zhou family means that someone must be secretly guiding it. Hearing this, Zhou Daoi and Zhou Chun both became grave. The Zhou family's strength is not what it used to be. With the protection of their mountain formation, even 3 or 5 ordinary cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage might not be able to break through. However, if they were to be aided by more than 20 second-tier demonic beasts and more than 400 first-tier demonic beasts, the Zhou family's mountain formation would likely struggle to withstand such a fierce attack. The beast tide has come from afar and will definitely need to rest before attacking. If the Red Cliff Market provides timely support, We only need to hold off the first wave of attacks, Zhou Chun said in a low voice, though his somber tone suggested he wasn't entirely confident. There's no point in saying anything else now. Let's notify the clansmen to prepare for battle. Zhou Daowei shook his head slightly, not wanting to offer any further opinions. The enemy had already reached the family's mountain gate. All they could do now was to fight back with all their might. As expected, when they learned that a beast tide had appeared outside Nine Peaks Ridge, the first reaction of the rogue cultivators who were still cultivating and being hired within the Zhou family's mountain gate was to flee Nine Peaks Ridge. They had no affection for the Zhou family and wouldn't stay to help defend against the beast tide. But just as they gathered at the mountain gate entrance, clamoring for the gatekeepers to let them leave Nine Peaks Ridge, Zhou Chun appeared. He hovered in midair, looking down at the dozens of rogue cultivators below, and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoists, please be quiet and listen to what I have to say." Upon hearing this, the noisy rogue cultivators fell silent. But just as Zhou Chun was about to continue, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. "Vice Clan Leader Zhou, this junior doesn't want to hear what you have to say right now. I only want to leave before the beast tide attacks the mountain. Please have someone let this junior leave." From within the crowd, a white-haired old man, his face full of anxiety, repeatedly bowed to Zhou Chun. The words had just been spoken by him. Hearing his words, several other rogue cultivators also began to clamor. "That's right, we just want to leave now. Please don't delay any longer. Vice Clan Chief Zhou, Vice Clan Chief Zhou, if you want people to help guard the Zhou family, you can just say so. We just want to leave now. Please give the order to leave. We're just paying rent to cultivate at Nine Peaks Ridge. Now that we have something to do and want to leave, why should the Zhou family stop us?" These rogue cultivators who didn't go to the front lines weren't the kind of people who had the courage to fight the beast tide, and they were all very shrewd. Of course, they knew Zhou Chun's purpose in appearing at this time. But they had no interest in listening to Zhou Chun's nonsense. They just wanted to leave this dangerous place of the Zhou family as soon as possible. "Fellow Daoists, you've misunderstood. If you want to leave, the Zhou family will naturally not stop you. But I'd like to remind you that once you leave this mountain gate, the Zhou family will no longer be responsible for your safety. If you run into the beast tide that's closing in, don't blame me for not warning you." After saying this, Zhou Chun indeed ordered the entrance to the mountain gate to be opened. But then, the rogue cultivator who had been shouting that he wanted to leave immediately hesitated. Looking at the open entrance to the mountain gate, he couldn't move his feet for a moment. Seeing this, Zhou Chun ignored him and immediately continued, "According to our Zhou family's intelligence, this beast tide is only a small one, numbering no more than 1,000, which is well within our Zhou family's capabilities. Furthermore, our Zhou family has already used a long-distance communication talisman to notify the senior of the Kinglian temple stationed at Huangai Market. Reinforcements will arrive soon. After all, our Zhou family will be in Lianzhou from now on, and the Kinglian temple won't just stand by and watch the beast tide enter Lianzhou. Therefore, if you choose to stay with the Zhou family, we will not only provide you with free talismans to fight the enemy, but also give you a daily reward of spirit coins. Those with only late-stage key refining cultivation can receive 10 spirit coins daily." Having said this, Zhou Chun waved his hand and said, "All right, I finished speaking. You only have half a quarter of an hour to decide whether to stay or leave. After half a quarter of an hour, the Great Formation will be completely closed and will not be open for anyone." With that, he landed on the ground, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, the rogue cultivators were caught in a dilemma. However, half a quarter of an hour wasn't long enough to allow them much time to hesitate. Therefore, some decisive cultivators quickly made their decisions on the spot. "Damn it, I refuse to believe I'll be that unlucky," a middle-aged man cursed and immediately rushed towards the mountain gate entrance, quickly leaving the Zhou family's mountain gate. With such a leader, other cultivators who were usually confident in themselves followed suit. By the end of the half-quarter of an hour, almost half of the rogue cultivators present had left. Seeing this, Zhou Chun, who had been keeping his eyes closed, immediately stood up and looked at those who had chosen to stay, saying, "All right, the half-quarter of an hour is up. Since you fellow cultivators have chosen to stay, my Zhou family will not treat you unfairly. Please go to the clan's external affairs hall to register your personal cultivation information and receive the rewards and compensation from my Zhou family." With that, he sealed the entrance to the formation and notified the clan leader, Zhou Daowei, to fully activate the mountain protecting formation. The Zhou family's protective array is called the Five Directions Miro Array, an extremely profound and forbidden array. This array integrates attack, defense, and illusion functions, possessing various mysterious transformations, and its power can vary greatly. If it were set up on a high-level spiritual vein, with a golden core cultivator who understands the array's transformations controlling it, and with the assistance of 4 or more purple mansion cultivators, even 4 or 5 golden core cultivators attacking it would find it difficult to shake the array in the slightest. Unfortunately, although the Zhou family's Nine Peaks Ridge has extraordinary spiritual energy, its spiritual vein level is still only in the mid-level category. Moreover, due to the scarcity of resources, the materials Zhou Chun used when setting up the Five Directions Miro array were not of the highest quality, and even after years of improvement and replacement, it has never been fully restored. Therefore, even with Zhou Daoyi, a purple mansion cultivator, presiding over the array, and Zhou Chun, Zhou Jiapen, and Zhou Xingyin assisting, even Zhou Chun, the one who set up the array, could not guarantee whether it could withstand the onslaught of the beast tide. However, regardless of the circumstances, once the Five Directions Miro formation was fully activated, and the multicolored array shield completely enveloped the Zhou family's mountain gate, it reassured the cultivators inside, making them feel much more at ease. Then, under the command of Zhou Chun, who was unable to participate in the battle due to injury, the Zhou family cultivators and the hired rogue cultivators all moved to the most suitable attack positions at the edge of the array. Just as the cultivators inside the Zhou family's mountain gate were ready for battle, the figures of the hundreds of demonic beasts appeared in the Zhou family cultivators' sight. When they saw that there were less than 500 demonic beasts, many rogue cultivators who had chosen to stay and help the Zhou family breathed a sigh of relief. They had been cultivating in the Zhou family for a long time and had a general idea of the Zhou family's strength. They felt that with a mountain protecting array as their reliance, these few demonic beasts could not break through the Zhou family's mountain protecting array. At this time, several rogue cultivators who had previously chosen to escape returned to the outside of the Zhou family's mountain gate in a panic, crying and begging the Zhou family to open the array and let them in. No matter how much they pleaded, Zhou Daoyi, who was controlling the formation, did not respond. At this moment, Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun's attention was focused on the 5 third-tier demonic beasts in the herd. These included a black-purple giant tiger, a black-haired giant bull with golden horns, a one-horned fire wolf, a blue giant eagle, and a yellowish-brown giant scorpion. The black-purple giant tiger and the black-haired giant bull were both high-grade third-tier demonic beasts. The one-horned fire wolf and the blue giant eagle were mid-grade third-tier demonic beasts, and the yellowish-brown giant scorpion was a low-grade third-tier demonic beast. Such a lineup was truly impressive. I didn't expect that one-horned fire wolf to be among them. Zhou Daoyi's gaze swept over the 5 third-tier demonic beasts one by one, finally settling on the one-horned fire wolf. Looking at the still healing wounds on the one-horned fire wolf, he confirmed that this was the same one-horned fire wolf that had escaped from Golden Rooster Mountain. A deafening roar echoed as the demonic beast army outside Nine Peaks Ridge launched an attack on the Zhou family's mountain gate. Don't they need a rest? Zhou Chun's expression shifted slightly, as if sensing some danger. Outside the formation, the giant black-purple tiger, after roaring the order to attack, leaped forward and unleashed a black-purple fireball at the formation's protective shield. The black-haired giant bull, not to be outdone, bellowed, its horns gleaming with golden light, and charged through the air, crashing into the formation's shield. With these 2 high-grade third-tier demonic beasts leading the charge, the other beasts dared not stand idly by any longer and roared as they attacked the Zhou family's mountain gate. Boom! Violent explosions echoed across Nine Peaks Ridge, as various spells struck the 5-colored array shield formed by the 5 Directions Miro array, causing the array's light to flicker and sway incessantly. On the 5 most important array bases of Nine Peaks Ridge, Zhou Daoyi, the master of the array, along with Zhou Chun and 3 other Foundation establishment cultivators, were fully engaged in manipulating the array flags to draw spiritual energy from the spiritual veins to maintain the array's operation. At this moment, none of the 5 could launch any attacks against the demonic beasts outside. Only Zhou Ming was harassing the third-tier demonic beasts, preventing them from unleashing their full power to attack the array. As for the Azure Dragon and the Fire God Jackal, both third-tier demonic beasts, they were currently waiting inside the mountain gate, not to be sent out to fight unless absolutely necessary. First update, one more tonight. Chapter 248 Demon Core Self-Destruction, Hope and Despair. 9 Peaks Ridge. The fierce battle of attack and defense had been going on for over 2 hours. The defensive power of the 5 Directions Miro formation seemed to be even better than Zhou Chun had expected. Despite the relentless attacks of hundreds of demonic beasts outside, the formation maintained stable operation without any abnormalities. This relieved the previously worried Zhou family elders, who felt that the Zhou family was now safe. During these 2 hours of attack, dozens of first-tier demonic beasts had died under the attacks of Zhou family cultivators, and even a second-tier demonic beast had been killed by Zhou Mingde. These deaths significantly reduced the intensity of the demonic beast's attack. If this continued, the demonic beasts would have even less chance of breaking the 5 Directions Miro formation. Even the third-tier demonic beasts noticed this. Their agitation during the attack was noticeably greater than before. Even the Azure Giant Eagle and the One-Horned Fire Wolf, who hadn't originally planned to use their main bodies to attack the shield, couldn't resist swooping down and clawing and ramming at the shield, wearing down the formation's power. "You beasts, you asked for this." Inside the formation, Jodeoi's eyes turned cold. He immediately formed hand seals, activating another transformation of the formation. 5 colored spiritual light gathered on the main formation flag in front of him, quickly transforming into a 5-colored light bullet that slammed into the swooping Azure Giant Eagle. Because of the protective array barrier, the Azure Giant Eagle did not immediately notice the 5-colored light bullet. Only when its sharp claws were about to strike the array barrier did it realize the 5-colored light bullet flying out from within the formation. At this point, it had no time to dodge. It could only let out a fierce cry, spread its wings, and hug its body like a mother hen protecting her chicks. But it still underestimated the power of the 5-colored light bullet. With a loud boom, the Azure Giant Eagle was instantly blasted hundreds of feet away, crashing heavily to the ground. Looking at its appearance, it was truly miserable. The once magnificent Azure Eagle was now riddled with wounds, its wings shattered, only a few wing roots clinging to its body. Its chest and back were bleeding profusely, covered in wounds, and one leg had been blown off in the explosion, its whereabouts unknown. Such injuries would have made it a corpse had it not been a third-tier demonic beast. Even for a third-tier beast, such severe injuries offered virtually no chance of recovery. Then, a cruel scene unfolded. Startled by the eagle's gruesome state, the other third-tier demonic beasts, including the purplish-black giant tiger, pounced on the fallen eagle, its jaws agape, ready to devour its demonic core. But just as it was about to succeed, a sharp golden light suddenly shot towards it, causing it to leap several meters high, narrowly avoiding the attack. It was the black-haired giant bull, unwilling to see it devour the eagle alone, who intervened. Roar! The purplish-black giant tiger, its plans thwarted, roared in anger, its brownish-yellow eyes widening as it stared at the black-haired giant bull, a cold glint flashing in its eyes. However, facing the black tiger's provocation, the black-haired giant bull also raised its head and let out a moo, showing no weakness. The tiger and the bull actually stood facing each other. This scene stunned many cultivators within the Zhou family's mountain gate at 9 Peaks Ridge. No one had expected that the third-tier demonic beasts, who had just cooperated in attacking the Zhou family's mountain gate, would now be fighting each other. Moreover, in order to fight for the ownership of the severely injured and dying Azure Giant Eagle's demon core, the strongest, the purplish-black giant tiger and the black-haired giant bull, would actually attack each other. As expected, beasts are beasts. Only such beasts could do such things. Zhou Mingde shook his head, sighing at this unexpected turn of events. However, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether the purplish-black giant tiger or the black-haired giant ox ultimately prevails, the death of the Azure Giant Eagle is a foregone conclusion. With this third-tier demonic beast gone, the risk of the Zhou family's mountain gate being breached is undoubtedly much smaller. But just as the Zhou family members were eagerly watching the two facing off third-tier demonic beasts, hoping they would fight each other, a human cultivator suddenly appeared between them. He was a middle-aged man in a dark red robe, possessing the cultivation of the late-stage purple mansion realm. After appearing between the two demonic beasts, he waved a dragon-scaled token in his hand at them and growled a warning. Under his warning, although the two demonic beasts showed reluctance in their eyes, they still restrained their hostility and stopped confronting each other. After persuading the two demonic beasts, the middle-aged man flew towards the Azure Giant Eagle and began to communicate with it through low cries. Meanwhile, The purplish-black giant tiger and the black-haired giant ox vented their fury on the Zhou family, roaring and charging at the Zhou family's mountain gate once more. The protector of the blood dragon hall of the dragon transformation sect? Is he the commander of this beast-tide squad? Zhou Chun, while struggling to maintain the formation, stared intently at the middle-aged man, recognizing his identity. Just then, the middle-aged man suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the azure giant eagle by the neck, lifting it and flying towards the Zhou family's mountain gate. What is he doing? Seeing this, Zhou Chun and the others were stunned, not understanding what he intended to do. But when the azure giant eagle opened its blood-stained beak and spat out a cyan inner core shimmering with azure light, Zhou Chun and the others instantly understood. Oh no, it's going to self-destruct its demon core. A cry of alarm came from Zhou Ming, who reflexively unleashed a beam of crimson fire towards the cyan inner core. However, the middle-aged man not only blocked the attack but also summoned a giant, earthen yellow seal-like magic weapon to join the attack. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from above Nine Peaks Ridge. Simultaneously, a dazzling azure light rose. Although it was merely the self-destruction of a mid-grade third-tier demonic beast's inner core, the power generated by this explosion far surpassed even the attack of a high-grade third-tier demonic beast. After all, it was an attack representing the culmination of a third-tier demonic beast's life's cultivation, an attack that even golden core cultivators had to take seriously. This attack, combined with the attacks of other demonic beasts, finally caused considerable damage to the Five Directions Miro formation. The radiance emanating from the five-colored light shield suddenly dimmed, like the sun being obscured by clouds, giving the impression that the shield might shatter at any moment. But then, a burst of five-colored spiritual light merged into the shield, restoring its brilliance. Forcibly activating the array flag's power can only sustain it for less than an hour at most. After that, regardless of whether it's attacked again, the array's protective barrier will never be able to regenerate. On Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chongshan, pale-faced, wiped the sweat from his brow and explained the situation in a hoarse voice. He was the one who had just intervened, using the unique methods of an array master to restabilize the array. However, because the array's equipment had been damaged in the demon core's self-destruction, the restabilized array was destined to fail soon. I understand the situation. Second Elder, please go back and rest. Our Zhou family will definitely win this battle. Zhou Daowei nodded slightly and immediately continued to preside over the array to resist the attacks from the beast horde outside. Outside, seeing that even the demon core's self-destruction had failed to break through the Zhou family's protective array, the Blood Dragon Hall protector of the dragon transformation sect's expression darkened, and surprise appeared in his eyes. Although he knew the Zhou family was powerful, he hadn't expected their protective array to be so strong. But he was now in a difficult position and could only order the demonic beasts to continue their offensive. After another half hour, the first-tier demonic beasts were either killed or too exhausted to continue attacking. Only the second and third-tier beasts could still cast spells. Inside the Zhou family's mountain gate, Zhou Chun and the others had long since been using rejuvenation pills to restore their mana. The time is almost here. Zhou Ming looked at the demonic beasts outside, their eyes flashing, and then shouted in a deep voice, "Attack, Fire God Jackal!" As soon as he finished speaking, the Fire God Jackal and the Azure Dragon King, who had been poised to attack, burst out of the Zhou family's mountain gate, heading straight for the one-horned fire wolf. At this moment, Zhou Ming also unleashed several magical artifacts at the earth-yellow giant scorpion, diverting its power. Outside, seeing its two old rivals, the Azure Dragon and the Fire God Jackal, suddenly charging towards it, the one-horned fire wolf tucked its tail between its legs in fright, howled, and turned to flee. But its speed was no match for the Azure Dragon. It had only escaped a few hundred feet when a beam of bluish-white light struck it, blasting it away. Immediately afterward, a crimson fireball spewed by the Fire God Jackal struck it, causing it to howl in agony. Only then did the purplish-black giant tiger and the black-haired giant ox react, roaring as they turned and pounced on the Azure Dragon and the Fire God Jackal. Facing these two high-grade third-tier demonic beasts, the Azure Dragon and the Fire God Jackal dared not engage in battle and immediately turned to flee. Trying to buy time with this tactic, in the sky, the protector of the Blood Dragon Hall of the Dragon Transformation Sect, watching this scene, instantly understood Zhou Ming's plan. Then, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, gazing at the Zhou family's mountain gate, "So, this protective formation is really about to collapse." As he finished speaking, a roar like that of a dragon or a tiger erupted from his throat. Hearing this roar, the two high-grade third-tier demonic beasts that had been chasing the Azure Dragon and the Fire God Jackal paused, then abandoned their pursuit and turned back to continue attacking the Zhou family's mountain gate. However, seeing that they were no longer pursuing, the Azure Dragon and the Fire God Jackal launched a counterattack, constantly harassing them and even taking the opportunity to ambush and kill the second-tier and first-tier demonic beasts. This behavior enraged several third-tier demonic beasts, who roared repeatedly in fury. Seeing this, the Blood Dragon Hall Protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect could only order all the scattered demonic beasts to return to one place, concentrating their forces to attack one side, preventing the Azure Dragon and the Fire God Jackal from having a chance to harass them. However, this only reduced the number of times the Azure Dragon succeeded in attacking. It couldn't completely prevent second-tier demonic beasts from being killed by the Azure Dragon from a distance. Using this harassment tactic, in just 2/4 of an hour, the Azure Dragon and the Fire God Jackal killed 10 second-tier demonic beasts and also inflicted significant external injuries on the one-horned fire wolf. Crack! Suddenly, a soft sound rang out above the Zhou family's mountain gate. A crack had suddenly appeared on the array's protective barrier. Although the crack was quickly repaired, this sight, noticed by the Blood Dragon Hall Protector, still greatly excited him, and he immediately urged the demonic beasts to continue their offensive even more vigorously. Afterward, cracks appeared one after another, until even the key refining stage rogue cultivators inside the Zhou family's mountain gate could see them. Damn it, the great array is about to break. A rogue cultivator, seeing the crack, couldn't help but change his expression, his face turning pale as he cried out in alarm. This cry then triggered the collapse of many more rogue cultivators. Liars. The Zhou family are all liars. Did they say the protective mountain formation was unbreakable? How come it couldn't hold on anymore? A rogue cultivator, his face contorted with rage, roared at the Zhou family cultivator beside him, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. At that moment, even the Zhou family cultivators were filled with panic, unable to respond to the rogue cultivator's accusations. What's the panic? So what if the formation is broken? Who says that without a formation, our Zhou family can't defeat those beasts? At this crucial moment, Zhou Chun's powerful voice rang in the ears of the rogue cultivators, instantly silencing all the negative voices. He calmly declared, "Don't panic. Our Zhou family hasn't exhausted its trump cards yet. Victory will surely belong to our Zhou family." The Zhou family still had trump cards? Hearing Zhou Chun's words, the Zhou family cultivators and the rogue cultivators were stunned, their eyes suddenly brightening. Their confidence returned considerably. Zhou Chun's resolute tone didn't sound like he was lying, and coupled with his established reputation within the Zhou family, he successfully calmed people's hearts. However, if they were to get closer, they would see that Zhou Chun's eyes were filled with seriousness, even anxiety. Why hadn't the reinforcements from Honggaya Market arrived yet? Could it be that they were all wrong, and King Lian Temple was really going to release the beast tide into Lion's Hao territory? Zhou Chun gazed at the sky beyond the mountain gate, his heart filled with agonizing anticipation. If no reinforcements arrived, the Zhou family would truly suffer heavy losses today. He certainly had his trump card, but it could only buy them some time to retreat. It couldn't save the Zhou family from its inevitable defeat. Finally, under Zhou Chun's anxious gaze, he saw a streak of azure light appear in the distance, rapidly approaching the Zhou family. That is, looking at the azure light, as fast as a bolt of lightning, Zhou Chun's expression froze, feeling that its speed seemed somewhat excessive. Outside, the Blood Dragon Hall Protector suddenly seemed to sense something and looked back at the sky. A terrified cry rang out from his lips. A golden core cultivator, before the words even finished, he swiftly formed hand seals and cast a spell, his body glowing yellow as he plunged headfirst into the ground. Second update. The protagonist's cultivation level will be addressed after the great battle. There was indeed a small mishap here. I originally planned to reach the mid-foundation establishment stage in around 700,000 words, but I found it hard to control. But it's alright, after the great battle, the Zhou family will flourish, and the protagonist can focus on improving his cultivation. Chapter 249 A Glorious Victory, Red Jade's Warning. The fact that King Lian Temple had actually sent a golden core cultivator to rescue the Zhou family was a huge surprise to everyone in the Zhou family. They felt flattered and overwhelmed. At that moment, the azure light, like a bolt of azure lightning, landed outside the Zhou family's mountain gate, revealing the figure of a young Taoist flying on a sword. Zhou Daoi and Zhou Chun recognized this young Taoist. He was Qinglingzi, who had previously been stationed at the frontline stronghold of Bian Marsh. At this moment, after revealing himself, Qinglingzi did not rush to clear out the demonic beasts. Instead, he swept his divine sense across the area and immediately raised his hand, forming a hand seal and pointing at the ground below. Then, a sword cry rang out, and an azure sword light descended from the sky, disappearing into the ground. Immediately afterward, a series of rumbling sounds rose from the ground, as if an earth dragon had turned over. Not long after, a ball of azure sword light, carrying a corpse, emerged from the ground and returned to Qinglingzi's side. The corpse was naturally that of the Blood Dragon Hall protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect, who had attempted to escape using Earth. Earth is a type of magic technique. After witnessing the arrival of a golden core cultivator, Earth is indeed a miraculous life-saving technique. Once buried underground, not only is it difficult for divine sense to detect and lock onto an enemy, but ordinary spells and magical artifacts are also unlikely to harm the person beneath. However, that Blood Dragon Hall protector could only use the technique skillfully, not masterfully. Most importantly, Qinglingzi arrived too quickly. He only had time to burrow a dozen feet underground before Qinglingzi locked onto his aura and pursued him underground with a flying sword magic weapon. Magic weapons inherently possess sentience, and a sword cultivator's flying sword is even more sentient than ordinary magic weapons, capable of automatically locking onto and pursuing enemies. All these factors ultimately led to the death of that Blood Dragon Hall protector. After slaying the Blood Dragon Hall protector who had fled underground with a single sword strike, Qinglingzi glanced at the third-tier demonic beasts fleeing with their tails between their legs. He then pointed his finger, forming a sword incantation, and the azure flying sword hummed as it slashed through the air towards several more beasts. Zhou Chun and the others, positioned atop Nine Peaks Ridge, saw a streak of azure sword light flash across the sky like a dragon. Each time it adjusted its direction, a third-tier demonic beast would fall. In just a few dozen breaths, all four fleeing third-tier demonic beasts had been beheaded. Having done all this, Qinglingzi sheathed his sword and waved to the stunned Zhou family members, saying, "All right, the rest of the demonic beasts, you Zhou family can deal with them yourselves. Remember to send the demon cores and the corpses of the third-tier demonic beasts to Red Cliff Market." Before he finished speaking, the azure flying sword beside him emitted a dense sword light, carrying him away as a streak of azure sword light. Thus, from his appearance to his departure, Qinglingzi only stayed before the Zhou family for less than a quarter of an hour. Yet, in that short time, he completely resolved the Zhou family's crisis, leaving an incredibly deep impression on everyone. Is this the power of a golden core cultivator? Inside the mountain gate, Zhou Chun stared blankly at the departing azure sword light, utterly shocked. During the southern expedition, he had witnessed battles between golden core cultivators, but because their cultivation levels were similar, he couldn't discern much from his own. He only knew that golden core cultivators were incredibly strong. But today was different. The overwhelming power Qinglingzi displayed against demonic beasts and cultivators below the golden core stage made him deeply realize just how strong golden core cultivators truly were. They were beings that non-golden core cultivators simply couldn't resist. Whether it was the cultivation level of a golden core cultivator or the magical treasures that only golden core cultivators could wield, they were entirely different concepts for those below the golden core stage. This suddenly made Zhou Chun understand why, despite only a difference of one cultivation realm, the status of a golden core cultivator was so vastly different from that of a purple mansion cultivator, and why there were so few golden core cultivators. Clearly, there must be some unknown barrier between the Purple Mansion and Golden Core stages, blocking the hopes of most Purple Mansion cultivators to achieve Golden Core formation. Zheng Chun, you arrange for people to clean up the battlefield. Dao Yi and I will go after those beasts. We must not let a single one escape. Suddenly, Zhou Ming's words awakened the dazed Zhou Chun. His eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly replied, "This junior obeys." Then he released the control of the formation, got up, and arranged for people to leave the mountain gate and clean up the battlefield. This battle had taken place right at the Zhou family's doorstep, so naturally, no part of the corpses of the dead beasts would be wasted. Zhou Chun personally collected the corpses and demon cores of the 4 third-tier demonic beasts killed by Qinglingzi and temporarily stored them on Pagoda Peak. He then had the remaining demonic beast corpses transported to the ice house the Zhou family had previously used to store meat. On Kinglian Peak and Nine Peaks Ridge, the Zhou family had hollowed out a mountain to build a massive ice house, large enough to hold the carcasses of thousands of cattle. Normally, the Zhou family would fill the ice house halfway, eliminating the need to assign many people to hunt for their tamed demonic beasts every day. In fact, as the number of demonic beasts the Zhou family kept increased, their consumption of meat grew, and simply sending people out to hunt was no longer sufficient to feed them. More than 10 years ago, Zhou Chun had suggested that the mortals of the Zhou family raise large numbers of livestock such as pigs, cattle, sheep, and fish specifically to supply the family's demonic beasts with food. However, ordinary meat could only fill the demonic beast stomachs and did not contribute to their cultivation. Therefore, the Zhou family used to regularly feed their tamed demonic beasts demonic beast meat every month, or make spirit beast rations by adding some spiritual herbs to the demonic beast meat, to slightly promote their cultivation. In the past, just buying this demonic beast meat would cost the Zhou family a considerable amount of spirit coins every month. However, this beast tide has provided the Zhou family with a large number of demonic beast corpses. Zhou Chun arranged for people to transport demonic beast corpses into the ice storage. Looking at the space in the ice storage that was gradually filling up, he couldn't help but think of the demonic beast corpses buried at Golden Rooster Mountain. He had originally planned to send people to collect them after the battle, but now that the beast tide was raging, it was hard to say whether those demonic beast corpses could still be retrieved. However, it seems that this ice storage should be expanded, or we should find a place to build one or two more. The price of demonic beast corpses should drop greatly later, so we can't miss this opportunity to stockpile. Looking at the ice storage that was already piled with hundreds of demonic beast corpses, Zhou Chun immediately had another idea. Not long after, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi, who had gone out to hunt down the fleeing demonic beasts, returned with their spirit pets. Under the pursuit of these two purple mansion stage cultivators and two third-tier demonic beasts, all the demonic beasts that had invaded the Zhou family were completely wiped out. And the Zhou family suffered no casualties in this battle. This was undoubtedly a glorious victory. So much so that when the rogue cultivators who participated in the battle learned that the war was over and they could choose whether to stay or leave, everyone chose to stay and continue cultivating or working for the Zhou family. The Zhou family naturally did not refuse. However, although no one in the Zhou family had died in this war, the mountain protecting array, the 5 directions Miro array, was severely damaged in the beast tide attack and temporarily lost its protective power, urgently needing repair. Therefore, after Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi returned, Zhou Ming, under the pretext of escorting the corpses and demon cores of the 4 third-tier demonic beasts, went to the Red Cliff Market to request help from the Kinglian Temple, to see if he could obtain materials from the Kinglian Temple to repair the 5 directions Miro array. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun also arranged for several lower-level Zhou family cultivators to evacuate the family's mortals, temporarily relocating them from their residences near Jilfang Ridge. This time, the beast tide headed straight for the Zhou family's mountain gate at Jilfang Ridge, preventing any casualties among the Zhou family's mortals. However, if the main force of the next beast tide were to sweep across the Zhou family's mountain gate, those Zhou family mortals living not far from Jilfang Ridge would certainly be affected. As the vice-patriarch of the Zhou family, Zhou Chun naturally couldn't allow this to happen. 2 more days passed, and Zhou Ming successfully returned to the Zhou family with the materials to repair the 5 directions Miro formation. Zhou Chongshan, disregarding his own injuries, devoted himself day and night to repairing the 5 directions Miro formation. On the other hand, after the beast horde sent to attack the Zhou family disappeared without a trace, the Crimson Dragon Hall Master seemed to have stopped making any further moves, and even the main force of the beast tide's advance slowed down, advancing less than 300 li in 2 days. The subsequent development of the situation, however, once again exceeded Zhou Chun and the others' expectations. On this day, an order from Kinglian Temple stunned several high-ranking members of the Zhou family. The order was simple. 2 Purple Mansion stage cultivators and 3 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators from the Zhou family were to immediately leave the mountain to participate in clearing out the demonic beasts wreaking havoc within Lanzhou. The reason for this order was also very simple. All the 3rd and 4th tier demonic beasts in the beast tide had fled Lanzhou, leaving only the 1st and 2nd tier demonic beasts, now free from the restraint of these higher-level beasts, scattered and wreaking havoc within Lanzhou. The reason for the escape of these 3rd and 4th tier demonic beasts from Lanzhou was due to the changes on the Yunzhou front. It turned out that after learning that the Hulong sect and the Jiaolong clan would unexpectedly deploy forces to Lanzhou, the leaders of the three major sects in Yunzhou also made a bold move. They secretly contacted the corpse demon sect of Fen Kingdom, and suddenly all the Golden Core stage and Purple Mansion stage cultivators rushed out from the Great Array stronghold, engaging in a massive melee with the 3rd and 4th tier demonic beasts in the Beast Tide. This chaotic battle, aided by 16 4th tier refined corpses and 4 Golden Core cultivators sent by the corpse demon sect, ultimately ended in victory for the human allied forces. The specific casualties on both sides were unknown to the cultivator who delivered the order to the Zhou family. All that was known was that after this battle, the Beast Tide's offensive at the Yunzhou front was severely hampered, seemingly unable to continue fighting. Therefore, it was clear that the 3rd and 4th tier demonic beasts on the Lanzhou side had suddenly abandoned their herds and left, obviously because they had received news. After all, with the main force of the Beast Tide in Yunzhou weakened, the human allied forces could easily overwhelm them with just a few Golden Core cultivators. If they didn't flee now, escape would be difficult later. Having learned this, the Zhou family members naturally could no longer refuse the orders from the Qinglian temple. Therefore, Zhou Ming immediately led Zhou Daoyi, Zhou Chun, Zhou Jiapeng, and Zhou Jia away from the family's mountain gate to sweep away the rampaging demonic beasts. However, the group had barely left the Zhou family's mountain gate when a communication talisman suddenly landed in Zhou Ming's hand. He raised his hand to take the talisman, which was activated by a long-distance communication talisman, and after reading its contents, his expression changed drastically. "Grand Elder, what's wrong? Who sent this talisman?" Seeing his expression, Zhou Daoyi quickly asked what was wrong. "Land first, then we'll talk." Zhou Ming shook his head slightly and immediately landed on the ground. Seeing this, Zhou Chun and the others could only follow him down. After landing, Zhou Jiapeng and Zhou Jia were signaled by Zhou Ming to go to the outer perimeter to keep watch, leaving only Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun behind. This action made the two of them's expressions shift, as if they realized something. Sure enough, after setting up a soundproof barrier, Zhou Ming transmitted his voice to the two, saying, "The message talisman was sent personally by Lin Hongyu. She said the Crimson Dragon Hall Master might have left behind that earth-turning dragon to deal with us, and wants to capture your Azure Flood Dragon, Dao Yi. She also said that the Crimson Fire Flood Dragon and she have already gone to Yunzhou, and she requests that we go to Yunzhou as soon as possible." "What? The earth-turning dragon is coming to deal with us?" Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoyi were both taken aback, shocked by this sudden news. Then, a sense of panic gripped them, especially for Zhou Daoyi, who was the earth-turning dragon's target. He was merely a cultivator in the early stages of the Purple Mansion realm, having only recently opened his Purple Mansion. What merit did he possess to have a mid-grade 4th-tier demon beast personally come to deal with him? Although I also think this matter is quite unreliable, Lin Hongyu has never given us false information so far, not to mention that this time she even used a treasure like the 1,000-mile communication talisman to warn us, Zhou Ming said, then looked at Zhou Daoyi and said, "Daoyi, you should leave Lanzhou immediately. Only by staying with those Golden Core cultivators will the earth-turning dragon not dare to risk its own destruction to attack you. But under what pretext should I leave Lanzhou? Should I reveal that we already know that the earth-turning dragon will attack me?" Zhou Daoyi said with a grim expression, expressing his concerns. He was indeed in a state of confusion. No need for any pretext. "Clan Chief, you are simply ordered to clean up the rampaging demonic beasts. There's no one supervising you. Even if the senior members of Qinglian Temple find out after you arrive at the Yunzhou frontline stronghold, they certainly won't blame you. At worst, you can just say that you were worried about the family cultivators on the Yunzhou frontline, and that's why you went there to visit them after things calmed down in Lanzhou." Zhou Chun composed himself and clearly prepared a pretext and excuse for Zhou Daoyi. After he finished speaking, Zhou Ming nodded repeatedly and said, "Zhangjin is right, Daoyi, just say it like that. No one will care too much at a time like this." But Zhou Daoyi then said with a worried look, "What if they can't find me and the Earth Dragon attacks the family? There's nothing we can do. If you're here, you can't do anything even if the Earth Dragon attacks the family. Do you think we'd let you obediently stand up and let it kill you?" Zhou Ming said, patting Zhou Daoyi's shoulder and urging, "All right, don't worry about this and that. Just be careful and take care of yourself. Don't worry about the family for now. Hurry up and go." Seeing this, Zhou Chun also urged, "Yes, clan leader, You should leave quickly. Maybe the Earth Dragon will leave after it knows you've left Lanzhou. Alright, then I'll go first. Take care, everyone. Zhou Daoyi gritted his teeth, immediately stood up, bowed to Zhou Ming, and then rode the dragon into the sky, flying towards Yunzhou. Entertainment is prohibited today. Online novels aren't entertainment. This is the first update today. I can't guarantee I'll be able to write a second one. Everyone, go to bed early tonight. Chapter 250 The Bear's Lament, The Great Battle. Because of Lin Hongayu's warning, a shadow fell over the hearts of the three core members of the Zhou family, who had just won a glorious victory. To avoid causing further worry, Zhou Ming didn't inform the fourth Zhou family cultivator about the matter, nor did he explain Zhou Daoyi's sudden departure to Zhou Jiapeng and Zhou Jiang, who witnessed the scene. Although Zhou Jia and Zhou Daoyi were filled with doubts, seeing that their elder Zhou Ming showed no intention of explaining, they didn't dare to ask. All along, these Zhou family elders knew that Zhou Ming, Zhou Daoyi, and Zhou Chun were definitely doing something secretive. While they occasionally felt curious, none of them would actually investigate to satisfy their curiosity. They all knew that if they were going to keep it a secret, they wouldn't tell them. Inquiring privately might lead to misunderstandings and affect family unity. At the same time, they all believed that whatever the three of them were doing behind their backs, their intentions were definitely for the good of the family. So the four of them continued their journey to clear out the rampaging demonic beasts. Originally, they were supposed to travel together, but this time they split into three teams. Zhou Ming and Zhou Chun each formed a separate team, while Zhou Jia and Zhou Jiapeng formed another. Ostensibly, this was to improve efficiency, but in reality, it was due to Lin Hongayu's warning that they were deliberately spreading out to avoid danger. For the next 2 or 3 days, Zhou Chun and Zhou Ming were constantly on edge, unable to fully focus on clearing the demonic beasts, leaving the task entirely to their spirit pets. They contacted their family daily via eagle messages, each time receiving a message filled with anxiety. Fortunately, after 2 or 3 days, the messages from their family were all normal, and they hadn't encountered any attacks from the Earth Dragons. This meant the danger had passed, at least on their side. One day, as Zhou Chun flew over a mountain city, he discovered several more first-tier demonic beasts wreaking havoc within its walls. He immediately descended from the sky and used his powers to kill all the rampaging demonic beasts. But just as he finished and was about to leave, a boy of about 11 or 12 years old rushed to him and knelt down before him with a thud. "Senior, you are incredibly powerful. Please save my master. If you can save my master's life, I am willing to serve you like a slave for the rest of my life to repay your kindness." The boy kowtowed repeatedly to Zhou Chun, and a faint aura of magical power emanated from him. He was actually a cultivator at the second level of the key refining stage. Seeing that the boy had quickly kowtowed until his forehead was bleeding, Zhou Chun was slightly moved, touched by his filial piety. A pang of pity immediately struck him, and he looked at the young man, saying, "Get up and speak first. What happened to your master? Was he injured or poisoned? Was it an internal or external injury?" Hearing this, the young man hurriedly raised his head and replied, "Senior, please understand. My master was injured by a demonic beast while rescuing civilians. The beast that injured him was a dog demon. Before he fainted, my master said that the dog demon's claws were poisonous." "Alright, then take me to see your master." Zhou Chun waved his hand, signaling the young man to lead the way. "Thank you, Senior." "Thank you, Senior." The young man thanked him, covering the wound on his forehead with his sleeve, and strode ahead to lead the way. After following him for a while in the city, Zhou Chun arrived at a secluded courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhou Chun scanned the area with his divine sense and quickly discovered an old man with white hair lying on a bed in one of the bedrooms. His aura was weak, and his life force was dim, as if he would die at any moment. Sure enough, the young man quickly led him to the bedroom, then pushed open the door and said to the old man lying on the bed, "This is it, Senior. Please look, this is my master, Mo Rinai." Mo means great virtue, Ren means benevolence, and Yi means medicine. Mo Rinai, that's a good name. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, then stepped forward and placed his hand on the old man's chest, channeling a wisp of magic power to examine his condition. After a while, he nodded gently and said, "There's still hope." He then patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out 2 different jade bottles, and poured out a pill from each, handing them to the young man. These 2 pills, one can neutralize the toxins in his body, and the other can replenish his lost vital energy. Give them to him with warm water, and he should wake up in less than 3 days." Before the young man could react, he waved his hand and said, "All right, I have to go elsewhere to slay demons and eliminate evil, so I won't stay any longer." Watching his departing figure, the young man hurriedly shouted, "Senior, I have no way to repay your kindness to my master. Please leave your name so I can explain to my master, Zhou Chun of the Zhou family of Jilfang Ridge." Zhou Chun's voice slowly drifted through the courtyard, but he had already soared into the sky. He had never cared about the young man's request for repayment. He had only saved the man out of gratitude for the young man's filial piety and admiration for the old man's benevolent spirit in fighting a demon to save a mortal. Therefore, he hadn't even asked the young man's name. Zhou Chun didn't really take this matter to heart and quickly put it out of his mind. 3 days later, Zhou Chun received good news. The third elder, Zhou Daoquan, who had been missing for many days, had successfully returned to the Nine Peaks Ridge mountain gate. Upon learning this, Zhou Chun hurriedly returned to the family to meet him. When he saw Zhou Daoquan at the mountain gate, he found that although the man showed no visible injuries, he was extremely depressed, with a look of sadness in his eyes. This made Zhou Chun's heart sink, and he quickly inquired about Zhou Daoquan's experiences over the past few days. Faced with Zhou Chun's question, Zhou Daoquan didn't hide anything, answering directly in a low voice, "The day before yesterday, the frontline stronghold fell, and I was separated from the clan leader and others, forced to break out and escape alone. However, during the escape, a third-tier demonic beast suddenly attacked me, and the earth armor bearer sacrificed its life to block that attack. Later, I was chased by 2 second-tier high-grade demonic beasts, who pursued me into the wilderness, where I hid for several days. I returned so late because I took a long detour and used up all the rejuvenation pills I had on me, so I can only wait for the injured Zhu Yan to recover." In these few words, Zhou Daoquan explained the reason for his low spirits. Because his spirit pet had died. While not all, most Zhou family cultivators had deep feelings for their spirit pets, which they had raised from a young age, treating them like family. Zhou Daoquan's earth armor bearer had been with him for over 100 years, his first spirit pet, and their master-servant relationship was like that of brothers. Moreover, the earth-armored bear died saving him. Such grief is unbearable for anyone. Zhou Chun, who also tamed spirit pets, deeply understood Zhou Daoquan's feelings. He felt the same sorrow and regret for the deceased earth-armored bear. That bear had loyally protected him, fighting alongside him many times during the southern expedition. Unexpectedly, the battle at Golden Rooster Mountain became their last time fighting side by side. He could only offer Zhou Daoquan a heavy word of comfort. Bear Mountain was indeed a rare and loyal guardian. Its passing is the greatest loss to the family in this war. Third Elder, please accept my condolences. Bear Mountain was the name Zhou Daoquan had given the earth-armored bear. Basically, every cultivator in the Zhou family named their spirit pet. Alice. I am truly disheartened. I'm afraid I can't do anything for the family in the short term. Zheng Chun, please speak to the Supreme Elder for me. Zhou Daoquan sighed, appearing quite dejected. Then he returned to his flying stone peak and secluded himself to recuperate. He could only slowly recover from the grief of losing his loved one on his own. No one else could offer much help. Moreover, Zhou Chun didn't have much time to comfort him, as he still had to continue traveling to various places to eliminate the scourge of demonic beasts. 2 more days passed. Given that most of the demonic beasts in Lanzhou had been cleared, King Lian Temple issued a new order, summoning Zhou Mingde and other Purple Mansion stage cultivators to the Yunzhao front lines, seemingly preparing for another major battle against the main force of the Beast Tide. In fact, looking back at past Beast Tide invasions, the wars never lasted very long. This was because for the Beast Tide, the daily food supply of so many demonic beasts was a major problem. Often, the solution was to let the living demonic beasts eat the corpses of the dead, for which they would constantly attack human cultivator strongholds. Then they would devour mortals and the livestock they raised. However, unless they penetrated deep into the heart of Jingguo, the number of mortals the Beast Tide could devour nearby wouldn't be many, and it wasn't worth a long detour just to eat a few mortals. Therefore, the high-level demonic beasts that launched the Beast Tide were bound to keep attacking. They would either break through the human alliance's defenses, rush into the human heartland, and wreak havoc, feasting on the flesh and blood of ordinary humans, or they would have to rely on attacks to wear down the weaker cannon fodder, allowing the remaining demonic beasts to recover their strength by eating the corpses of their own fallen comrades. Knowing this inherent weakness of the Beast Tide, The human alliance had previously defended their strongholds and fortresses, using formations to continuously deplete the beast tide's manpower and blunt its advance. However, this time was different. This time, the beast tide did not receive the full support of the entire Dragon Abyss Marsh demonic race, and its scale was far smaller than previous beast tides. Furthermore, the Dragon Transformation Sect was behind this beast tide, and had already taught the three major sects of Jin Kingdom a harsh lesson in Lanzhou. Under these circumstances, the three major sects of Jin Kingdom did not want to prolong the conflict any longer, fearing that further delay would lead to further conspiracies and schemes from the Dragon Transformation Sect, making the situation even more uncontrollable. Meanwhile, after Zhou Ming was ordered to enter the Yunzhao frontline, he quickly joined other cultivators who had rushed from various places to head to the Fuelin Stronghold, which was surrounded by the beast tide. The Fuelin Stronghold was a formidable fortress built over a decade by the three major sects of the Jin Kingdom, with King Lian Temple as the main force. During this beast tide attack, it stood firm like a reef at the forefront of the defense line. If it wasn't breached, the high-level demonic beasts behind the beast tide wouldn't dare allow it to penetrate deep into the heart of Yunzhao and wreak havoc. They knew that once the beast tide began to spread and wreak havoc, it would be difficult to gather the scattered demonic beasts back. At that point, the cultivators at the Fuelin Stronghold could attack from the rear, and the demonic beasts would be defeated from both sides. Therefore, before the Fuelin Stronghold was breached, the beast tide would at most send small groups to harass the heart of Yunzhao, forcing the Jin Kingdom's allied forces to dedicate more personnel to clearing out those smaller groups and weakening the Fuelin Stronghold's defenses. At this moment, the number of demonic beasts besieging the Fuelin Stronghold reached over 100,000. When Zhou Ming arrived at the outer perimeter of the Fuelin Stronghold with the reinforcements, he looked up and saw countless demonic beasts standing or lying in the mountains and fields, many bearing obvious wounds. Further ahead, closer to the Fuelin Stronghold, various magical lights flashed incessantly. From the moment the siege of the Fuelin Stronghold began, the Beast Tide army had never ceased its attacks on the stronghold, launching relentless assaults every day. Yet, the stronghold remained steadfast, not a single demonic beast had ever stepped inside. Now, seemingly sensing the arrival of reinforcements, a large number of spells suddenly erupted from within the stronghold, blasting outwards and instantly killing a large number of the approaching demonic beasts. Immediately afterwards, dozens of figures flew out from the stronghold, rushing towards the reinforcements. Seeing this, the high-level demonic beasts and Hulong sect cultivators within the beast tide naturally refused to allow the reinforcements to easily enter the stronghold, and quickly rushed out to intercept them. Thus, after a fierce battle outside, Zhou Ming and his reinforcements, at the cost of several casualties, finally managed to enter the Fuelin stronghold. Once inside, Zhou Ming quickly met Zhou Daoai, who was already there, along with the Zhou family key refining cultivators who had retreated there before the beast tide arrived. It was now almost certain that all 20-odd Zhou family key refining cultivators in Lanzhou had perished. Therefore, nothing could be allowed to happen to the key refining cultivators in Yunzhao, otherwise, the Zhou family would face a severe shortage of capable cultivators for the next 20 or 30 years, greatly hindering the family's development. After meeting and reassuring the key refining cultivators of the Zhou family, Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Daoai with a solemn expression and said, "Everything has returned to normal at the family level, and Dao Kun has also returned. Now it's up to us here. As long as we win here, the family will have weathered its most difficult period." Hearing that Zhou Daokun had returned safely, Zhou Daoai breathed a sigh of relief, then said with a serious expression, "The decisive battle here should be about to begin. I met with Senior Li a few days ago, and he hinted that there might be a major operation coming up, then we must be extra careful. We mustn't let anything happen at this time." Zhou Ming nodded slightly and immediately began preparing for battle. Sure enough, 2 days after Zhou Ming's reinforcements entered the Fuelin stronghold, Liu Yiping, who had been stationed there, issued the order to counterattack. On that day, over 30 Golden Core cultivators and nearly 200 Purple Mansion cultivators charged out of the Fuelin stronghold, joining forces with reinforcements from the Fen Kingdom to launch a pincer attack against the high-level demonic beasts in the Beast Tide. First update of the day. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.